5,000 years ago, this ultimate primordial nightmare named Erebos nearly wiped humanity off the map. 4 epic champions stepped up to crush him, but only a single one walked away breathing. That lone survivor was Kyle. Using the heartbreaking sacrifices of his squad, he utterly obliterated the darkness, only to have his entire legacy totally erased from the servers. History got massively twisted. Now, the whole world swears some chick named Luna was the one who packed Erebos up. But fast forward to the present day, where our boy gets a fresh respawn. Kyle wakes up only to realize his name has been completely ghosted from the history books. We kick off this wild ride at the Dylan Royal Academy. Front and center, this hyped-up instructor is hyping up the whole class, flexing the fact that they are basically living in the golden age of heroes. Like, right now, it has been exactly 5 millennia since the absolute first champion dropped into this realm. The lower realm has totally leveled up since those dark days. Take the Dylan Royal Academy, for instance. It just snagged the massive honor of hosting the Savage entrance exams for Lumania. The professor is literally beaming, pushing the hype by saying every single kid sitting in that room is packing the crazy potential needed to become a top-tier powerhouse. The man was practically vibrating with excitement. That is, until his eyes locked onto one dude totally snoozing in the back. He barks at him, demanding the kid wake up and lock in. He calls out this sleepy teen, Leo, and just starts flaming him. He grills the boy, saying he should already have this crucial lore down packed, considering how insanely vital the lecture was, yet here he is, catching Z's in broad daylight. To test him, the teacher throws a curveball, asking Leo if he somehow actually knew how the legends from 5,000 years back pulled off their rituals to officially snag the hero title. Leo drags himself out of his seat and casually drops that. Honestly, if a guy had enough clout, the actual ritual did not even matter. Meet our main guy, 15-year-old Leo Plav. The professor immediately claps back, telling him he is dead wrong, and throws the question to the floor to see if anyone actually has the brain cells to answer it right. Instantly, the nerd sitting right next to Leo shoots his hand up, confidently stating that back in the ancient era, true champions were handpicked by the literal gods. They only ran highly sacred trials to weed out the weak, with the brutal blood ritual being one of the very first. The teacher absolutely eats it up, screaming that it was a flawless answer. He practically glazes the kid, saying it is totally expected. From Julian, the most busted magical prodigy in the entire kingdom. Julian Trayton was his name, and the instructor would just not stop stroking his ego. Julian shoots Leo this incredibly arrogant, superior smirk, but our boy could literally not care less. In his mind, tracking down deities back in the day was an absolute breeze. That ritual is straight up trash, he thinks to himself. The narration then breaks down how a massive miracle was gifted to the lower realm, to honor the absolute units who boxed Erebos, a sacred artifact called the Heroic Record. Yet, internally, Leo is sitting there wondering why his face is the only one missing from that legendary Hall of Fame. Boom, major plot twist. This sleepy teenager is actually the reincarnated soul of the ultimate powerhouse, Kyle, the exact same legend history completely decided to delete. Suddenly, the entire classroom loses focus as a massive commotion pops off outside the window. A squad of crazy VIPs was rolling up to the yard, with a top-tier female champion taking center stage. Right on cue, an emergency school broadcast hits the students, ordering every single kid to instantly pack into the main auditorium for a mandatory meetup. Why? Because the legendary Zeringer clan just dropped in for a surprise visit. A dude named Kulabali nudges Leo, asking if he is going to try and flex for the Zeringers. Honestly though, why would these elites even glance at a nobody like him? Leo just hits him with a hard no, grabs his bag, and dips out to head home. Unlike the rest of these tryhards, he gives zero flips about sucking up to nobility. Julian gets insanely triggered, loudly defending that he totally does not care either. Cut to later that day, we catch Leo intensely grinding out his solo training. A legit blade is tossed on the dirt, but our guy is out here strictly sweating it out with a basic wooden stick. Leo grunts, realizing that while his current grind is heavily disciplined, his scrawny 15-year-old vessel is reaching its limit fast. It is honestly nothing compared to the absolute tank of a body he rocked in his past life. His inner monologue is violently cut short when a voice demands to know why he is spacing out. He turns around to see a fierce woman charging right at him, gripping a lethal steel broadsword. Zero practice wood in sight. Leo frantically throws up his stick to block a lethal strike, yelling, "Are you seriously trying to ambush me right now?" The woman coldly replies that it has been a hot minute since their last scrap. She reminds him that being painfully average is an automatic rejection from Lumenia. She locks eyes with him, declaring this is his absolute final exam. Without warning, she blitzes him with terrifying speed, catching our boy completely off guard. She taunts him mid-swing, asking if he actually plans on scaling his power-up anytime soon. Leo scrambles backward on pure survival instincts, knowing one wrong move would leave him looking like sliced bread. He is already running on fumes. Panting, he complains that she is seriously lacking in the loving mother department, right? His mom just laughs off the disrespect, pointing out that despite his whining, he has perfectly parried every single lethal blow. Suddenly, she shifts gears into overdrive. It is dangerously fast. A split second later, she panics, realizing she might have swung way too hard. She nervously wonders if he can even dodge the strike. Leo barely ghosts the blade, but it still casually slices off a chunk of his hair. Using her momentum against her, he perfectly exploits the opening, sweeps her off her feet, and pins her down, bagging the absolute win. Hovering over her, he gently asks if she is all right. Flat on her back, his mom stares up at him, utterly stunned by just how insane his combat IQ had gotten from his solo grind. She slowly pulls herself up, dusts the dirt off her battle gear, and hits him with a serious question. Is he actually dead set on dominating Lumenia? For context, this place is literally the most prestigious hero university on the planet. Out of all the elite hero academies scattered across the 4 races, this specific one caught Leo's eye. It held the missing puzzle pieces to his past. Obviously, the dude was absolutely down to enroll. Hearing this, his mom dropped a massive bombshell. The legendary Zerdinger clan was swinging by the Dellen Royal Academy and crashing at their estate. That totally caught him off guard. But his mom had a master plan, scheming to cash in a tiny favor while they had the chance. She figured her old buddy Zis could hook Leo up with the top-tier Zerdinger aura technique. With that kind of firepower, acing the Lumini entrance exam would be an absolute breeze. Leo just sighed, thinking to himself that he needed to get in this year, not wait for the next. Cut to the estate. A haughty girl steps out of a lavish carriage, side-eyeing the place. Why on earth was her uncle so obsessed with staying here? With their insane wealth and god-tier status, they could easily rent out an entire 5-star hotel. Enter Celia Zerdinger, a 15-year-old prodigy, just like our boy Leo. All she cared about was grinding for the Lumine exam. So why waste time crashing with some random, low-tier noble family? Her inner rant gets cut short when a man casually strolls up, asking if she wasn't even a little bit hyped to meet Leo. After all, he was the only kid who literally gave zero bothers about the almighty Zerdingers. Meet Zis, Zerdinger, the absolute powerhouse and sub-patriarch of the clan. Celia just scoffed, pointing out the dude couldn't even manifest a basic aura yet. She figured he was just all talk and no bite. Zis just chuckled, dropping a cryptic hint that looks could be deceiving. Fast forward, the Plav family rolls out the red carpet for their VIP guests. Zis flashes a warm smile, calling it an absolute honor to cross paths again with Lady Reyna. Leo's folks were holding down the fort, Reyna and Dave Plav, the fierce matriarch and stoic patriarch, running the whole operation. Zis nudges Celia to drop her intro. She steps up, oozing confidence, and announces herself as the sword princess of the Zerdinger bloodline. She throws out a polite thank you for letting them crash for the next 7 days. Reyna immediately closes the gap, grabbing her hand for a firm handshake, while beaming with pure, welcoming energy. Celia internally short-circuits a woman taking charge before the guys. That was extremely rare. Then the pieces clicked. Pitch black hair, piercing crimson eyes. Wait, were they related? Catching her drift, Z snaps his fingers. He totally ghosted on mentioning that crucial detail. Reyna Plav was actually her aunt. Scene cuts, maids, and butlers are rushing around, while the adults sip expensive tea and spill the details. They chat about their wild trip to the Royal Academy, where the students were losing their absolute minds. But Zis leans in, telling his old friend how Leo didn't even flinch. Dude was colder than ice. Reyna smirks, betting that icy demeanor totally crushed the infamous Zerdinger ego. She casually brushes off her son's arrogant vibe, swearing he wasn't trying to be a jerk. The kid just literally has zero interest in flexing or playing politics. Zis narrows his eyes, digging for the real scoop on what makes Leo tick, while Reyna searches for the perfect words. Outside, Leo and Celia are already throwing down. She finally drops the bomb. Her son is an absolute monster of a prodigy. But Zis doesn't hold back, hitting her with the million-dollar question. Was Leo seriously badass enough to wield the legendary Zerdinger flames? Reyna locks eyes with him. This wasn't some blind mom bias. She knew for a fact her boy was built different. Zis grins, admitting her supreme confidence is hyping him up big time. Still, he wasn't just going to take her word for it. He planned to test the kid's limits himself. Meanwhile, back in the yard, Leo had completely dusted Celia in their little showdown. She is literally shaking in her boots, while he's just chilling with a wicked smirk. Later that night, he shifts into deep meditation, pulling his raw power to the surface. A sudden surge of shock hits him. He had finally unlocked the exact god-tier power level he had been grinding for. He successfully forged a vessel strong enough to handle his insane potential. The truth behind his lack of an aura? It was a highly calculated delay. He knew that the second you awaken an aura, your physical body locks into that frequency, completely destroying any chance to hoard infinite mana and soul energy. If he had just played his cards right in his past life, he could have easily stopped that apocalyptic tragedy from going down. This time around, he was rewriting history. Suddenly, Celia snaps him back to reality. The tension is thick as she sizes him up, admitting his grip on the fundamentals is pretty solid. She offers to take him under her wing and coach his swordplay. How about it? Leo literally deadpans, asking who the heck she even was. Offended, she flexes her royal title, Celia Zerdinger, known across the globe as the absolute sword princess. Leo lazily pushes himself up, hitting her with a flat, cool story. He throws out a sarcastic thanks for her expert opinion, but makes it crystal clear he wants absolutely zero part in her little training camp. Triggered, she dares him to say he's actually stronger than her. Without missing a beat, Leo coldly states that in a straight-up deathmatch, he'd absolutely body her. And yeah, that's without even using an aura. But in a rule-bound, polished duel, totally different ballgame. Celia glares daggers at him, snatches a blade resting nearby, and spits out a challenge. If he was feeling so cocky, they should throw down right here, right now. She was determined to shatter his delusion that ripping off her family's aura technique would make him a god. The stakes? If she wipes the floor with him, he instantly becomes her personal servant for their entire stay. Leo smirks, firing back. And what happens when I crush you? Celia glares. If he wins, she becomes his. So, the stakes were set. She'd be his personal maid. Leo gripped his wooden sword, flashed a look, and asked, "Ready to get this over with?" He blitzed her. Just an absolute blur. She barely managed to bring her guard up in time. It was a heavy hit, sure, but she thought she had it handled. But then, she saw his eyes literally glowing blood red. Bro flipped a switch and started relentlessly battering her defenses. Panic started creeping in. What even is this kid? She thought. His raw physical stats were totally off the charts, making her second-guess everything. One slip-up, and she was getting knocked out cold. Leo didn't give her a single millisecond to breathe, and she realized with dread that her guard was about to shatter. Smash! Leo broke through, immediately calling her out. Whoa, aura armor? Thought we agreed on a fair, no-magic brawl? Flustered, Celia tried to play it off, claiming it was just an involuntary survival reflex that popped a shield over her body. Leo just smirked. Doesn't matter, I'm wrecking you anyway. Now, Celia was officially heated. She snapped at him, furious that this auraless kid had the audacity to talk big without grasping the massive power gap between them. Bet, let's find out, Leo challenged. Unbothered, he unclipped his magical weighted bracelets and let them crash to the dirt. For my anime fans out there, he pulled a total Rock Lee, dropping the leg weights. Suddenly lighter than air, he flashed a wicked grin. He proceeded to completely dismantle her aura armor like it was wet paper. With her sword shattered and the pressure crushing her, Celia was left reeling, wondering what kind of monster she was fighting. Cut to a bit later, Reina and Zeiss are strolling through the courtyard. Reina spots them and calls out, telling Leo to come greet their VIP guest. Leo steps up, politely introducing himself. Zeiss waves off the formalities. He figures the kid already knows, but introduces himself anyway. Zeiss Zerdinger, his uncle. They shake hands, keeping it civil, until Reina asks the golden question. Hey, where's Celia? Leo just points over his shoulder. Yeah, she was currently getting carted away on a stretcher by the medical staff. Everyone is clueless, so Zeiss steps up to investigate the wreckage. Getting the full rundown, Zeiss is utterly floored. Did this kid seriously just pack up an aura user using raw strength? He gives Leo his props, saying dropping Celia is no joke, but Leo just shrugs it off. She got humbled because she severely underestimated him. Knowing his niece's toxic habits, Zeiss sighs. Alright, what dumb bet did she make this time? Leo drops the bomb. Loser becomes the winner's servant. So yeah, Leo says casually. Looks like I scored a personal maid for the next 7 days. Zeiss tries to play the diplomat. He respects honoring a bet, but points out you can't just make a noble of the Zerdinger bloodline scrub floors. He offers to buy out her debt with a massive reward instead, but Leo shuts that down instantly. A loss is a loss, and she needs to face the music. Actions have consequences, right? Leo states boldly. Zeiss narrows his eyes, deciding to up the stakes. What if I personally train you in the legendary Zerdinger aura, he offers. Leo doesn't even blink. He claps back that a technique taught just to save face honestly isn't worth his time. The disrespect was loud, and you could see a vein practically popping on Zeiss's forehead. The older man demands a vibe check. So you're really going to force a direct heir of our family to be your lackey, while straight up trashing our sacred aura techniques. Am I hearing that right? Leo goes, spot on. Zeiss warns him he's treading on dangerous ground, but Leo clarifies he isn't trying to throw shade. He explains that if the training was a trophy for winning, he'd take it. But as a bribe to hide her embarrassing defeat, hard pass. That's just dodging reality. Leo calls out Zeiss's hidden bias, noting the uncle probably thinks Celia only lost because she slipped up. But let me burst your bubble, Leo tells him straight up. That logic is completely flawed. Even if she went all out from the jump, I still would have wiped the floor with her. Zeiss realizes the kid rejected the deal because of his insane principles. He's actually blown away, secretly wishing his own heirs had that kind of savage spine. So, Zeiss turns to his guards and barks, "Throw Celia in the maid's quarters." Every single jaw in the room drops to the floor. The tension breaks when Zeiss cracks a tiny smile, telling Leo he can drop the formalities and just call him Uncle off the clock. You got it, Uncle. Leo agrees. After parting ways, Zeiss has a private chat with his sister Reina. He brings up her previous request, remembering how she begged him to train Leo in aura control. Instead, Zeiss reveals a crazy plot twist. He's going to tempt the boy into mastering something way more broken, the Phoenix Breath. Cut to later in Leo's room. Celia walks in, officially reporting for duty as his personal maid for the next 7 days. She's rocking the full maid outfit. Leo takes one look and casually drops that the fit actually low-key suits her. Who knew you could pull that off? Celia's ego immediately flares up. She snaps back that she knows she's gorgeous and tells him to quit being weird about it. Leo quickly backpedals, apologizing and saying he wasn't mocking her. It just triggered a memory of an old comrade. This guy was absolutely obsessed with aesthetics, even if his vanity got insanely annoying sometimes. Leo stares off, quoting his fallen bro. True eternal beauty is unmatched. If peace ever actually returns to this chaotic world, I'll dedicate my whole life to spreading it. Imagine world-class baddies everywhere. Our MC? He figures his only fatal flaw was being way too brutally honest. Cut to his buddy spitting game to a pair of girls. Sure, one had major anger issues, but Lycena's? Absolute top tier, drop-dead gorgeous. And don't even get him started on Luna. This dude literally hit them with the pose in your birthday suit for the sake of art line. Bold move. Shockingly, that wild comment earned him an absolute beatdown. But snapping back to the real world, way outside of Leo's daydreaming, Celia is grilling him about his current read. Leo brushes it off, saying, "It's just an old favorite, the great hero of the beginning." Celia is internally cringing. Bro, seriously? A literal fairy tale I outgrew when I was 5 years old? She's totally convinced this guy is an absolute weirdo. Gliding over to his massive bookshelf, she calls him out on his hardcore obsession with the lore. She jokes that even a dedicated historian wouldn't flex a collection this insane. Leo just shrugs it off as a casual hobby. Still, Celia admits dropping hours into the legends of the founding heroes isn't the worst way to waste time. The original squad, right? But then she spots something weird. Why is half the shelf dedicated entirely to this random guy named Kyle? Leo drops some knowledge. Back in the day, the squad pulled off so many insane feats that historians couldn't figure out who actually did what. So naturally, Leo argues, all those uncredited boss-level achievements just got slapped onto Kyle's resume. Celia isn't buying it. She totally trashes Kyle, calling him a massive fraud who just leeched off the real hero's clout. Leo blinks. Kyle? He asks. Celia nods, bluntly stating that literally everyone thinks the guy was a scam artist, and she's totally riding that hate train. Internally, Leo is screaming, "Wow, so that's my legacy? A total fraud?" Hiding his shattered ego, he springs up. Coffee and a sparring session? Celia plays it cool, asking if he's actually down to spar. But inside, her eyes are glowing. Time to expose the cheat codes behind this dude's insane power. Leo issues a cold warning. Step into the ring with him, and she'll be gasping for air. She takes the bait anyway. Predictably, her pride takes a massive hit. Cut to a few minutes later, and she's literally eating dirt, barely able to keep her knees from buckling. Leo breaks down her total failure. The second her stamina tanks and she hits the red line, her reaction time turns to lag, and she leaves herself wide open. Dropped guard equals an instant knockout. Simple as that. Panting heavily, Celia glares up at him. Are you seriously wrecking your own body like this on purpose? Is this an everyday thing for you? Leo just sighs. The modern era is ridiculously soft. He silently admits that, sure, modern aura manipulation completely stomps the techniques from his past life. But that's exactly the trap. Relying on magic made everyone lazy, ignoring basic physical stats. Yeah, aura acts like a massive power buff, but 0 multiplied by 1000 is still 0. Shaking with absolute rage, Celia screams at him. Did you just call me weak? Leo just stands there, knowing that a ripped physical vessel naturally boosts aura output. Right on cue. Celia forces herself back up, demanding he stop looking down on her. Calling him a white-haired punk, She recklessly charges in for round 2. One flick. That's all it takes for Leo to drop her like a sack of bricks. She crumples like a newborn deer on ice while he casually strolls over. Staring down at her furious face, he smirks. Rough, huh? He tosses her a glowing magic bracelet. The second she catches it, the sheer, crushing weight literally slams her arm into the dirt. He casually informs her that from tomorrow on, that heavy-duty gear is her new workout partner. Fast forward to the training grounds, where Celia is getting absolutely bodied once again. Watching from the sidelines, Zeiss nods, figuring this massive reality check is exactly what she needs before hitting Lumina Academy. Time to permanently shatter that bloated ego of hers. Meanwhile, Zeiss locks his gaze onto Leo, who hasn't even broken a sweat, standing like an absolute unit. Zeiss smoothly walks up to the boy, casually dropping an absolute bombshell he's willing to pass down the legendary Phoenix Breath technique. How's that sound? He asks. Leo's eyes immediately light up. He knows the Phoenix Breath isn't just a skill, it's the literal foundation of the entire bloodline's power. The Zerdinger family's ultimate trump card. From his past life knowledge, he remembers that only the absolute chosen ones, those fully acknowledged by the clan, are ever allowed to wield it. Still gasping for air, Celia chimes in, warning that getting accepted by the elders isn't going to be a walk in the park. Zeiss smirks. That's exactly why there's a catch. Leo has to totally ace the Lumina entrance exam first. Celia freaks out, yelling that the test is no joke. It's insanely brutal. She points out the glaring issue: Leo doesn't even have a drop of aura, making the whole thing practically a suicide mission. But Leo just flashes a cocky grin. True, I've got zero actual combat experience. But in his head, he's flashing back to a past life filled with pure carnage, where he was a literal god on the battlefield. Technically, zero experience in this current body isn't a lie. Zeiss pushes for his final answer on the deal. Leo tilts his head. And what about my parents? Zeiss promises to handle their departure smoothly. Without missing a beat, Leo locks in. Bet. I'm in. A proud smirk creeps across Zeiss's face. He totally catches on that this brilliant kid was already planning to crash the exam this year anyway. Swag fully activated, Leo turns his back on Celia. All right, nap time for you. Fast forward exactly 1 week. The massive university entrance exams kick off, and the crowd absolutely loses their minds when Celia rolls up. Main character energy? Activated. All eyes are glued to her. She playfully nudges Leo, asking if the young master is starting to sweat yet. He deadpans that he's chilling, but immediately roasts her for using that weird, fake polite voice. She panics and starts stuttering, saved only by the sudden blast of a massive horn calling them in. Plot twist, Julian's the one actually shook, doing a total double take when he realizes Leo is standing right next to him. He immediately starts running his mouth, demanding to know how an auraless zero like Leo even got in here, dragging Celia into his rant. Their reaction? A flawless, synchronized ignore. Not taking the hint, Julian puffs up his chest. He reintroduces himself as Julian Trotton, flexing his self-proclaimed title as the Academy's ultimate magic prodigy. Celia doesn't even blink. Literally have no idea who you are, she deadpans, snatching Leo's hand and walking off, leaving Julian talking to the air. The escape is cut short when another voice calls out Celia's name. This time, her cool facade cracks a little. Enter the Llewellyn twins, Abad and Chelsea. Abad hits them with a classic long time no see, prompting a completely clueless Leo to whisper ask Celia who these NPCs are. She fills him in. They are the Llewellyn siblings, literal royalty descended straight from the legendary heroes of the Order Empire. But you can cut the tension with a knife. Celia's eyes narrow, swearing that if they end up crossing paths, losing is absolutely not an option. The Serdinger clan bowing to the Llewellyns? Never gonna happen. Leo just casually chimes in, reminding everyone he's literally just a plob. The twins just stand there, looking insanely majestic and intimidating. Celia finally bites back, agreeing that yeah, it has been a minute. Abad's gaze shifts. He side-eyes Leo, asking who the random dude is. Celia introduces him straight up, Leo of House Plob, a noble house from the Dylan Kingdom. Abad immediately scoffs, writing him off as absolute bottom-tier trash. Leo's brows twitch at the disrespect, but Abad is already turning back to his sister, boldly claiming that first place is already in the bag. Celia grinds her teeth, muttering about their massive egos, and silently vowing to absolutely wreck their whole careers. Suddenly, the main event energy shifts. The guy running this whole circus steps up to the plate, announcing a full house. Enter Albie Euron, a top-tier professor from Lumina Academy. Celia, being the walking encyclopedia she is, instantly fangirls over his presence. Leo, living under his usual rock, just stares blankly and asks who the old guy is. Celia looks at him like he grew a second head. Are you for real right now? She whispers, revealing Albie is a legit, certified hero, straight out of the hero record. Leo's internal monologue clicks, so that is what they call big shots in this era. He squints, zeroing in on Albie, and immediately catches this twisted, glitchy mana leaking from the dude's left eye. Albie starts breaking down the exam rules. We are talking classic one-on-one duels mixed with some heavy-duty monster hunting. It is supposed to be a turn-based system, but Albie yawns, calls the whole setup painfully mid, and literally torches the official roster right in front of them. He sweeps his piercing gaze across the stunned crowd, grabs his massive tome, and slams open the hero record. Boom! Albie's world activates, unlocking the prologue chapter, The Savage Forest. A massive wave of heavy magical energy instantly swallows the entire arena. A blinding magic circle drops, rewriting reality itself into Albie's personal domain. While the other students start low-key panicking, Albie drops the mic. He despises wasting time. His solution? Mashing every single exam phase into one massive battle royale. Leo just watches the chaos unfold, analyzing everything. Flashbacks hit. His old master always warned him the hero record is not just some dusty textbook. It is a vessel holding raw, unfiltered cosmic power. It literally projects the user's soul space into reality, dragging everyone into the physical memories of past legends. On top of that, surviving this dimension lets you hijack a piece of that ancient power. Leo smirks inwardly. This isn't a test. It is a hardcore leveling up grind. A blinding flash forces him to shield his eyes. When the light fades, the academy is gone. Every single student has been teleported deep into the savage forest. Albie's voice echoes from the sky like a raid boss. The mission objective? Do not die. Team up. Backstab your friends. Go totally rogue. Just survive by any means necessary. He throws them a bone. If the heat gets too crazy, just crush the crystal orb in your hand to instantly rage quit and spawn back safely. And just like that, the survival games begin. Leo takes one look at the towering, twisted trees and gets massive déjà vu. It has not changed one bit. This haunted wasteland used to be the lush home of the elves, way back before the witch queen Silatina completely nuked it with her toxic magic. The pressure instantly breaks a random student, who screams and shatters his orb right off the bat. The other kids just laugh, calling the whole forest a fake holographic trick. Bro is literally shaking over an illusion, they mock. But Leo's eyes turn ice cold. These kids are insanely clueless. This isn't CGI. It is a tangible projection of Albie's trauma. The physics here are 100% real. If a monster rips you apart in this memoryscape, your real body is catching a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Swish! A razor-sharp wind spear violently slices through the air, missing Leo's head by mere inches. The attacker stepping from the shadows isn't a monster though. Okay, definitely an enemy, but human. It is Chelsea Llewellyn, smirking like a supervillain. She casually drops that, wiping a Serdinger off the map sounds like a fun warm-up. Leo deadpans. For the last time, I am a plob. Chelsea does not care guilt by association for standing too close to Celia. With a flick of her wrist, she summons a massive, swirling wind scythe. Leo analyzes the spell. It is some flashy modern tech that did not exist back in his day, but the core mechanics? Child's play. He slowly draws his blade, while Chelsea's smirk widens. She taunts him, wondering how he is staying so chill under pressure. Then, she revs up her scythe like a chainsaw and launches a hyperspeed wind slash straight at his neck. But Leo casually swats it away like a pesky fly. Chelsea freezes, her confidence dropping. He parried that without even popping an aura? She panics internally. Is he masking his power level that well? Leo just lets out a heavy sigh, criticizing her attack for being painfully predictable. He offers a truce, pointing out the obvious meta. Teaming up guarantees max survival points. Plus, as a squishy mage, shouldn't she be playing it safe to clear the first stage? Chelsea bursts out, laughing at the advice. She grips her weapon, eyes glowing with adrenaline, and reveals the brutal truth. She isn't just a mage, she is a frontline battle mage. She's absolutely fuming, demanding to know if he seriously thought her attack was basic. Leo just shrugs. I mean, for wind magic? It was way too predictable. Honestly, considering the raw power you're sitting on, yeah, it was completely underwhelming. Chelsea practically explodes. The absolute nerve. You're trying to lecture me on magic? A direct bloodline descendant of the prestigious Llewellyn family? She tightly grips her staff, vowing to crush him with that exact basic power. She instantly spams a barrage of wild wind spells, but before she even blinks, Leo is entirely gone. Like a ghost, she can't trace a single drop of his mana, and then boom, he materializes right in her blind spot, launching a devastating strike. A split second after her panicked scream, her staff and scythe are sent spinning helplessly into the sky. She collapses to her knees, totally defeated. Leo casually drops his offer again. So, how about we team up now? Meanwhile, the spectators are glued to the screens outside. When the live feed finally switches over, it reveals Chelsea. tied straight to a wooden post, while Leo casually sparks a campfire with a smug little smirk on his face. Fast forward to pitch black night, and that tiny fire is now a massive, roaring blaze. The intense heat shocks Chelsea awake, and panic immediately sets in as she realizes she's literally roasting. Leo tosses out the question one more time. Is she going to play nice and cooperate, or what? She spits back that she would rather die, flexing that she doesn't need anyone except her brother. She desperately tries to chant another wind spell, but it completely fizzles out. Leo calmly explains he slapped a heavy magic restriction seal on her, though he admits it won't hold forever against her massive mana reserves. Chelsea glares at him, boasting she can easily break out, without even relying on magic. But Leo shuts that down instantly, asking if she seriously thinks he'd just sit back and let her focus long enough to pull that off. He suddenly loosens her ropes, causing her to slip down the pole, terrifyingly close to the flames. The hem of her dress actually starts catching fire. Freaking out, she finally screams that she will cooperate. But Leo isn't taking chances. He demands she swear on her mother's name, on her entire bloodline. Defeated, she swears on the Llewellyn crest, fully committing to the alliance. The second he unties the knots, she completely collapses. But Leo catches her smoothly, pulling her into his lap. A pleasure to meet you, he introduces himself, giving her the respect of a true Llewellyn mage. Back at Lumini headquarters, the staff is closely monitoring the exam. The head professor sighs, noticing the rookies are all falling for the exact same trap, choosing to blindly brawl it out in pointless player versus player combat. To him, they look like an absolute bunch of clowns. Only two prodigies actually understood the assignment from the start, Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn. But then, he spots a totally unexpected duo popping up on the radar. Watching them ruthlessly slice down a beast on screen, the professor squints. Wait, is that kid Leo Plov? On paper, Leo's stats look totally average, but managing to leash a fiery Llewellyn into a team-up, that proves he's hiding some serious brainpower. Sure, he completely lacks the raw, destructive grace of Celia or Abad, but Professor Albic can't help but be incredibly intrigued by this underdog. Cut back to the action, a monster gets instantly deleted by Chelsea's razor-sharp wind arrow, while Leo cleanly slices another beast's throat. Chelsea realizes something. Honestly, having a tanky knight holding the front line is actually a massive cheat code. She casually asks what kind of aura he's packing, since she hasn't felt a single pulse of energy from his blade this whole time. Leo flat out admits he doesn't know how to use aura at all. Chelsea's jaw practically drops at the revelation, but Leo brushes it off, stating that solid fundamentals completely outclass flashy auras anyway. Then, he hits her with a reality check, asking if she even understands the absolute basics of her own wind magic. She had just cast a detection pulse to spot an enemy, and immediately followed up with a blast to wipe out the target in front of her, which just so happened to be a miserable goblin that got entirely vaporized on the spot. Chelsea snaps back, calling him insanely arrogant for trying to mansplain wind magic to a Llewellyn prodigy. Leo holds his hands up. He's not denying her raw power. She's definitely a beast, that's a given. But he bluntly tells her her technique is complete garbage. Naturally, this completely sets her off. Before she can explode, Leo's instincts kick in. He signals her to freeze. Pushing forward through the brush, they stumble onto a horrifying scene. Scattered bodies littering the dirt. Chelsea gags, pointing out they look completely dried out, like mummies. Leo's eyes darken. He's seen this exact nightmare before. He realizes the gruesome history of this exam is repeating itself right now. Out of nowhere, a lethal strike zeroes in on them, but Leo tackles Chelsea out of the danger zone just in time. Two shady players step out of the shadows, clicking their tongues, muttering that they need to take out the knight first. Leading the ambush is some arrogant nobody named Julevan. He charges in blindly, flanked by a massive guy swinging a heavy battle axe, but Leo's survival instincts are maxed out. He completely folds the axe wielder before the guy even swings. Suddenly, the bushes rustle. It's not just a duo. An entire squad has them surrounded. Unbothered, Leo just barks at Chelsea to guard his blind spots. Watching his calm confidence, she's actually low-key amazed by him. The mob rushes in for the kill, but Leo flips the switch. Cut to a few minutes later, and the only guy left standing is Julevan, sprinting for his life. Panicking, he realizes he can't survive solo, and that his run is ending right here, unless he finds some heavy hitters to back him up. As he frantically dashes through the forest, he breezes past Celia. Tracking his panicked footsteps, Celia decides to investigate the commotion. When she and Abad finally reach the clearing, they step straight into a total massacre zone. Chelsea immediately spots her brother, and Abad visibly lets out a massive sigh of relief seeing her safe. Celia crosses her arms, raising an eyebrow at the completely bizarre sight of Leo and Chelsea working together. Leo shrugged it off, claiming he merely pitched a team-up. Celia scoffed no way that stubborn girl was going to play nice, but Leo just smirked, knowing he had his own special way of doing the persuading. Right after, Leo actually started pulling the beaten fighters back to their feet. Chelsea shot him a confused glare. Why the hell was he playing nurse for the enemy? He just brushed off the hostility. The pointless brawling was over. They were going to shatter this pocket dimension together. Jaws dropped across the board. Shatter the world? Total insanity. But Leo pointed out a massive glitch in this forest, gesturing toward the unconscious bodies scattered around them. They looked completely drained, like a parasite had sucked the life force right out of them. Plus, the spawn rate here was practically zero. Where were all the monsters? Celia caught on instantly. The local mobs weren't missing, they were hiding. Terrified, Leo connected the dots. An absolute apex predator was prowling this zone, a boss-tier beast that had chased everything else away. Abad's eyes widened as the realization hit him. Albie's legendary first achievement? It wasn't just surviving, it was slaughtering whatever nightmare ruled this woodland. Suddenly, a suffocating aura slammed into Leo like a freight train, radiating pure, crushing pressure across the entire forest. The whole squad froze, shivering. The waiting game was over. The boss had arrived. Cut to Julian. Flying completely solo, he was trekking through the pitch-black woods with only his magic to light the way. He was muttering to himself, absolutely hyper-fixated on tearing Leo apart, no matter how long it took. But mid-rant, his foot nearly clipped a dead body blocking the trail. He panicked, stumbling backward into the dirt. Then, a thick, gross glob of slime dripped right onto his skin. He looked up. A colossal, nightmarish spider was dangling right over him, drooling at the sight of its next meal. Meanwhile, back at Lumen Academy, the higher-ups were glued to the monitors. An older, retired staff member leaned in, tallying up a measly 15 or 16 surviving kids. Another instructor chimed in, noting the massive dropout rate. Albie just stared blankly. Out of 500 hopefuls, every single chump on screen was already dead weight in his eyes. A colleague quickly pulled him aside, sweating out the logistics. They desperately needed at least 100 passing grades. Otherwise, their region's stats would look like total garbage compared to the rest of the country. And right now, only 50 candidates were even still breathing in that arena. Albie didn't care about quotas. If these kids couldn't meet his brutal standards, he was going to flunk them all without a second thought. Principal Callion placed him in charge for a reason. Albie firmly believed that raw, absolute despair was the only crucible that forged actual heroes. His piercing gaze locked onto Leopold. The kid had successfully sniffed out the forest's dark secret, but Albie was skeptical. Could this boy actually conquer a hellscape completely designed by Albie himself? Back in the simulation, Leo's squad was sprinting through the shadows. The recruits were totally sketched out by the pitch-black surroundings. Celia suddenly darted to the front of the pack, throwing up a warning hand. Something was blocking their path. She flared up her blazing aura, lighting up the clearing. The visual was pure nightmare fuel. Julian, literally inches away from becoming spider food. Celia froze, absolutely gagged by the monstrous sight. Abad instantly charged up an attack, but Leo grabbed his arm, screaming at Julian to crush his emergency crystal immediately, or he was dead meat. There was no fighting this, he had to tap out. Driven by pure terror, Julian smashed the gem, teleporting out right before those fangs clamped shut. With the hostage gone, Abad finally unleashed hell, landing a massive critical hit directly on the beast. But the hype died fast. The spider's shredded flesh began knitting back together in seconds. The squad started panicking, but Leo, ice cold. He totally called it. This wasn't some random mob. This was the Spider Princess herself, the tarantula. Without warning, the axe-wielding brawler rushed the boss blindly. He got swatted away like a literal fly, crashing into the trees. Celia stepped up, declaring she was going to one-shot this oversized bug. Channeling her prominence ability, she blasted a blistering, supersonic fireball straight into the freakish monster's face. Direct hit. But as the smoke cleared, the spider healed instantly, looking completely untouched. Celia's jaw practically hit the floor. Abad brushed off the dirt, pointing out that a knight's physical damage was a joke compared to a mage's raw, destructive magic. He then unleashed his ultimate wind spell. A violent, shrieking tornado swallowed the arena, acting like a giant blender, ruthlessly ripping off the spider's legs and shredding its exoskeleton to pieces. But as the gales faded, Abad's smugness turned into pure shock. The monstrosity was back to 100% health, and this time, it was pissed. The tarantula lunged straight for Abad's throat. Chelsea frantically cast a shielding spell, desperately trying to save him. The barrier took the brunt of the impact, leaving Abad with just a nasty gash on his arm instead of a missing head. A ridiculously close call. Back in the observation room, the staff was losing their minds. What the hell did Albie put in this test? That healing factor wasn't just overpowered, it was completely broken. It defied logic, and the tarantula was locking onto the squad again. Amidst the chaos, Leo casually dropped the lore. This was the spawn of Silituna, the supreme ruler of Tartarus. This specific demon had strayed from the hero-hunting army right into this elven territory. The group was stunned. Tartarus? Really? Leo's mind raced back to the weird energy he sensed in Albie's left eye earlier. It all clicked. That residual aura absolutely belonged to the mighty fairy queen. This spider had crash-landed in this sanctuary like an apocalyptic plague, utterly wiping out the forest and massacring the resident elves. The desperate survivors literally prayed to the fairy queen, begging her to nuke the monster. From what Leo's inner database recalled, Luna was the one who canonically scored the kill, but there was a massive plot twist. The queen's magical essence that got swallowed by the beast was actually keeping it alive. More specifically, an insanely overpowered relic digesting in its gut the ring of life. Abad gripped his weapon tight. If turning this 8-legged freak into paste was the only way to clear the exam, he was going to be the one to do it. Celia wasn't about to solo this raid. In a flash, the duo blitzed forward, unleashing a crazy combo attack right on the giant spider. They were absolutely pummeling this beast from every single angle. But Leo called it out. This thing was just going to keep popping out new limbs until their mana hit rock bottom. It was a total stalemate. True to his word, the arachnid completely healed itself back to full health. Celia immediately demanded a game plan. Leo's strategy? 2 heavy hitters needed to hold down the absolute front line together. But Abad instantly shot that down, desperate to keep that MVP title for himself. Celia wasn't backing down either, claiming the frontline spot was hers. Leo cut right through the bickering with a harsh reality check. If they couldn't clear this Albie World dungeon, every single one of them was going to fail the exam. Panic started rippling through the squad. Abad pushed back, arguing that even a massive team combo wouldn't one-shot the boss because that insane healing factor was just too busted. The crushing reality sank in, and suddenly, all eyes darted straight to Leo. Our boy confidently claimed he could pull it off. Celia flat out called it a death wish since his aura control was practically non-existent right now, which Leo completely owned up to. But he promised he could buy them exactly 5 minutes of pure stalling. Abad, still sweating, asked the million-dollar question. What if the big strike whiffed? Leo just flashed this cocky little smirk. Snatching the other guy's axe, he casually dropped that failing simply wasn't on the menu. After all, fire and wind elements are literally the ultimate wombo combo. Catching his drift, Celia and Abad locked eyes, finally getting on the same page. Meanwhile, the giant tarantula wasn't waiting around, lunging straight for Leo's throat. The rush of adrenaline instantly gave our main character massive flashbacks to his past life. Slipping right back into his old rhythm, he clashed head-on with the monster, viciously hacking off its hairy legs one by one to drain the clock. The whole squad was absolutely speechless at his raw mechanics. Mid-swing, Leo casually thought to himself how it had been ages since he threw down with a beast straight out of Tartarus. We then get a quick flashback. A terrified little elf girl is sprinting through a dark forest, running for her life from this exact same species, only to get completely tangled up in its sticky web. Right as the monster moved in for the kill, she closed her eyes, accepting her fate. But out of nowhere, a blinding light ripped through the darkness, a legendary heroine dropping in to save the day. This badass warrior was absolutely furious, screaming at the monster for defiling her homeland, and holding a massive grudge because it literally chewed off the queen's right hand. Without hesitating, she went totally all out, unleashing a devastating barrage on the overgrown bug. She channeled insane life element magic, nuking the entire area into a massive crater. Even she was kind of shocked that Erebus's dark energy was leaking this heavily into the mortal realm. Suddenly, Kyle popped up to check on the shivering kid. Snapping back to the present, Kyle, who is literally Leo in his new body, realized his stamina gauge was flashing red. Pushing any further without his aura was impossible. Out of nowhere, he shouted over to Chelsea, begging her to use her wind spells to basically launch every single floating weapon straight at him. He barely sidestepped a lethal stab from the boss. Someone from the peanut gallery yelled out that he was totally going to get himself killed playing like this. Unfazed, Leo swore he'd catch every single blade and told them to chill. When they frantically asked which specific weapon to toss, he just yelled back, "Literally anything." Chelsea fired up her wind magic, and just from the whistling sound cutting through the air, Leo instantly knew she tossed a broadsword and a curved scimitar. Smooth as butter, our guy snatched both handles out of midair like they were made of pure air, whispering that it was finally showtime. He immediately started spinning into a crazy dual-wielding frenzy. Once those dulled out, he demanded restocks. Chelsea went full auto, launching an entire arsenal at him. Leo kept cycling through the gear, discarding them one by one, just trying to figure out which damage type actually hurt this boss. Watching him move, Chelsea was mind-blown. They were technically the exact same age, but he fought like a literal martial god. Abad had to swallow his pride, admitting Leo was definitely not some low-level scrub. Just then, a rogue spider leg slashed right across Leo's cheek, but he didn't even flinch. He gritted his teeth, thinking that if he let some low-tier pest pack him up in this second life, his old party members would absolutely roast him in the afterlife. He shattered yet another blade against the monster's armor and screamed for a reload, but Chelsea panicked, shouting that his inventory was completely empty. Leo was like, "Bro, a little warning next time?" But before he could stress, Celia jumped in. She proudly announced her ultimate attack was finally fully charged. Unleashing a massive wave of pure inferno, she roasted that oversized spider point blank. The beast screeched in pure agony as it went up in flames. Once the smoke finally cleared, the coveted Ring of Life dropped straight out of its loot pool. The raid boss was officially dead, and the Albi World's Wild Forest tutorial stage was completely cleared. Celia collapsed to the ground, panting heavy and celebrating the win. Looking over at the main character, she couldn't help but realize that Leo, actually hard-carried by kiting that monster for exactly 5 minutes straight. The guy was built different. But right, as she opened her mouth to give him his props, Chelsea completely hijacked the moment, hyping him up and screaming, "Awesome job, man." She was totally fangirling, comparing his moves to a legendary manga protagonist. Riding that high, she instantly asked him to be her master so she could level up her own close-quarters combat. Celia just watched this unfold and muttered, with a heavy sigh, praying the poor girl would even survive day 1 of Leo's Spartan boot camp. The sheer trauma in her voice made it sound like an absolute horror movie. Unbothered by the chatter, Leo just scooped up the Ring of Life drop, crossing his fingers that the item durability wasn't totally shot. Suddenly, a glowing fairy bursts from the ring, Prince Silith himself. Leo leans in, asking if the royal recognizes him. "It's me, Kyle." He drops the bombshell, but Silith just flashes a mysterious smirk and vanishes back into the Ring of Life. Watching him fade, Leo pieces it together. The prince actually pulled it off. He became the Fairy King. All thanks to that insane loot, Albi snagged the ring that finally unlocked his mana eye. Boom. Quest complete. The hidden clear condition officially triggers, and within 5 seconds, they're teleporting out of the zone. But right before the screen fades to black, a shadowy silhouette manifests. Leo instantly recognizes the face. His breath catches, but before a single word escapes his lips, snap back to reality. The illusion shatters. Cut to an entirely different scene. An older guy with serious authority vibes announces the Western trials are officially wrapped. Enter Kalian Badian, the headmaster of the prestigious Luminia Academy. His secretary totally blanks out. She demands to know how he's calling it this early when massive chunks of the map are still uncleared. "Give it to me straight. How many of Albi's recruits survived?" she asks. The headmaster chuckles, pointing out that since Albi was running the gauntlet, 40 absolute units actually cleared it, a massive flex. The secretary scoffs, claiming 40 sounds incredibly low, but Kalian smirks. He was honestly betting on just 10 survivors. She immediately assumes the top seeds, Abad and Celia, crushed everyone else, right? The headmaster admits picking a favorite is tough, but drops a major spoiler. Someone scored a personal recommendation. Her jaw literally drops. The infamous Albi, vouching for someone? The headmaster nods, revealing it's a total wild card, a nobody they've literally never heard of. She frantically scrambles to check the files for a name. Flashback to the actual exam. While the entire crowd was hardcore simping for Celia and Abad like crazy fanboys, Albi's eyes were locked dead on Leo. He didn't just casually make the call. After calculating every move, he threw his entire weight behind Leo Plav as the ultimate rookie representative. Kalian rubs his chin. For a harsh critic like Albi to hype up a kid this much, this Leo guy must be an absolute monster. Attached to the file is a secret memo from Albi. "Watch this kid. He's got the raw sauce to become a legendary hero." Fast forward a bit. We catch up with our boy Leo completely vibing in a steamy jacuzzi. He lets out a massive sigh, groaning that his battered muscles desperately needed this VIP treatment. Pure bliss. He's soaking up the heat, melting into the tub, until he ducks underwater, his brain going into overdrive. The image of that shadowy figure from the exam's final moments burns in his mind. A system prompt flashes. Reward unlocked. The absolute, ironclad promise of the Fairy King. Considering he was a straight-up legend in his past life, he honestly deserved way better loot. But hey, he'll gladly pocket this epic consolation prize. Suddenly, footsteps. He jolts up, wondering who's crashing his spa time. The door swings open, and it's his mom. She marches right in, dropping a heavy question. Does he know the real reason she was kicked to the curb by the elite Zerdinger family? Leo is totally blindsided. Reyna sits him down, revealing the brutal truth. During a desperate rescue mission to save a squadmate, she sacrificed her legendary Zerdinger flames. But the crazy part? She wouldn't change a single thing. 0 regrets. Now, she's passing the torch. She wants Leo to wield that insane power, hugging him tight as she hypes up his acceptance into Lumenia Academy. Cut to a sweeping shot of a mind-blowing metropolis. Think cyberpunk meets hardcore fantasy, magic weaving seamlessly through futuristic tech. Our boy Leo has officially touched down in Lumania City. An automated PA system blasts overhead, reminding passengers to grab their gear. Before stepping off the warp pad, he stares out at the jaw-dropping skyline, realizing he's finally standing at the absolute center of the world, the big leagues. Looming in the distance is the massive academy. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, "Been a whole month, huh?" It's Gis, strolling up with a huge grin to celebrate the freshman. Leo raises an eyebrow, asking if he seriously traveled all this way just to play greeter. Gis gets serious. He drops the tea. The Zerdinger clan has been tearing each other apart in massive arguments for 30 straight days. He asks if Leo has any clue what triggered the chaos. Leo smirks, taking a wild guess. Is it the massive debate over the legendary phoenix breathing technique? Bingo. Gis nods. Even though Leo's mom, Reina, got exiled, royal blood still runs through his veins. He's a legitimate heir, not to mention the Boomer Council. Totally lost their minds watching his god-tier performance during the entrance exams. Without warning, Gis tosses him a sleek, glowing subspace key, giving him the green light to crack it open. Leo channels his aura, twisting the key in mid-air until a digital lock materializes like a floating hologram. The portal snaps open, spitting out an ancient, heavy grimoire. This wasn't just any textbook. This was the ultimate cheat code for his training. To bind it, he just needs to drip some blood onto the empty cover. He bites down on his thumb and lets a single drop fall. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of raw mana erupts from the pages. Gis smirks, telling him the grimoire is now biometrically locked to him alone. He warns the kid, mastering the killer arts of the Zerdinger clan is going to be absolute hell, but he totally believes in his potential. With a solid pat on the back, he welcomes the youngest powerhouse into the family. Cut to the neon-lit streets. Leo is weaving through a massive sea of students on the main promenade, checking his mental map. He glances around, wondering if this specific spot is the exact drop zone to rendezvous with Celia. Suddenly, smack, he totally bulldozes into someone, sending textbooks flying across the concrete. Cue the classic romance anime trope. He looks down at the chaotic mess. It's a girl. This quiet girl with glasses scrambled to snatch up her dropped books, stuttering out a super awkward apology for completely not watching her step. As Leo strolled past the mess, something shiny on the ground caught his eye. Turned out to be a dropped student ID. Chloe Muller, a total freshman just starting out at Lumenia Academy. Meeting up at the shop later, Celia immediately grilled him on what took so incredibly long. They had uniforms, textbooks, and a mountain of school supplies to grab. Seriously, where had he been hiding? He just shrugged it off, casually dropping that he had a quick sit-down with Uncle Luis. Instantly, Celia's eyes lit up, dying to know if they finally locked in a solid deal. Instead of talking, Leo let his magic do the heavy lifting. Blazing fire energy erupted around him, forming a seriously intimidating aura. That insane flex was all the answer she needed. Celia's jaw practically hit the floor, her hands going slack as every single shopping bag crashed to the pavement in pure shock. She gasped out that mastering just the absolute basics of that specific move took her straight up weeks. Was this guy actually some kind of hidden monster? Fast forward to the bustling Luminia port, where an absolutely massive cruise ship was dropping anchor. The entire crowd was left totally speechless at the sheer, ridiculous scale of the vessel. Suddenly, a random dude ghosted up right behind the rookies, delivering a massive jump scare. Smirking at their reactions, he introduced himself as Professor Allen, casually mentioning he'd be running the rookie night classes, and told them all to board the colossal ship heading to Luminia. This guy wasn't just anybody. He was Alan Ain, the legendary Glacier Knight, not to mention a top-tier instructor at the academy. Soon enough, the massive ship was slicing through the open ocean, while the hyped newbies feasted at an insane onboard luxury banquet. Meanwhile, Leo and Celia were just chilling off to the side, completely ignoring the massive party. That is, until some smooth talker slid up, asking if the cute couple had a second to chat. Hearing the word couple basically made Celia short-circuit on the spot. Ignoring her panic, the guy smoothly introduced himself as Carl Thomas, a roaming alchemist straight out of the Moira Kingdom. Hustling his merch, he claimed he dealt in literally everything from elite potions to heavy weaponry, before sliding them a sleek business card. Figuring this merchant kid had a pretty cool vibe, Leo decided to play along. He gave a chill nod, dropping his own intro Leo plot, repping the Dylan Kingdom. Thomas looked genuinely hyped, noting that the Western Territory bred some serious, top-tier talent. But deep down, Leo's internal alarm bells were already starting to ring. Was he seriously the only one picking up on how insanely suspicious this whole luxury cruise setup felt? Sure, the ocean vibes were immaculate right now, but the atmosphere felt way too heavy. The head proctor had hyped this whole trip up as some lavish, warm reward for surviving the brutal entrance exams. So, shouldn't a relaxing VIP party be the standard protocol? Still doubting the situation, Leo cast a sideways glance at the professor chilling in the corner, flipped the merchant's card in his hand, and decided to just let his guard down for a minute. Big mistake. Out of nowhere, the entire cruise ship violently lurched, throwing everyone off balance. Smirking, Leo casually muttered that the hidden trap took way too long to trigger. A colossal, slimy tentacle exploded out of the dark water, slamming right into the hull, ripping heavy chunks of wood to shreds, and blowing massive holes in the deck. The panicked ship crew started screaming for backup, but the professor, he just stood there, straight up announcing that future Luminia heroes needed to solo this disaster completely on their own if they wanted to prove their worth. Rising from the stormy depths was an absolute nightmare of a monster, a literal giant kraken. Flipping the switch to combat mode, Leo instantly unsheathed his blade, barking at Celia to watch her six and stay sharp, but she was already slicing through a massive, fleshy appendage, snapping back that he better focus on keeping his own head attached. Triggered by getting its limbs chopped to pieces, the furious sea beast hawked up a high-pressure water blast straight at Celia's face. Dodging the splash zone, Leo calmly dropped some monster trivia, pointing out that the oversized squid was just throwing a tantrum because they were actually threatening it. Things got totally chaotic when a wild tentacle violently snared a random student, dragging him toward the dark water. Moving completely in sync, Leo and Celia blitzed the monster, severing the limb clean off to rescue the terrified kid. Meanwhile, our resident merchant Carl Thomas was having a full-blown panic attack, huddled tight underneath a shattered dining table. He frantically muttered that Celia carrying the team made total sense. After all, she was basically the undisputed MVP of her entire home turf. But looking at the dark-haired swordsman, his brain stalled out. What was Leo's whole deal? Just what kind of overpowered freak was this random kid? Before he could process the crazy stats, a monstrous tentacle lunging right at his face got flash-frozen in midair. Thomas peeked out, realizing his savior was none other than the clumsy glasses girl Leo bumped into days ago, Chloe Muller. Dropping the shy act completely, she summoned a heavy-duty magic barrier, launching an aggressive counteroffensive, and blasting the Kraken with a rapid-fire barrage of deadly ice spells. Glaring over her shoulder, she fiercely demanded to know why Leo was holding back instead of shielding the weaker students on deck. Shivering on the splintered floorboards, Thomas quietly grumbled that all these elite powerhouse types were exactly the same, recklessly flexing their insane skills without caring who got caught in the crossfire. A split second later, another massive, rubbery arm was sliced to ribbons right in front of Thomas's eyes. This time, the flashy Llewellyn siblings had officially joined the server. Charging headfirst at the writhing sea demon, Abad yelled that their fierce little rivalry was far from over. Catching her breath, Celia smirked, fully admitting that the adrenaline rush of this massive brawl was absolutely insane, while Chelsea locked eyes with Leo from across the ruined deck, flashing him a super shy, knowing little smile. Cut back to the crazy professor, who was literally still casually sipping his glass of vintage wine. He dropped the wild lore that the Academy's personal lake was crawling with deadly monsters, exactly like this one. In his twisted, cinematic mind, a giant lethal squid was the absolute ultimate icebreaker for a freshman welcome bash. Every single chaotic moment was unfolding exactly like a perfectly scripted movie. The absolute top-tier prodigies from every corner of the map were currently stepping up to raid the boss. Xenia, repping the east, the fiercely talented Celia Serdinger, alongside Abad Llewellyn from the west, the frosty Chloe Muller holding down the north, Walden Tyson crushing it for the south, and Duran Moida standing tough for the central lands. Watching the explosive fireworks, the professor mentally graded this year's batch of rookies as exceptionally cracked. But as he knocked back another slow sip of his rich red wine, he had to admit that the one single player truly blowing his mind wasn't a famous regional prodigy, it was the absolute wild card. His sharp eyes locked onto Leo, whose battle senses were practically flawless, dodging and striking with zero wasted energy, almost like he had the Kraken's entire unpredictable attack pattern memorized. A dark, subtle smirk crept onto the teacher's face, as he promised himself he'd be testing that mysterious boy's limits real soon. And that was just the insane warm-up. Right before the surviving, exhausted freshman finally set foot on the legendary, hallowed grounds of Luminia Academy. The whole squad was absolutely wiped. Thomas just sighed, dropping the bombshell that he had chugged through his entire potion stash. Stepping off the boat, the professor hit them with a brutal reality check they would be crossing this nightmare of a lake every single time. His advice? Deal with it. Without missing a beat, he ordered everyone to march straight toward the massive entrance hall, to officially enter Luminia Academy. The cinematic campus tour kicked off right at the Electra Center. Up in the balconies, the upperclassmen were already scoping out the starry-eyed freshmen, smirking and whispering about how hyped they were to finally get some spicy new talent this year. Then, the real show began, the opening ceremony. The professor barked orders, telling the crowds to squad up by region, forcing the absolute top-tier exam elites right into the spotlight at the front. The headmaster was up next. Stepping up to the mic, he stared down at the sea of fresh faces, declaring that this new blood had finally arrived to chase their hero dreams, but he was not going to sugarcoat things. Want to be a legend? He challenged them to risk their lives, go absolutely all out, and shatter their own limits. Anyone who could not handle the heat, they were just wasting space. Then he dropped an absolute nuke of a statement, straight up telling the weak links to pack their bags and leave. But right after that ruthless flex, he mumbled out loud, wondering if he went a little too hard on them. Someone actually yelled at him from the staff, leaving the students completely weirded out, realizing this guy's reputation was only going to tank the longer they knew him. But enough about him, it was time for the main event. The freshman representative reveal. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Some kids looked terrified, others were practically fuming. The MVP? Leo Plav. As he walked up, Leo locked eyes with Albie the mastermind who pulled the strings to get him this spot. Albie just flashed this knowing, sly smirk. Clutching his signature book, Leo stepped up to the podium, completely owning the stage. The whispers went wild the second he grabbed the mic. Literally nobody knew who this random guy was or how he snagged the top spot. Even the faculty looked super salty about the choice, but Leo totally ignored them, locking onto the upperclassmen and professors instead. He projected his voice, officially declaring that this new generation was invading Lumenia Academy, ready to stand proud among their elite ranks. He kept the generic speech going, though we got the fast-forwarded version of the boring stuff. The MC thanked him, trying to wrap it up, but then hit him with the classic question. What was his ultimate goal here? As the leader of the rookies? Leo took a beat. He knew exactly what the academy was trying to do. They wanted him to spark some major drama. He reintroduced himself loud and clear. Freshman representative, Leo Plav. The seniors, leaning over the rails, started nodding, thinking he was actually a polite, chill dude. They figured this year's batch would not cause any headaches. Boom. Plot twist. Leo looked dead into the crowd and dared them. If anybody wanted his crown, come up and rip it from his hands. The vibe in the room instantly plummeted. You could practically hear the seniors groaning, "Bro, not this main character energy again?" Leo doubled down, hyping up the challenge to absolutely anyone in the room. Fast forward to golden hour. Over at the Lumenia dorms, the freshmen were getting their final briefings before crashing for the night. Starting tomorrow, they were diving straight into a massive one-week trial run of open classes. It was basically a free-for-all. You could literally walk into whatever class caught your vibe, no matter your major. By the end of the week, they would have to lock in their top 3 favorites. With the info dump finally over, everyone scattered to unpack their gear and claim their turf. Leo unlocked the door to room 302. Right next door in 303 was his boy Thomas, who was practically vibrating with hype for tomorrow. Thomas shouted a quick goodnight, and Leo just threw a wave before completely face-planting onto his mattress. Shoes on, street clothes on, he was beyond dead. Staring at the ceiling, a heavy question hit him. What was his endgame at Lumenia? A massive, ancient stone pillar flashed in his mind. More than anything, he craved that raw, unadulterated astral power. He was out here to forge his own legendary lore. Fading away as an NPC in the history books? Not an option. Cut to the next morning in the cafeteria. Thomas was already bouncing off the walls, grabbing a seat to grab some grub with Leo. Leo let him crash at his table, but the peace lasted 0 seconds. Bam! Some guy slammed his hands down, mockingly calling out the rookie rep. Leo did not even flinch. He knew the target was on his back now. It was Duran, breathing down his neck and demanding to know what that cocky little speech yesterday was all about. Leo just shrugged, casually admitting he must have triggered some massive egos, considering a literal nobody was trying to flex on him during breakfast. Looking like he just took a physical hit, Duran snapped back, demanding if Leo even realized he was talking to the almighty captain of the Central Region. But the ultimate disrespect? Leo and Thomas totally ghosted him, just chewing their food like he did not exist, leaving Duran standing there absolutely fuming. Pure energy started swirling around him, making Thomas sweat bullets. Yeah, they were officially completely cooked. Boom! Duran launched a savage roundhouse kick, sending the table and their entire lunch skyrocketing. But Leo, man moved like a glitch in the Matrix, snatching every single crumb mid-air without even breaking a sweat. He casually dropped the grub right back onto Thomas's plate, stacking those burgers like a Jenga master. Then, deadpan, Leo just tells the dude to watch his step next time, because wasting good food? Absolute trash behavior. Seething with rage, Duran swore he was going to wipe that smug look right off his face. Right before things got bloody, a heavy hand dropped onto his shoulder. Enter Professor Allen, pulling both of these hotheads into a suffocating bear hug. He threw on a fake smile, chuckling about how wild it was to catch the Central Region captain and the top-tier rookie hanging out. Duran froze, totally mind-blown over how this teacher just ninja-dropped into the scene. The prof just smirked, pointing out that if they were already throwing hands on day one at Luminia, they were definitely hyped for the absolute chaos heading their way. Fast forward to the Knights department. Professor Allen stood front and center with the fresh meat, while some random student muttered about why they were even dragged out here. I mean, lectures were supposed to kick off any second now. Meanwhile, Celia kept scanning the room, low-key stressing over where Leo had vanished to. Cue Leo and Duran stumbling into the room, gasping for air. Though, honestly, Leo barely looked out of breath compared to the other guy. Celia jogged over, totally clueless, demanding the tea on what just went down. Duran looked absolutely wrecked and humiliated, but Leo just brushed it off, hitting her with a chill, let's just drop it for now. Once the whole squad was locked in, the professor called the room to attention. He dropped his name, Alan, and claimed his spot as the head honcho for the newbie night division. All while Duran kept drilling holes into the back of Leo's head with zero chill, but our boy literally couldn't care less. Off to the side, Thomas was practically having a meltdown, wondering if these two had seriously just sparked a turf war on syllabus day. Getting down to business, the professor broke down the holy trinity of mana powers. First up, magical energy, followed by soul energy, and finally aura. He hyped aura up as the absolute final boss of skills to unlock, then threw a pop question at the crowd asking why. Celia clutched it with a quick answer, explaining how aura straight up nukes the natural flow of mana while transforming. The professor snapped his fingers, giving her a massive stamp of approval. Spot on. Meanwhile, both soul and magical energy get to keep their raw, unfiltered. The aura literally absorbs it. Then, the professor flexes his own aura and throws a question to the class, who can explain why we cycle energy inside our bodies like this. Celia drops a guess, asking if it's just to stop the energy from leaking out of the body. But Leo shuts it down with the real facts. He steps up, explaining that aura burns through mana like premium gas. The professor nods, giving him the green light. Then he hits them with a follow-up. What's the ultimate key when torching that fuel? Without missing a beat, Leo fires back that it's all about stamina. The teach is legit blown away. He sizes Leo up, asking if he's been secretly grinding the material before coming to class. Leo shrugs it off with a casual nope. Alan is internally losing his mind right now. It's actually insane for a kid his age to grasp the pure essence of aura like an absolute pro. Enough theory, time for some action. The professor tells the squad to get moving. He starts channeling his magic, and the whole room literally freezes in awe. Professor Allen defies gravity, casually hovering like he's taking a stroll on the freaking wind. He breaks it down. This is the iconic aura step. It sounds totally basic, just pooling your aura down into your legs, but he drops the real kicker. The ways you can weaponize this stuff? Literally infinite. As the period rolls on, the class goes wild trying to copy his god-tier moves. Leo, being the absolute unit he is, starts tweaking his aura in his own weird way. Celia slides over, offering to drop some knowledge on him, but only if he calls her big sis. Leo deadpans a whatever, totally unfazed. The vibe instantly shifts. Alan locks eyes with Duran, who's over in the corner charging up his mana like a walking red flag. Alan flashes a knowing smirk and claps to grab the room's attention. He casually brings up the spicy little drama that popped off earlier that morning. Chelsea is totally lost, completely clueless about the tea. Thomas leans in, volunteering to spill the whole backstory. Suddenly, the professor summons both Leo and Duran, front and center. He straight up asks Duran why he's so triggered right now. Duran, coping hard, insists he isn't mad at all. The teach just tells him to square up. He hypes the ultimate matchup, presenting Duran Mora, the Central Zone captain, facing off against Leo Plav, the rookie rep. And boom, he drops the bomb. They're throwing down in a head-to-head sprint to crown the ultimate class rep. The rules? 0 restrictions on aura, no holding back. Even Duran looks genuinely shook by how hardcore this is getting. Off to the side, Thomas is literally acting like a bookie, taking bets. You've got an absolute prodigy from the Moira bloodline, a guy carrying hero genetics who literally manipulates lightning aura, squaring up against our dark horse, the absolute menace who steamrolled every regional boss just to snatch the top spot, Leo freaking Pluv. The whole class is buzzing, throwing down cash and aggressively debating who's going to get absolutely clapped. The professor lays down the win condition. First one across the finish line takes the crown. End of story. You lose. You take the L with 0 crying. That's true knightly honor. Celia does the brutal math in her head and realizes Leo's odds are pure garbage. But then again, this dude literally breaks logic for a living. The race pops off. Duran explodes forward, wrapped in cracking blue lightning, while Leo just starts running normally. Duran flexes, swearing he's taking the W. And yeah, his lightning boost turns him into an absolute blur. The peanut gallery is already calling it Duran's dominating, exactly as predicted. Leo is cooking something up, pooling weird energy in his legs, but right now, he is eating absolute dust. The crowd is super confused by Leo's weak performance. But Chelsea? She's screaming her lungs out, hyping her boy up like crazy. Meanwhile, Duran is miles ahead, effortlessly hitting the halfway mark. Thomas is sweating bullets, stressing over his bet. Suddenly, Leo catches a glimpse of something in the stands. He hits the brakes, dead stop. Then, this madman pivots and bolts straight toward the massive wall. Celia is completely flabbergasted, convinced he's lost his mind. But wait, crimson fire ignites around his boots, and he just sprints vertically up the concrete like it's nothing. He lands up top right in the spectator zone, charging his aura until the sheer pressure literally shatters the ground beneath him. Boom! A massive shockwave blasts him forward like a human missile. He completely blitzes past Duran in a split second, dropping a savage see ya before tearing through the finish line effortlessly. Duran is so paralyzed by the flex that his legs literally give out. Leo just hits him with a cheeky little smirk. The whole stadium looks at the massive crater and the lingering smoke, their jaws literally on the floor. Everyone is glitching, trying to process what the heck just happened. This dude actually smoked Duran, the undisputed speed king of the freshmen, and Leo literally just unlocked the aura step 5 minutes ago. Celia connects the dots. That wasn't normal aura. That was the Phoenix energy. Chelsea and Thomas are totally losing their minds, screaming their heads off to celebrate their boy's insane victory. Professor Allen is quietly analyzing the tape in his head. He knows Duran's lightning kit is top tier, designed to give massive agility buffs. He never in a million years expected Leo to move like a literal glitch in the Matrix. But Leo? He was playing 4D chess. By packing his explosive fire aura straight into his boots, he invented a completely busted movement hack. Just infinite IQ application right there. Afterwards, Leo strolls up and offers a handshake, dropping a casual good game. He even throws him a bone, admitting that a longer track would have totally ended in an L for him. But Duran isn't having it. He just stalks off, absolutely devastated. Without even bothering to return the greeting, the professor's mind was completely blown. He knew right then and there, this generation had finally birthed a true monster. Chelsea practically sprinted over to Leo, completely starstruck, hyping up his insane performance. She was begging to grind and train with him even more. Meanwhile, Tomas was over there side-eyeing the whole thing, asking Celia why she was always practically glued to Leo. Celia rolled her eyes like, duh, it's obvious. Trying to shift the vibe, Tomas chimed in, offering to flex his wallet and treat the whole squad to some cafe runs. But Leo straight up shut it down. He dropped a quick apology and just dipped, leaving them in the dust. Tomas yelled out, asking where he was rushing off to, and Leo casually tossed back that he was heading to summoning class. Tomas was completely tripped up. Why on earth would a sword-swinging knight care about summoning magic? Celia was just as clueless about what was going on inside Leo's head. But as our boy kept walking, his mind was spinning, trying to piece together a massive puzzle. Why in the world did the Fairy Queen drop that specific loot for him? In this massive hero universe, the system was simple. Rewards always matched your actual build and power scaling. Yet, the drop he scored was heavily tied to summoning. For a guy like him, who had literally zero connection to that kind of magic, sitting in a basic, run-of-the-mill general magic class would have made way more sense. But to lock in a spirit contract, you absolutely had to cross over into the spirit realm. Suddenly, a shadow snuck up right behind his back, asking if he was also heading to the summoning lecture. Leo snapped his head back. It was the captain of the East faction. Xenia stepped up, dropping a super polite introduction. Leo kept it chill, saying the pleasure was all his. Xenia, knowing perfectly well that he was repping the Night Division, grilled him on why he was crashing a summoner's class. Leo brushed it off, claiming he just had a vibe for spiritualism. Xenia smirked, hinting that they would be seeing a whole lot more of each other. Curious, Leo asked what kind of spirit she had locked down. She flexed her water spirit right on the spot, then turned the tables and asked to see his. But Leo admitted his contract was still completely pending. Xenia immediately offered to carry him through the process if he ever needed a hand. Leo played it cool, saying he was good but would definitely keep her on speed dial. Out of nowhere, he asked for her age. When she dropped that she was 17, Leo was low-key shook. She legit looked way younger than Chelsea. Catching his vibe, Xenia hit him with a deadpan stare, asking if he was thinking something totally out of pocket. Leo immediately pleaded the fifth. Brushing past it, Xenia casually dropped that his massive showdown against Duran was absolutely top tier. Leo raised an eyebrow, asking if she was lurking in the crowd, and she confirmed she had prime seats for the whole bloodbath. It left her completely hyped. Then, without missing a beat, she demanded he accept her challenge too. Leo just hit her with a knowing smirk. Fast forward to the Summoner Division courtyard. The roster was stacked with some heavy hitters, including the absolute boss of the South, right alongside our boy and Senia. When Leo asked if this tiny squad was the entire class, Senia broke it down for him. Summoning was basically the least meta build you could pick right now. Leo chuckled, saying that checked out perfectly. The whole training session was set to pop off outside. Suddenly, a massive, terrifying shadow blocked out the sun. A colossal flying beast tore through the clouds. It looked straight up like a wyvern. And spoiler alert, it totally was. But the crazy part? Someone was casually riding that monster. The beast nosedived right toward the screaming, panic-stricken students. The badass professor riding it smirked, claiming the savage beast was just trying to show a little affection to the crowd. She officially introduced herself as Professor Marin, Yura, the one who would be running their summoning boot camp this year. The whole class instantly started simping over her. Looking at her, Leo had a massive flashback to his old buddy, who never missed a chance to drop insane pickup lines on top-tier girls. He knew for a fact his boy would have absolutely lost his mind over her. The professor roasted the class, calling them big-headed rookies, and pointed out that taking up space in her arena meant they had already tasted the chaos of summoning, right? Without wasting a single second, she ordered everyone to move out to the live fire practice zone. She barked an order at Carlos, a freshman assistant instructor, who was literally wrestling a wild griffin. Out of nowhere, a whole flock of majestic, deadly griffins swarmed the terrified students. Yura didn't even flinch, commanding everyone to buddy up into duos and hop on those winged beasts. Obviously, the entire squad was sweating bullets and having absolute panic attacks, since zero of them had ever ridden a feral sky predator. Yura just scoffed, calling their fear a pathetic excuse to skip out on the grind. She effortlessly vaulted back onto her wyvern, dropping the ultimate ultimatum. If you're not ready to risk it all, just pack your bags and drop out. The wyvern snapped its colossal wings and let out a bone-chilling roar, blasting a hurricane-level shockwave across the plains. Yura shot into the sky like a rocket, while Carlos started screaming at the rookies to chase after her. Swallowing their fear, the students slowly started scrambling onto their griffins. One random kid was already getting totally thrown around by his ride. Sitting shotgun, Senia glanced back and asked Leo if she could take control of the reins, and he just shrugged, telling her to knock herself out. Seconds later, they were soaring over the massive, sparkling lake of Lumina Academy. Down below, the crowd was absolutely losing their minds, seeing them flex so hard in the sky, living up to that legendary Lumina hype. Senia confessed she had been totally stressing at first, but honestly, the griffins were giving off surprisingly chill vibes. Leo shut that down quick, warning her not to get too comfortable, since these beasts were notoriously brutal to pilot on the very first run. And right on cue to prove him right, the crazy professor blasted an ear-splitting whistle. That sound flipped a switch. The griffins went absolute goblin mode, throwing a massive tantrum and instantly bucking off half the class into the air. Leo yelled over the chaos to Senia that these monsters were only playing nice because Yura had been suppressing them with her aura. Floating above the carnage, Yura screamed down at them, asking if they seriously had the guts to call themselves Lumenia students. She made it crystal clear, if they couldn't dominate a simple griffin, they were completely doomed. As the beast thrashed wildly, even the elite Senia was violently struggling to hold on, leaving it all up to Leo. He wrapped his arms tight around her waist to keep her anchored on the beast, sending her face into full tomato mode. Leo leaned in, whispering that griffins were insanely proud creatures, and trying to muscle them into submission would only end in disaster. Gently, he guided Celia's trembling hands, telling her they needed to take it slow. Just like that, the wild beast smoothed out its flight path, totally under their spell as they breezed right past their instructor, who was just chilling on her massive wyvern. Yura shot Carlos a look, asking if this kid was really supposed to be a knight. Carlos, looking like he was about to lose his mind, frantically flipped through a stack of paperwork, muttering that yeah, according to the files, he was. She pressed him for any crazy achievements, but Carlos came up totally empty. Yura just smirked. Raw, unfiltered talent. Looks like they had a diamond in the rough, hiding right under their noses. Fast forward to Summoning Island, the ultimate training ground for their class. The whole squad touched down, looking absolutely wiped. Well, everyone except Leo, who wasn't even breaking a sweat. While the rest of them were fighting for their lives, trying to catch their breath, he took a little stroll and spotted this massive, glowing fruit hanging from a tree. Suddenly, a mysterious feather drifted down, landing right on top of it. Without missing a beat, he snatched the fruit, tossing it straight to his griffin, who absolutely inhaled the thing. But playtime was over when Yura dropped a bomb on them. Surprise practical exam. The crowd went wild, and not in a good way. A hands-on test on literally day one, the class started protesting, whining about how they were still in the orientation phase. But the instructor shut that down real quick. She laid it out straight. Unlike your basic knights and mages, the summoner's path was a brutal grind that demanded zero hesitation. She paused, letting the silence hang. Why? Because a true summoner needed way more than just raw mana control. Locking in a contract with a spirit required a super rare spiritual vibe, and leading those beasts into battle meant having insane taming skills. That combo was exactly why top-tier summoners were practically unicorns compared to other classes. But here was the catch. Once a summoner hits their peak, their carry potential outscales literally everyone else. Yura smirked, challenging them. That god-tier power was exactly why they enrolled, right? Cutting through the tension, one girl stepped up, demanding to know what they were up against. Enter Elisa Jurgen, summoning royalty straight from the elite Jurgen bloodline. Yura grinned, gesturing around them. This was Summoning Island, literally crawling with wild beasts in every shadow. And since a summoner is nothing without their spirits, it was time to prove they weren't totally useless. The mission was dead simple. Track down a beast in this jungle, break it, and seal the deal with a contract. Boom. Done. Hyped up by the sheer epicness of the wild terrain, the rookies dropping the fact that everyone knew he absolutely wrecked Duran in combat. So what was a brawler doing in a magic class? The squad leaders were side-eyeing him hard, trying to figure out his deal. Leo barely even looked at her, tossing out a lazy promise to do his best before walking off, leaving Elisa fuming in his dust. Watching this whole high school drama unfold, Yura knew exactly what she was looking at. These four, they were going to be the absolute apex predators of this freshman class. The dynamic between them was straight up explosive. Deep in the woods, while the tryhards were sweating over finding a decent spirit, a bunch of them tripped out seeing Leo casually strolling around. As the #1 draft pick of the freshmen, his presence made zero sense. The haters started whispering, betting he'd completely bomb this exam and go crying back to the Meathead Knight Academy when reality hit him. But the second Leo was completely off the grid. He pulled out that strange glowing feather from earlier. Tapping into a hidden resonance, he ignited it, confirming his crazy theory. But before he could even process it, the atmosphere violently shifted. Cut away to a completely different scene, where folks were just kicking back, having a chill afternoon. Enter Raina Plav, Leo's mom. Willie noticed her stressing out, asking what was eating at her. Back on the island, Leo was literally getting cooked alive by an insane heatwave. The air was so heavy and scorching, it felt like standing in a literal oven. Miles away, Raina muttered that this was exactly her worst nightmare. Meanwhile, Leo realized this oppressive, suffocating heat wasn't natural at all. This was god-tier energy. He was staring down one of the big three legendary spirits, a freaking phoenix. Suddenly, the blinding flames literally started talking to him. The voice demanded to know if he carried the Serdinger blood, roasting him by adding, they expected someone looking way more badass. The entity purred, saying it could practically smell Raina on him. Leo's eyes went wide. Wait, this legendary beast knew his mom? The fire crackled in amusement, repeating, it's her boy. It's really her boy. The instincts were dead on. The blinding inferno finally parted, revealing the majestic, terrifying form of the phoenix. She dropped her name, Farina, absolute royalty among the spirit realm. Leo, trying to process this insane encounter, introduced himself as Leo Plav, immediately demanding to know the lore between her and his mother. Farina dropped a heavy truth bomb. Raina had stepped into the line of fire to save her master, Ellen Nunda. Leo was stunned. Wait, the legendary hero Ellen? Farina nodded, explaining that back in the day, Ellen was grinding through a nightmare-level dungeon. Her entire party got wiped out, and she was literally inches from death. That's when Raina crashed the party, pulling off a crazy clutch save. But the cost was brutal. It completely destroyed her legendary Serdinger flame aura. That was the hidden truth behind why his mom never made it to the top ranks. She traded away her entire future just to save a comrade. Hearing this, Leo just smiled softly. He told the blazing spirit that his mom always swore she'd never regret making that call. The beast smirked, admitting Raina was exactly that kind of knight. Leo shot back, demanding to know what a creature like her was even doing in Lumeria. Farina kept her lips sealed on that. Instead, she flipped the script. Why was he trespassing in her territory? Wasn't he supposed to be swinging swords? Leo brushed it off, dropping the bomb that he was crashing summoning classes too. That actually caught the mythical beast off guard. Her eyes narrowed, scanning his physical form like a barcode. She muttered something about his aura. The crazy fate swirling inside his soul was absolutely fascinating. Then, she dropped a bombshell. It was finally payback time for the huge debt she owed his mom. She ordered him to hold out his hand and take that living, breathing ember right then and there. The second he grabbed the flame, it morphed into a glowing egg. Farina confessed this was her actual kid, and her big hope was that once Leo leveled up into a top-tier summoner, he would lock in a legit contract with the little one. But Leo wasn't about waiting around. He asked to seal the deal right away. Farina's jaw practically dropped. She warned him it was way too early for a stunt like that, adding that he could literally fry to death. Ignoring the red flags, Leo just smirked and started pulling that blazing energy right into his core. Catching that unhinged confidence in his eyes, Farina got total Reina flashbacks. She just sighed and wished him luck on the ritual. Meanwhile, deep inside his own headspace, Leo was floating in pitch-black nothingness, locked onto that single tiny ember. The second he touched it, boom, pure inferno. The fire swallowed his entire body whole. The blistering heat of a literal phoenix roasted his skin. He realized instantly that this wasn't just magic. It was raw, god-tier power. And it hit him hard that anyone wielding this kind of juice had to endure the agony of burning alive every single day. But he also knew the ultimate hack. A phoenix always rises from its own ashes, literally immortal. Embracing the sheer torture, he synced his soul with hers, wrestling the raging flames into submission. Back in reality, the beast's egg began to crack. The soul bind was officially going down. The shell was literally bursting from the insane mana leaking out. Farina watched in awe, wondering if this crazy kid actually pulled it off. Leo flashed a confident grin. Nailed it. Farina beamed back, admitting the guy was an absolute prodigy. He was destined to be the most overpowered summoner in history. Giving him props for the contract, she introduced the newborn, Fiora, another legendary phoenix, acting as one of the top 3 ultimate summoning spirits. Then, Farina shifted into her gorgeous human form, entrusting her baby girl to his care. Leo just blinked. Looking down, he thought Fiora looked way less like a majestic firebird and way more like an overgrown baby chick. The tiny thing gave him the cutest stare, and he nodded. Yup, 100% a baby chicken. Fast forward, back at the training grounds with the instructor, the rest of the students were dragging themselves back, showing off whatever beasts they managed to tame. The teacher glanced at Carlos, asking for a time check, and he called out that they had exactly 5 minutes left on the clock. Looked like only 4 stragglers were still out in the wild. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over the clearing. A glowing-eyed bear crashed through the trees, looking absolutely lethal, but plot twist, it was completely chill, with Celia casually riding on its back. The instructor was shook, mind blown, that she actually tamed a water bear cub. Epic flex. Right after that, another dude swooped in on a flying beast. It was Alden, flexing a super rare dark crow. The teacher gave him major props for the cool catch, though he kept it real, admitting he hadn't locked in the contract yet, just tamed it for now. Next up was Elisa, sliding into the clearing with a gigantic white snake trailing behind her. The teacher instantly clocked it as a deadly gorgon serpent. Elisa just shrugged, saying she tamed it on the spot because it looked cute, and her family didn't own one yet. Talk about rich kid energy. Carlos then blew the whistle. Time was officially up, which was perfect timing, because the final student finally rolled up. It was Leo, sporting a literal baby chicken on his head. The whole class absolutely lost it, clowning him relentlessly for bringing back poultry. Typical swordhead in a magic class, right? Total trash. But the instructor sensed an aura that made her blood run cold. Her mind was screaming, did this absolute madman just catch a freaking phoenix? Cut to later, back at the faculty lounge. Leo took a breath and knocked on the office door. He was called in for a private meeting with Professor Yura. She was lounging in an outfit way skimpier than her usual uniform, gesturing for him to grab a seat. She immediately dropped the casual act to mention it was her first time seeing a baby phoenix in the flesh. Honestly, she didn't even know one existed on Summoning Island. And the fact that a fresh meat first year secured a contract like that, completely unheard of in Academy history. Leo, totally lost, asked what her game plan was here. She leaned in real close, whispering that she wanted to figure out what his true identity was. Leo started sweating bullets, panicking that they had busted him for being a reincarnated soul. But then, the professor lunged right at him, practically shoving her chest into his face, hyping him up as an absolute prodigy, a literal god at summoning. She confessed she was beyond thrilled when she realized he pulled a mythical bird. But for now, they had to keep this totally under wraps. If word got out about his pet, the whole school would erupt into absolute chaos. She also hit him with an ultimatum. The second the trial period wrapped up, he better pick summoning as his main major. She made sure he knew he had pure talent to become the absolute greatest summoner alive. Cut to the next morning at the training grounds, we catch Chloe dragging herself down the hallway, practically yawning her jaw off. Thomas immediately roasts her, warning her she's gonna snap her own jaw if she keeps gaping like that. Dude points out she looks like an absolute zombie. Chloe just claps back that she pulled an all-nighter grinding through magic tomes. Out of nowhere, Leo rolls up. He drops her missing student ID right in her hand, the exact one she dropped when they collided the other day. She gives the freshman rep a massive shout-out. But then, it clicks for her. Wait, why is the sword guy sitting in on a magic lecture? Leo casually brushes it off, saying he's just test driving different classes during the elective period. Just sightseeing, basically. Thomas slides into the seat next to him, whispering that this girl is low-key the most overpowered mage in their entire division. Chloe shoots him a death glare that could freeze hell over. Thomas awkwardly jokes about how the room just got ridiculously chilly. He tries to bolt, but bam! A massive, jagged pillar of solid ice erupts right in his face, completely trapping him. She locks eyes with him and demands he move to the front row right this second. If he wants to run his mouth, she's keeping him on a very short leash. With Thomas kidnapped to the front, Leo is flying solo until a familiar voice calls out. He turns around, and boom. It's the sibling duo, Chelsea and Abad, waving him down. Leo has a total brain fart, right? They take this class too. Suddenly, the vibe shifts as the professor storms in. The guy stands before the fresh batch of magic rookies. He drops a polite intro, claiming it's an absolute honor to mold their minds this semester. Enter Professor Len Horse. But this dude doesn't waste a single breath on small talk, instantly shifting gears into hardcore academic mode. With a casual flick of his fingers, test papers materialize and float down to every single desk. Surprise pop quiz on magic theory, day 1. Panic instantly floods the room. Len coldly lays down the law. Anyone who bombs this exam, they are permanently banned from his lectures. If you want to survive at Luminia Academy, you better match his insane standards. He points to his assistant, Anna, chilling at the front desk, and tells the class to hand their papers to her when they're done sweating it out. Our boy Leo is literally sweating bullets. This modern-era magic jargon looks like straight-up alien hieroglyphics to him. Like, why do these formulas look like advanced calculus? The timer starts, and the whole class enters the try-hard zone. The clock is absolutely merciless. With minutes left, the sheer dread in the room is palpable. Leo stares at his blank paper, realizing he is totally cooked. He makes an executive decision to actually hit the books before ever stepping foot in here again. He turns in his paper, dips out, and plans to grind solo. Time is up. Len snaps his fingers, and every single test sheet zooms right back into his grasp like a magnet. Out of nowhere, he summons this insane, glowing aura at the top of the room. Pure, raw star power illuminating everything. Len flexes that this is the literal core of a magic system he built from the ground up. And his expectation? He wants every kid in this room to eventually forge their own unique spells. That's why he dropped this specific test. 49 basic tier memory check questions. But the final boss? A single, 51-point question designed to decode the ultimate truth of magic itself. He smirks, hoping they cracked the code. Chelsea whispers that, in a brutal twist of fate, that final problem was the only one that completely stomped her. She glances over, wondering if Leo just rage quit the whole thing. Let's be real. The guy and magic go together like oil and water. Suddenly, Anna taps Professor Len on the shoulder with some wild news. One single student actually destroyed that final question. The dude bursts into absolute, hysterical laughter. He scans the room, mind blown, demanding to know who just made literal history. He commands the absolute legend who snagged the perfect score to stand up right now. Len is practically vibrating with hype. He can't even process that a freshman pulled this off. He admits it ruins his bell curve, but it's an absolutely massive flex. But Anna cuts him off. Plot twist. The kid didn't ace the whole test. He literally only answered the impossible last question. And the name on the paper? Leo Plop. Len barks out his name. But crickets. The guy's already ghosted the lecture hall. Chelsea awkwardly raises her hand, pointing out that he bolted the second he dropped off his paper. The professor's jaw straight up hits the floor. Our clueless swordsman was the lone survivor to secure those 51 points, bagging the highest rank in the entire room by pure accident. Fast forward to the cafeteria. Celia is literally dying of laughter right to Leo's face. She's absolutely roasting him for ditching a class, after answering literally one single problem. She brings up his pathetic baby chick summon, crying tears of joy over how hard he choked. On the theory exam, she tells him to stay in his lane and stick to swinging a sword like a proper knight. Leo casually challenges her to a spar. Celia flashes a cocky grin, but suddenly, a massive shadow looms right behind his chair. Enter Professor Len, looking absolutely demonic. He demands to know if this is the notorious Leo Plop, the swordsman who made a total mockery of his course. He goes off, demanding answers. Why the hell did he walk out after doing one equation? Was the exam just too much of a joke for him? Did he think he was too cool for school? Leo jumps up, waving his hands, sweating. He frantically explains that it's a giant misunderstanding. He legit thought he failed, admitting the basic questions completely fried his brain, and he only scribbled down an answer for the final one before giving up. He casually dropped that his magical knowledge came from dusting off some ancient grimoires, hidden deep inside his family's private library. That completely explained his zero knowledge of modern spells. Hearing this, Professor Len absolutely lost his mind, physically yanking our boy right off the floor. Leo was just glitching, totally clueless, while the professor's brain was practically exploding with whatever crazy theory he just cooked up. Len didn't even ask. He literally grabbed Leo by the collar and sprinted out of the room at top speed, dragging him out of the cafeteria with this totally psychotic grin on his face. Anna bolted right after them, leaving Celia standing there like, wait, why was the magic theory professor even here? Anna frantically asked if anyone caught where the crazy guy went. Celia just deadpanned that she watched him literally kidnap Leo and sprint off. Anna immediately spun around to track them down, silently praying that unhinged man wasn't plotting something chaotic. Cut back to the magic classroom. The professor was frantically wiping the chalkboard clean, scribbling down an insane new formula. He slapped the board like a madman and yelled at Leo to solve it. Len was desperate to figure out if Leo's earlier answer was just a massive fluke, or if this kid actually grasped the absolute core of magical theory. This was the ultimate test. He needed to see it with his own eyes. Was Leo just getting insanely lucky, or was he a borderline god-tier prodigy? But Leo barely even blinked before casually dropping that he already had the answer. The professor whipped his head toward the board, his jaw hitting the floor. Our main character had literally mental mathed every single impossible question on that board. Leo just shrugged it off like, yeah, pretty much. The professor was literally shaking, whispering that he finally found his golden goose. Meanwhile, chilling out in the academy hallways was Professor Albie. Len came barreling down the corridor like an oversized toddler hyped on sugar. Albie spotted him from a mile away and instantly thought, oh god, here comes the headache. He immediately pulled a 180 to dodge him, but Len literally dive-tackled his leg, clinging on for dear life and sobbing out massive thank yous for his recommendation. Albie managed to stand up, side-eyeing the guy, saying he had never seen him act this incredibly pathetic before. Like, what was even the reason for this meltdown? Len looked up with wild eyes, screaming that he had just struck gold with a literal genius, an absolute freak of nature in magic. Leo Plove, the exact kid Albie, tossed his way. Albie just froze. A mage? Wasn't this kid supposed to be swinging a sword in the night division? But Len was completely unhinged, vowing to draft Leo into the magic department at all costs. Right on cue, Anna came sprinting around the corner to see Len practically floating in midair, and the second Albie shook him off, she clutch-saved him right before he face-planted into the floor. Len tried to play it off with a thanks, but Anna was absolutely fuming, dragging him back to his classroom. You could literally see her plotting murder against this lunatic professor. Meanwhile, Albie spotted Leo strolling up from a distance. He flashed the kid a subtle smirk before walking away. Watching this whole circus, Leo just sighed, thinking magic users were still the exact same absolute psychopaths they used to be. Flash forward 1 week. The trial periods for all classes just wrapped up, and we catch Leo chilling, flipping through a pocket-sized book. As he snaps it shut, the cover drops a heavy title, Kyle Hero, or Total Fraud. Our boy was posted up on the academy rooftop, just watching absolute pandemonium unfold down in the courtyard. Crowds of students were rushing toward the headmaster's office, completely lost on the tea. Inside that office, it was a total war zone. The big three head instructors, Professor Allen, Professor Len, and Professor Yura, were locking horns. Allen was slamming his fists, screaming that this whole setup was rigged. He slammed Leo's file on the desk, exposing that the kid was triple majoring in all the core tracks, the Knight track, the Mage division, and the Summoner class. While Yura and Len were literally at each other's throats trying to claim him, Allen kept pushing his agenda. Headmaster, he is born for the sword. Honestly, this kid belongs in the elite military academy, not here. But the headmaster just leaned back and busted out laughing. He casually dropped that Leo's flex heavily reminded him of a legendary, almost mythological hero. When the teachers snapped back asking who, the old man smirked. The fifth great hero, the absolute greatest himself, the hero of dawn, Kyle. The one and only absolute legend in human history, who completely maxed out all three major combat classes. Smash cut to later at the training grounds. We see Celia and Chelsea sweating buckets, absolutely grinding through a hardcore workout. Thomas was sitting on the sidelines looking super confused, wondering why they were going so incredibly hard right before the weekend. Leo casually pointed out that Chelsea was the one who practically begged to join his routine. Still lost, Thomas asked why they were just doing endless cardio. Like, bro, where are the swords? Leo didn't even skip a beat, stating flat out that there is a stat way more crucial than just swinging a blade around. Celia panted out the answer for him, pure stamina. Chelsea chimed in, gasping for air, confirming that an insane gas tank is literally the ultimate cheat code for a battle mage. That is why they were doing this hellish boot camp. Once Thomas finally backed off, Chelsea collapsed onto the bench right next to Leo, who smoothly handed her a water bottle. Catching her breath, she hyped up his intense regimen and straight up demanded to join his daily running sessions from now on. Celia literally did a spit take, choking on her water in pure shock. Leo just gave a laid-back nod, saying he was already planning on adding her to the squad, so it was zero hassle. But Celia violently shook her head, swearing she was absolutely not signing up for that torture. Watching this chaotic dynamic, Thomas's brain started working overtime, trying to figure out why Leo and Celia were suddenly this tight. My guy legit thought they were secretly dating. Catching his vibe, Celia rolled her eyes into another dimension and snapped, "Bro, chill. He is literally my cousin. He is my dad's sister's kid." Chelsea and Thomas both practically short-circuited, screaming, "Wait, you are asserting her?" Celia winced, muttering that technically, he was not. It was some heavy family drama she definitely did not want to dump on them right now. Cutting the awkward tension, Leo suddenly hopped to his feet and dropped his next line. "So, are we kicking this off or what?" Chelsea was practically vibrating with hype. Meanwhile, Thomas just wanted to dip and go scope out Lumeria City. "Have fun training, losers," he tossed back. But Celia immediately latched onto him like a koala, begging to tag along. Thomas could only mutter under his breath, "Why am I a magnet for these absolute weirdos?" Fast forward to sorting day. Leo strolled into room 5, only to find Thomas already chilling there. Smirking, Leo asked if the guy had psychic powers to predict this meetup. Thomas just scoffed, obviously. He knew everything. He casually asked about Chelsea, and right on cue, there she was, looking like absolute crushed garbage after her brutal weekend training. Staring at her lifeless form, Thomas demanded to know what on earth they had been doing. Leo's response? A deadpan, just the basics. Suddenly, some randoms strutted past, loudly trashing room 5. They dubbed it the despair dump. One of the punks sneered, "Those losers will wash out by midterm," while his buddy mockingly offered fake prayers. But then, a massive shadow loomed over the hecklers, asking if they were feeling sorry for the freshmen. The deep voice warned that the guys standing right in front of him were the ones who actually needed pity. The bullies whipped around, only to freeze. Standing there was an absolute menace of a man, glaring down and daring them to disagree. Enter Harry Edmond, the headmaster for the first-year Class 5. "Chair, now," he barked. Terrified, the offending students frantically, magically morphed a regular seat into a makeshift throne. Harry casually straddled it backward, locking eyes with his new prey, and flashed a wicked grin. "Nice to meet ya, trash bags." He did not sugarcoat it. This room was the dumping ground for the absolute bottom feeders, the freshmen who completely bombed their entrance exams. He figured his dark reputation had already reached them. They called him the Wall of Wailing. He challenged the room to guess the origin of that badass title. Thomas, trying to be smart, asked if it was because he pushed them to sob-inducing academic greatness. Harry just laughed maliciously. "Cute guess, Thomas. Exactly the kind of naive garbage I would expect from the dead last student." He instantly shut the kid down. Then, his eyes narrowed as he threw out a brutal reality check, asking what the actual purpose of a Lumeria cadet was, especially the bottom-tier scrubs. Chelsea piped up, reciting the textbook answer, to conquer the hero's realm through field missions. Harry nodded, admitting she was not entirely wrong, but quickly shattered their confidence. He told them flat out that looking at their soft, clueless faces, they would get slaughtered the second they stepped foot in a real combat zone. Getting expelled was a hell of a lot better than returning in a body bag. That was exactly why he took over Class 5, and why his methods would make them cry blood. Sweeping his gaze across the room, Harry's eyes locked onto Leo, silently noting that this kid actually had the grit to survive. Snapping back to reality, he ordered the scrubs to suit up and hit the dirt. It was time for Combat 101. Cut to the blazing training field. While the miserable freshmen were roasting under the brutal sun, sweating through their tracksuits, Harry was living his best life. The dude was literally kicked back in a beach chair under an umbrella, sipping from a coconut. Between sips, he declared that today's lesson was all about violently destroying the weak mindsets they brought from the outside world. He threw out a heavy question. When you are out in the trenches and death is breathing down your neck, who is coming to save your skin? A girl nervously raised her hand. Neela Carbon stepped up with a hopelessly naive answer, claiming her loyal comrades would always have her back. Harry did not even hesitate to nuke that fairy tale logic. Wrong. When the chips are down, the only thing keeping your heart beating is your own raw power. He hammered home that only by grinding your own stats, becoming an unstoppable force in the face of absolute chaos, could you even afford the luxury of playing the hero for someone else. Then, another student chimed in, asking if teamwork meant absolutely nothing to him. Annoyed, Harry locked onto her. "All right, tough guy. Let's see what a fancy magic knight can actually do." He ordered Eliana Leiden, a rare dual-class prodigy, to summon a fireball. She sparked up a flaming orb, looking pretty proud, but Harry just scoffed. "Is that seriously it?" he mocked, roasting her by saying that pathetic spark could not even toast a bug. Stung by the insult, She cranked up her mana output, manifesting 2 massively upgraded infernos. The class waited for praise, but Harry just delivered a slow, utterly sarcastic clap. Wow, bigger and bolder. Give her a medal, he deadpanned. Flipping his hand, Harry instantly materialized a swirling orb of wind energy. How about you try hitting this moving target, genius? Except, it was not just wind, the dude straight up summoned a mischievous wind fairy. The tiny creature darted like a bullet straight at Eliana, ruthlessly tickling her nose. Enraged, the dual-class prodigy wildly swung her flames at the pest, whiffing completely. The fairy practically breakdanced on her face. Harry drove the brutal lesson home. What good is massive explosive firepower if you are too slow to actually land a hit? It was a massive reality check. He wanted these pampered kids to taste true humiliation and realize they were light years away from the standard, demanded by Lumeria. They needed to bleed, sweat, and grind until they broke their limits. And until they managed to tag that fairy, nobody was going home. Throw your lives on the line, you so-called heirs of Lumeria, Harry roared. Watching from the sidelines, Leo knew the guy was being incredibly savage, but he was not wrong. The real survival game was officially on. Meanwhile, behind his sunglasses, Harry had not taken his eyes off Leo. The teacher could not shake the eerie feeling that this kid gave off the exact same aura as the legendary, mythical hero, Kyle. While the rest of the class was blindly flailing at the hyperactive pixie, Leo locked in. Igniting his aura, he blasted off the dirt like a literal heat-seeking missile. Harry's jaw practically dropped. He realized he might be looking at a generational freak of nature, the only soul alive, capable of mastering all 3 combat classes. Chelsea gasped, completely mind-blown by his insane speed, while even the arrogant Thomas admitted he could not track the guy's movements. Leo was completely blurring reality, chaining his signature fire steps to break the sound barrier. He launched himself into the sky, closing the gap in a heartbeat. His hand whipped out, inches from snatching the fairy, but the little demon pulled a last-second barrel roll. However, Leo, a smirk crossed his face. He primed a skill, ready to snatch his prize, but boom, Duran ghosted in and swiped it right from under him. Duran locked eyes with our boy, totally asserting dominance. Just as the slow clap started, enter Seaton, the hotshot instructor of Class 1. The guy gloated about how his top-tier students never took an L. Harry just fired back. Oh, really? Want to swap jobs and teach my squad instead? He threw a massive side-eye at Seaton, who looked low-key panicked by the idea. Thomas chimed in, dropping lore that these two were the undisputed heavyweights, the twin pillars of the academy. Leo was like, hold up, what do you mean by pillars? Thomas spilled the tea, explaining both legends had been grinding at Lumini for over 20 years. Rumor had it, they literally mentored monsters like Lene and Yura back in the day. Neela blinked, demanding to know how Thomas was sitting on all this classified intel. He just shrugged. What can I say? I am the plug for info. Meanwhile, Seaton stared down Harry, totally clueless about the chaotic master plan brewing in the other teacher's head. He wondered why a guy like Harry would willingly babysit the reject class, but oh boy, the truth was about to hit him like a freight train. Seaton whipped out a ball and threw down the gauntlet, challenging Class 5 to face Class 1. Harry scoffed. You want to play ball? Seriously? A whole Bastera showdown? He hauled himself up, dripping with sarcasm. Classic genius move, Seaton. Nothing beats catching hands in the real world. Seaton hard vouched for his elite squad to sweep the win. Harry just accepted the challenge, slumped right back into his chair, and brushed it off like it was nothing. He flexed that he could keep teaching his underdog Class 5 in his sleep. Seaton was mentally raging, wondering how he ever lost the training session bid to a slacker like that. Giving up, he signaled his pristine students to fall back. Meanwhile, Harry turned to his ragtag group, dropping the absolute bomb that he was handing them a golden ticket. Time to stop making excuses and start throwing down. The ultimate Bastera deathmatch was locked in, pitting Class 1 against Class 5. Harry stood back up and casually dropped a nuke. Oh, by the way, if they choked and lost, they were getting straight up expelled. No cap. The entire class flatlined. Jaws hit the floor as panic erupted. Everyone screaming, asking if he was out of his mind. Harry's vibe stayed ice cold. He told them flat out, if they wanted to survive the chopping block, they had to break their own limits. Plus, no need to sweat it, right? Because they literally had the powerhouse freshman rep backing their play. Ain't that right, Leo? Harry then dumped the whole responsibility onto Leo, telling him to draft his own suicide squad for the Bastera bloodbath. Leo's brain went into overdrive. This was absolutely a massive test, but he realized his chaotic teacher wasn't just trolling them for fun. The reality was darker. Half the class was checked out, their mental health in the gutter, completely losing the drive to survive Lumine. Harry was playing four-dimensional chess. He wanted Leo to handpick the most broken, lost students, throwing them into the fire so the sheer adrenaline of the match would spark their will to fight back. It was a twisted, high-stakes hype session for Class 5. And just like that, the legendary clash of the classes kicked off. Leo caught Chelsea visibly shaking, looking like she had seen a ghost. He instantly asked what was triggering her panic mode. Chelsea hit him with a reality check, guessing he was completely clueless about Bastera. It was not gym class, it was straight-up brutal combat. A savage Lumini tradition steeped in blood. Thomas hopped in, warning him to wipe the idea of a friendly ball game from his brain. It was a lethal meat grinder. Somebody else piped up, confused about why Chelsea was literally trembling. Enter Celia from the enemy side, throwing pure shade, mocking that Chelsea was just pre-grieving her massive L. Chelsea snapped back, spitting pure venom, telling her she was the one about to get packed up, cursing the Serdinger name to the ground. Leo went full leader mode, grabbing Chelsea and Thomas to ground them. He looked them dead in the eyes and promised they were knocking out as losers. Celia smirked, daring him to prove that their trash-tier training actually worked. But looming right behind her was a boss-level threat radiating pure menace. The hype peaked as Seaton's voice boomed, ordering the players into the kill zone. Leo scanned his squad, asking who had the guts to ride out with him. No hesitation. Eliana and Chelsea stepped up immediately, their auras shifting from nervous to absolutely feral and ready to throw down. The rest of the crew rallied, with Nayla jumping into the fray. Someone tapped Thomas, letting him know the final death slot had his name written all over it. The dude was literally trying to phase into the background to survive. Despite the goalie drama, Leo barked that Class 5 was locked and loaded. Seaton hit them with a chilling, excellent. He launched the ball into the sky, pulling the trigger on the chaos. The crowd held its breath, eyes glued to the arena. Class 1 stood like statues, looking like absolute final bosses. Boom. Game on. Leo and Duran exploded off the starting line like rockets. But Duran had that freakish speed, snatching the ball mid-air, slamming back down to earth, ready to destroy. Leo instantly dashed over to Neela, begging for a crash course on how not to die. She dropped the mechanics fast, coat the ball in pure aura, and smash it through the hoop using literally anything. Hands, feet, whatever works. First team to snag 2 points secures the bag, but it was the blonde hotshot, Tide Marcoa, who wrapped up the tutorial. Up ahead, Duran coiled his muscles, prepping for a deadly strike. Thomas was stuck in the goal box, looking like a deer in headlights. Yes, they actually left him there. Duran unleashed a hypercharged cannon blast aiming straight for Leo's head, forcing our boy to pull a matrix dodge just to keep his skull intact. The glowing ball ripped right through the net. First blood to Class 1. The stands went absolutely feral, screaming Duran's name. Class 5's morale instantly flatlined, and Tide muttered that Harry honestly set them up for a speed run to expulsion. Refusing to fold, Leo demanded to know the mechanics for a turnover. Tade laid out the 3 sacred loopholes. Number 1, the enemy throws it out of bounds. Number 2, someone cleanly intercepts a shot. Or number 3, someone shrieked to dodge, but it was way too late. They got completely blindsided. Eliana took a brutal, dead center hit right to the chest. The sniper who threw it? Celia. She trash-talked them for yapping mid-game and told them to lock in. Tade broke down the rules. No physical blocking or direct attacks allowed. You couldn't just throw hands. Eliana got dropped by the ball itself, not a direct magical strike from Celia. The ball was the only legal weapon out there. Leo gave a quick nod, stepping up. Playtime was over. It was his turn. With Eliana knocked out cold, Class 5 was already playing at a massive disadvantage. Watching from the sidelines, Seddon figured any squad, packing heavy-duty fire users naturally held the upper hand in a brawl like this. And when it came to sheer destructive firepower, nobody roasted the competition quite like the Zerdinger bloodline. Seaton pointed out that Harry was insane for greenlighting this match, fully aware that Celia was rolling with Class 1. He practically handed Class 5 a death sentence. Yet, there was Harry, snoozing away like a baby, prompting Seaton to mutter that the guy could try acting like a functioning adult at least once in his life. Peeking an eye open, Harry asked if he remembered his very first student, that absolute menace from the Zerdinger family. Seaton scoffed. How could he forget? The literal Queen of Bastera? Harry smirked, casually dropping the bomb that her kid was currently standing in Class 5. Satan's jaw nearly hit the floor. He hadn't connected the dots until right now. Cut back to the arena, and the vibes in Class 5 were sitting at absolute zero. They were mentally packing their bags, bracing for expulsion. But then, the atmosphere suddenly shifted, sending shivers down their spines. Celia's eyes narrowed. The sleeping giant had finally woken up. It was Leo, and he was channeling pure, unadulterated Phoenix energy. He cranked his arm back, treating the ball like a loaded shotgun. He launched an absolute nuke straight at the goal, but a split second before it connected, a massive glacier erupted from the ground to block it. Enter Chloe. She crossed her arms, coldly stating that nothing was getting past her, not on her watch. Defeating her defense was supposed to be literally impossible. But then, Leo practically teleported right next to her, whispering that she might want to rethink that word. He was taking this point. Launching himself back into the air, he spiked the ball with bone-crushing force, obliterating the ice wall into a million glittering shards. Satan was blown away by the kid's raw, predatory combat instincts. Harry just sat there with a smug grin, while the rest of Class 5 absolutely lost their minds, hyping Leo up to the ceiling. A tiny smirk crept onto Seden's face. The warm-up was over. This was where the real bloodbath began. The scoring rules mirrored volleyball. You had to win by a solid 2-point lead. The match turned into an all-out war. 2-1, 4-5, 7-6, 9-10. Both squads were bleeding themselves dry, desperately trying to carve out that crucial 2-point gap. Duran went in for a killer strike, but Thomas threw himself directly into the line of fire. The dude got roasted alive, shocked with high voltage, and practically knocked on death's door, but he secured the catch. They had to drag his fried body off the court, leaving the ball squarely in Leo's hands. Match point. Whoever clutched this next rally walked away with the crown. It was Leo, solo, staring down a three-headed monster. Duran, Celia, and Chloe. Gripping the ball, his mind raced through a dozen different strategies, while the peanut gallery murmured about how badly he was outnumbered. Chloe stepped up, glaring. She might have taken an L in the written exams, but she sure wasn't going down in a live fight. She chanted a spell, spawning an entire army of icy body doubles. Leo slammed on the brakes, dropped his center of gravity, and locked into a deep trance. Celia barked at him to stop stalling and bring it on. That was the trigger. He pulled his mana deep into his core, tapping straight into ancient fairy magic. Boom. He literally vanished into thin air. Nobody, and I mean nobody, anticipated that level of broken speed. He casually strolled, deep into enemy territory, blowing right past Celia before her brain could even process his shadow. Panic hit Chloe as she realized Leo was throwing out his own phantom illusions. It was a complete guessing game now. This wasn't standard textbook sorcery he was slinging. It was impossible to track the real threat. Frozen in absolute shock, her defenses crumbled. Kneeling in defeat, she breathed out that he was wielding star magic. How on earth was a mortal human tossing around high-tier elven arts? With zero resistance left, Leo casually sank the shot, crowning Class 5 as the undisputed champions. The crowd erupted into absolute chaos, chanting his name. Kids were literally sobbing, overwhelmed by the fact that they got to stay in school. Seaton shot a side-eye at Harry, demanding to know what kind of voodoo he worked on those misfits. Harry just shrugged, claiming it was nothing but a little extreme motivation. Meanwhile, the so-called elites of Class 1 were crushed, egos shattered. Seaton let out a long sigh, walking over to ask if their pride was hurting from the reality check. But honestly, that didn't matter. Win or lose, the buzzer had sounded. It was time to swallow their pride, cross the line, and give respect where respect was due. They had poured their hearts out for the glory of Class 1, and catching a loss today didn't erase the insane teamwork they just showcased. They needed to pick their heads up and wear that badge with honor. His speech was a massive morale boost, but of course, Harry had to ruin the moment, ruthlessly heckling them from the stands, calling them a bunch of washed-up flops. Rolling his eyes, Seaton wrapped things up, deeply impressed by both rosters. Class 1 flexed some top-tier talent and deadly skills. Sure, but Class 5? They refused to roll over and die. They had that absolute dog in them. And against all odds, they clutched the impossible victory. They actually pushed past their limits and clutched the win. With the dust settled, the real hope was that both classes could finally just vibe and work together. The tension melted into handshakes all around. Celia hyped Chelsea up, totally blown away that she managed to hold out for so long. Chelsea was literally speechless, still processing her own epic performance. Over on the side, Thomas extended a hand to Duran, but Dude was clearly still salty about taking an L. Meanwhile, poor Chloe was breaking down, completely crushed by the humiliation. Without hesitating, Leo walked right up and offered her a hand, dropping straight facts. Her magic was straight up incredible. He told her that with just a little more grinding, she was destined to become a top-tier mage. Chloe shot him a glare, asking if he was trying to mock her. Genuinely clueless, Leo just tilted his head, completely missing the hostility, and kept his friendly smile plastered on, with his hand still hovering in the air. Gritting her teeth, Chloe promised herself she would wipe the floor with him one day, and only then would she shake his hand. Fast forward 1 month. Thomas, Chelsea, and Leo were chilling at a cafeteria table. Out of nowhere, Thomas brought up the topic of joining clubs, prompting Leo to drop a bombshell. He was going to build his own from scratch. While the guys were stunned, Chelsea immediately locked in, declaring she would follow him anywhere. When Thomas asked what the actual focus of this club would be, Leo casually announced he was launching the Heroic Research Society. His goal? To dig deep into the lore of the missing hero of the beginning, Kyle. The table went quiet before someone pointed out that Kyle wasn't actually forgotten, he was just literally a myth. Thomas bluntly stated that getting members for a fantasy fan club was going to be impossible. That is when Chelsea realized something massive. 0 members meant alone time with Leo. Her brain short-circuited. Just her and Leo? Panicking and blushing, she started rapid-firing her application, screaming that she was 100% in. Suddenly, a massive wave of hype erupted across the dining hall. Somebody VIP had just entered the building, causing the whole squad to jump up and crane their necks to see the commotion. Striding through the doors were the elite 5th-year students, freshly back from a brutal dungeon raid. Here is the lore drop. Shards of the hero record were scattered all over the globe, and whenever those fragments glitched out, they spawned highly dangerous dungeons out of thin air. Luminia students were basically tasked with clearing these zones as extreme pop quizzes, often vanishing off the grid for 2 weeks to a full month. Watching them, Leo realized his own mom used to run these exact same lethal gauntlets. Chelsea whispered in awe that these guys were the absolute peak of Luminia. Playing the ultimate hype man, Thomas started rattling off their stats. The absolute tank leading the pack, Lee Jamua. Trailing right behind was Jan Torua, and the mysterious dude rocking the hood went by Ultra. But even Thomas drew a blank on the final shadow, moving in the back. The entire student body started swarming forward, trying to catch a glimpse. Out of nowhere, someone aggressively yanked Leo backward, just as the crowd started losing their minds, screaming that the student council president was in the building. Thomas whipped around, completely confused as to where his boy Leo had just vanished to. Meanwhile, our boy Leo was stumbling down a hallway, desperately asking Celia why she was dragging him away like a kidnapper. She urgently whispered that they had a super exclusive VIP meeting to get to right that second. Their destination? A private sit-down with the actual student council president of Luminia. When Leo asked why Top Brass wanted to see him, Celia just brushed it off, saying the guy did not care about standard academy politics and Leo would just have to vibe it out. Cut to a traditional Asian restaurant off campus. Celia looked around the spot, totally shocked that this was the chosen rendezvous point. But her confusion instantly melted into pure joy when she spotted the guy approaching their table. It was literally her older brother. Enter Reese Zerdinger, the reigning student council president and an untouchable 5th-year legend at Luminia Academy. Flashing a charismatic smile, Reese casually mentioned how hyped he was to finally cross paths with Leo. Plov, the absolute madman who decided to dual class every single course on the schedule. As they dug into the food, Reese checked in to see if the menu was hitting the spot. Leo was absolutely devouring it, while Celia was staring at her bowl like it was an alien artifact. She finally took a cautious bite and immediately admitted it was absolute fire. Leaning back, Reese casually shifted the spotlight back to Leo, asking to confirm if he was his aunt's kid. When Leo asked if Reese actually knew his mom back in the day, Reese laughed and said he saw her constantly when he was a little kid. He leaned in, asking Leo if he knew his mom was basically an absolute icon on campus. Leo's jaw dropped. Wait, his mom? Famous? Reese nodded, completely serious. She did not just break records, she pulled off legendary, off-the-wall stunts that upperclassmen still whispered about. Like that one time the cafeteria food was so outrageously garbage, she straight up unionized the student body and organized a full-scale siege on the headmaster's office. Celia practically choked on her food. Her sweet auntie actually started a riot. Reese confirmed it with a massive grin. The squad kept swapping crazy stories until their plates were clean. Sitting there, Leo realized something wild. This dude emitting zero killer intent was undoubtedly the heaviest hitter in all of Luminia. Honestly, it was a guaranteed fact that Reese was going to become a pro hero. Wrapping things up, Reese offered them dessert, telling the duo to head out first while he handled the check. But just as he turned toward the exit, Reese froze, feeling a sudden, intense pulse radiating from his pocket. Whatever was in there was glowing with a blinding light. Meanwhile, back in Class 5, Professor Harry had his boots kicked up on his desk. Eliana threw her hand up. Harry just rolled his eyes. All right, let us hear this so-called question of yours, Eliana. She wanted to know why their class lacked a rep, especially since literally every other room had one. Tade backed her up, nodding along. Harry blinked, totally caught off guard. Class rep. Completely slipped my mind, he muttered under his breath. Without missing a beat, he pointed. Fine, Leo is the rep. Eliana immediately protested, demanding a proper vote, while Taid started ranting about democracy. But Harry just tapped a massive mountain of paperwork sitting on his desk. He made it crystal clear whoever took the badge had to handle every single one of those documents. Any takers? He challenged. Eliana dropped back into her seat in dead silence. Right on cue, the intercom crackled to life. A school-wide broadcast announced a massive joint hero studies lecture starting in just a few minutes. Every single freshman was summoned to the main auditorium. Leo glanced up, asking if their class was joining the crowd. Harry smirked. Spoken like a true class rep. Cut to later, the hallways were absolutely packed with freshmen swarming toward the hall. Pushing through the mob, Thomas and Leo bumped into Chloe. She looked completely drained, like she was running on fumes. She dragged herself over, begging Thomas for some stamina recovery items. Seeing an opportunity, he agreed to make a quick sale. She instantly bought 2 of them. Thomas shrugged, admitting that was his entire stash. Leo gave her a warning look, telling her the semester just started and she was already pushing way too hard. Chloe ignored him, chugging both potions back to back. Wiping her mouth, she mumbled that she was fine and marched off. Thomas watched her go, totally in awe. Makes sense why she is the absolute goat of magic theory, he thought. Chelsea suddenly popped up, smirking. She does not really have a choice but to sweat it out, right? The second Leo actually catches up in magic, he is going to leave her in the dust. Thomas tilted his head. So what? Being second place is not the end of the world. Chelsea glared at him. You idiot. She is a tower mage. I am a battle mage. I could not care less about dusty old theories. But tower mages? Their whole existence revolves around magic research and studying the core of mana. Her entire pride is literally on the line here. Chelsea then side-eyed Thomas, questioning if he even classified as a real mage. He proudly puffed out his chest, claiming he used magic to survive, but his true passion was mixing magical substances. That completely triggered her. Get out of my face, you absolute scrub, she roared. Her voice echoed so loud that even Chloe glanced back. Meanwhile, inside the headmaster's office, things were getting weird. A damaged page from the hero record had suddenly started glowing. Reese was the one who handed it over. That strange glowing artifact he was carrying earlier, it turned out to be a torn fragment of a hero record. Reese looked baffled, explaining that the page was way too degraded to trigger any kind of reaction. But there was no denying what he saw. It flared up like crazy. The headmaster leaned in, asking if the relic had pulsed again since then. Reese shook his head. Staring intently at the tiny fragment, the headmaster muttered that he needed to dig deep into this mystery. He gave Reese a solid nod for the hard work and dismissed him, telling the guy to go catch some well-deserved sleep. The second the door closed, he summoned his assistant, Elena. Her mission? Deliver that exact fragment straight to the auditorium, full of freshmen. The lecture was literally seconds away from starting. As Elena rushed out, the headmaster sat back, lost in thought. If that fragment actually sparked, it meant it had brushed past the exact hero tied to that specific record. Cut back to the massive hall, where Professor Ariana Nieri stood at the podium. The hero studies instructor tapped the mic, demanding quiet. But the crowd of freshmen completely ignored her, buzzing with chaotic chatter. Big mistake. Ariana flared her mana, sending a massive shockwave through the room that instantly forced everyone to shut their mouths. They did not call her Ariana the Rocker for nothing. Catching herself, going a bit too hardcore, she instantly cleared her throat, switching to a sweet, professional tone to thank them for coming. The room was dead silent, though a few terrified kids whispered in the back. Bro, why is literally every professor at this academy a total menace? Leo narrowed his eyes, sizing her up. He clocked her as a spiritualist, a super rare class back in his previous life. Flipping a switch, Ariana officially kicked off the Hero Studies lecture. She held up a wicked-looking blade, something between a dagger and a short sword. She broke down the lore. Right after the hero records dropped into their world, the awakened heroes started grouping up, forging massive clans. To pry open a heroic realm, you needed a key, specifically, an artifact carrying a deep, psychic link to the hero of that realm. Naturally, blood relatives and direct descendants had a massive advantage in unlocking these zones. That is exactly why Luminia Academy guarded the hero records like absolute treasure. And it is why the elite bloodline stayed tied to the school, feeding off that mutual power. That connection alone could be the ultimate cheat code to unlocking legendary family vaults. Leo was actually hooked, soaking in every word. Meanwhile, Thomas was totally knocked out, drooling on his desk as usual. Pacing the stage, Professor Ariana locked eyes with the crowd, asking if it finally clicked why this class mattered so much. Right at that dramatic peak, Elena slipped through the auditorium doors. Ariana kept her momentum, doubling down on her point. She preached that mastering this lore was the only way to crack the cheat codes of every heroic realm and actually survive what waited inside. As senior year loomed closer, the students faced a massive choice, picking the heroic realm, where they would train, wipe their slates clean, and carve out their ultimate legacy. Right on cue, Ariana spotted Elena marching in, tightly gripping a glowing fragment of the heroic record. She announced to the entire room that the fifth-year squad had actually managed to recover this insane artifact, flashing it up on the massive auditorium screen so everyone could get a good look. As she slowly cracked it open, pure magical energy spilled out, leaving the crowd absolutely speechless. But then, she snapped it shut. A total tease. She told them they were saving the best for later. Instead, she flipped the script and hit the class with a heavy question. What was their true endgame once they officially became heroes? Celia didn't hesitate for a second. She swore she was going to become a knight so insanely overpowered that she'd leave her entire family's legacy in the dust. Ariana totally vibed with that energy. Next up was Chloe, who flexed her brainpower by saying she wanted to author a master grimoire packed strictly with her own custom spells. One by one, the students dropped their massive ambitions. Tomas, stepping up, mentioned he wanted to be the ultimate team player, using his abilities to buff and protect every hero out there. Ariana gave him a nod of respect, reminding everyone that playing the support role is incredibly clutch on the battlefield. But then, Leo stood up. The room went dead silent as he dropped a massive bombshell. His one and only goal was to wipe Erebos straight off the face of existence. Jaws practically hit the floor. Students and professors alike were totally shook, but the staff especially looked like they had just seen a ghost. Trying to play it cool, Ariana swallowed her shock, called it a solid ambition, and quickly steered the conversation away, while whispers rippled through the crowd, calling him crazy for dreaming way too big. Seaton leaned over and asked Harry for his take. Harry just narrowed his eyes and muttered that Leo definitely wasn't the type to just run his mouth for clout. He reminded Seaton of the ancient lore. It had been thousands of years since Erebos was sliced into pieces and scattered across the realms. Yet, despite all that, the dark entity had managed to claw its way back from the grave countless times. All it takes is one tiny fragment slipping through the cracks, and the whole apocalyptic nightmare kicks off all over again. Because of that vicious cycle, Harry realized Leo wasn't just talking tough. The kid genuinely planned to pull Erebos up by the roots and end it for good. Snapping the tension, Ariana clapped her hands, pulling the class back to reality. It was finally time to dive in and actually analyze that. Once they figured out whose relic it was, cleansing it was the next step. But the instructor dropped a heavy warning things could easily go sideways, which is exactly why the faculty would be watching like hawks. The whole room instantly tensed up. I mean, this was their very first time getting up close and personal with an actual heroic record. Ariana then called out for the class reps to step up to the plate. Celia, Leo, Ava, and Senia marched to the front, but the professor threw a curveball, revealing that they had actually secured two separate heroic records. Only one was meant for today's lesson, but they brought out the second, way tinier one, just to prove that even the smallest shards pack a punch. Leo got first pick and snatched up the tiny fragment. The second, his fingers brushed it, the artifact burst wide open, pulsing with an insane surge of mana. Reality warped as the hero's domain started bleeding into an unmapped chapter of history. Seaton muttered that this was super bad news, and before anyone could blink, the entire squad got yanked straight into the hero's dimension. Boom. Brand new avatars for everyone. The scenery was absolutely jaw-dropping, but the underclassmen were practically shaking in their boots. Harry stepped up, telling everyone to chill out. They had just triggered a hero dungeon. Seddon spotted a massive fortress looming on the horizon, but when Leo locked eyes with it, a wave of pure nostalgia hit him. Back in the age of catastrophe, that absolute unit of a structure was humanity's final stand, the absolute last safe zone, the legendary walls of Gardaslawn. And that's when a core memory unlocked for Leo. He remembered someone looking Kyle dead in the eye, promising that even if his ultimate wish crashed and burned, they were still going to save this broken world. The one who dropped that iconic line was a woman materializing right out of the flashback, and Leo breathed out her name, Lycinas. She looked like she was literally woven out of pure mana, a fleeting ghost of the past, so the literal second he spoke to her, the whole illusion shattered into dust. The dungeon collapsed, spitting them all right back to reality. Senia was like, what on earth just went down? Harry instantly pulled the plug on the lesson, barking at everyone to line up and evacuate the auditorium immediately. While the rest of the class scrambled for the exits, the only guy glued to his spot was, you guessed it, Leo. His mind was racing. He was dead set that this was Kyle's missing page. This was his personal log. He had finally tracked it down. Harry just watched him from the shadows, totally sus and intrigued. Flash forward, the crew was absolutely losing their minds over Leo's story. Eliana leaned in, eyes wide, asking if he seriously caught a glimpse of the actual King of Wisdom. Chelsea just smirked, flexing that she always knew Leo was built different. I mean, they were living through a literal historical event, sparking rumors that they might have just stumbled onto Lycinas's personal archive. Elena was low-key salty about not being class president, crying over the massive FOMO, but Thomas immediately roasted her, pointing out that even if she ran, she would have caught a hard L, which instantly earned him a beatdown from the girls. Suddenly, Professor Harry materialized out of nowhere to humble the loudest class in the academy. He gave them a simple ultimatum: shut up and study, or get instantly expelled. You could literally hear a pin drop after that. Meanwhile, Leo, was deep in his own head, wondering why his specific heroic record was the only one triggering absolute chaos. He felt it in his gut, even if the math wasn't mathing. He had zero clue why Lisanas's face, and that exact quote she dropped, were burned into his brain. It honestly felt like some shadow figure had deliberately nuked his archive from orbit. Up until now, he thought these records were just sacred inheritance items to pass down a hero's raw power. But if the bad guys wanted to completely block a new champion from rising, they'd just toss the artifact straight into Erebos. So, he made his game plan. Step 1 was to play detective and figure out exactly why his personal record was shattered into pieces. Flash forward 1 full month, we're sitting in magic theory. Professor Len was breaking down the concept of signature magic, dropping the bomb that this was going to be their brutal midterm practical exam. Naturally, the entire classroom was sweating bullets. Len went on to explain that origin magic is basically a personalized spell that perfectly flexes a caster's unique vibe and soul. But in the modern meta, where instant cast tech is the norm, mages have gotten super lazy and barely even try to invent their own custom spells anymore. Still, having an origin spell in your back pocket is the ultimate trump card when you're caught in a life or death pinch. Take the starlight magic that every single elf gets spoon-fed. That stuff is honestly just a massive knockoff of the true origin source. Throughout all of history, literally only one absolute legend ever managed to unlock the authentic starlight magic. We're talking about the big boss herself, the founder of Nebula Luna. While the prof kept yapping, Chloe was practically burning a hole into the side of Leo's head. She had caught him red-handed using legit elven magic before. The staring contest broke when Leo suddenly clocked the weird textbook sitting on Chloe's desk, which was leaking this seriously. Sinister, cursed energy. Realizing she was busted, Chloe panic-shoved the book straight into her bag. Leo's internal alarms were going off. Was she seriously packing a dark grimoire? Professor Len finally wrapped up his lecture, demanding that every student better figure out their signature magic and dismissed the class. As Chloe practically ghosted out of the room, her face was completely hollow and dead inside. Leo wasn't letting that slide. He grabbed her arm to stop her, which she was massively mad about, but he just casually hit her with a lunch invite. Right then, he double confirmed that she had straight up stuffed that shady grimoire inside her bag. Chloe immediately shot him down, claiming she was way too busy for a hangout and swore she was going to completely body him during the practical exam. Right on cue, Thomas crashed the scene, killing the vibe entirely by asking if she was seriously trying to pick a fight with the literal queen of magic theory. Chloe just kept it painfully real, admitting that technically, Leo had already wrecked her in the stats. When it came to magic techniques, she absolutely had to clutch the win. She swore she'd crush him, whatever it took. Leo shot back, that holding back would just be a massive slap in the face. Chloe gave a hard nod, and Leo promised he'd be locked in for the test. They locked hands in a grip that meant business. Watching them, Thomas mentally took notes on how a real handshake looked. Cut to later, Leo was standing right inside the massive hero tower. His mind was racing. Lumini's off-limits library had to be hidden somewhere in this fortress. If he could just crack into it, he might finally uncover the truth behind his final record. A group of girls strolled past, whispering about spotting fresh meat. Right then, a voice cut through the chatter, calling out his full name, Leo Plov. It was Jan Torua, 5th-year magic major, elite tier. She flashed a knowing look, dropping that Professor Wren had been singing his praises non-stop. She played it cool, saying it was awesome to finally meet the legend himself. Leo gave a crisp, respectful bow. You don't mess with upperclassmen. But Jan casually stepped right into his path, trapping him. She raised an eyebrow, demanding to know what a freshman was doing sneaking around the hero tower. Leo didn't miss a beat, stating he was there to catch the student council president. Jan immediately pivoted, sliding in a pitch that joining the magic squad would totally give him VIP access. Leo completely shut it down though, coolly reminding her he was already enrolled in their classes. A tiny smirk played on her lips as she finally stepped aside. But before he could escape, she leaned in, heavily hinting that he better officially declare his major with the magic department before the semester wrapped up. The underlying threat? He better not leave her hanging. Leo gave a quick nod and ducked into the elevator. He slammed the button. Nothing. He spammed it a few more times, getting nowhere. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. A new guy stepped up, casually mentioning that you had to channel raw mana into your hand just to make the button work. The stranger introduced himself as Lee Jamua, a 5th-year heavyweight from the Night Division. He grinned, claiming he was hyped to cross paths with Leo Plov, the freshman class president that literally everyone was hyping up. Then, his eyes narrowed as he interrogated Leo about his real business inside the tower. Leo kept it brief. Official business with the council president. Lee just chuckled, pointing out that the freshman wasn't even sweating his intense aura. and had the absolute nerve to just casually crash the president's office without dropping a warning first. Sensing an opening, Lee dropped the recruitment line. Leo absolutely needed to join the Knights, period. Leo just let out a low, breathy laugh. Get in line, dude, everyone wanted him. Finally, reaching the top floor, Leo rapped his knuckles against the massive wooden doors of the president's office and announced himself. The president waved him inside. Since the guy sitting behind the desk was literally Celia's older brother, Reese Zerdinger, Leo totally dropped the formalities. He went straight in, deadpan, demanding full clearance to the restricted library. Reese leaned back, noting that Leo wasn't the type to just clown around or ask for impossible favors out of nowhere, but laid down the harsh reality. An average student only had 2 valid cheat codes to get past those doors. Option 1, solo clear the brutal hero dungeon. Tradition dictated that whoever conquered that nightmare had the right to personally walk in and return the lost pages of the hero's sacred record. Leo didn't even blink. He just stared Reese down and asked for the alternative. Reese flashed a slick, corporate smile. He promised to drop the second method, but only after Leo signed his soul over to the student council. Fast forward, the squad was heading down to the Night Division's combat exam. Thomas was totally hyping it up, claiming the ultimate showdown had arrived, and there was absolutely zero chance they were watching this bloodbath without snacks. His master plan? He was hustling bags of popcorn from the sidelines. Chelsea rolled her eyes at his blatant side hustle, while Eliana just shrugged, pointing out that this was basically peak Thomas behavior. The dude would be grinding for cash even if he wasn't locked inside an elite magic academy. Scanning the bleachers, Leo noticed Chloe was totally MIA, but the arena was already heating up. The very first matchup flashing on the board? Class 1's Howl Nafe stepping into the ring against Class 5's very own Leo Plov. Spotting Professor Seddon in the stands, Thomas saw dollar signs. He sprinted over, aggressively pitching a giant bucket of popcorn and an ice-cold drink to the stoic teacher. Seddon gave him a dead-eyed stare, asking why on earth he would ever buy stadium junk food, and told him to go bother Harry instead. Pivoting instantly, Thomas locked eyes with Celia, and Celia immediately played the cute student card, hitting the professor with the puppy dog eyes and begging him to treat the squad to the premium snacks. The entire group started chanting and peer pressuring Seddon until he finally cracked, sighing as he agreed to fund everyone's junk food addiction. Meanwhile, down in the dirt, the tension was spiking. Leo smirked, casually tossing out that the universe was definitely backing him today. Nafe sneered, warning the freshman that severely underestimating him was going to be a fatal mistake. Here's the breakdown of the Night Division's midterms. It wasn't a paper test. It was a brutal, all-out gauntlet of one-on-one brawls. To even secure a passing grade, you had to catch 5 straight dubs. The real motive? The instructors were absolutely thirsty to see which class representative was the true apex predator. Now, Leo was out here juggling 3 different majors like an absolute madman, meaning his stats couldn't possibly be maxed out everywhere. The logic was simple. His sword skills had to be his weakest link. Enter Naif. This guy was ranked 3rd overall in Class 1, sitting right in the shadows of heavy hitters like Celia and Duran. In his head, Leo was just some cocky poser, who kept shamelessly orbiting Celia. Up in the referee box, Alan barked over the mic, commanding both fighters to treat this spar like a full-blown deathmatch, with the only rule being you win by forcing a tap-out. But right before the bell rang, a massive red flag went off in Leo's head. He sensed something deeply twisted, bleeding into the arena, a suffocating, purely demonic wave of dark energy. Cut over to Chloe. She was locked in her room, absolutely raging over her spellbooks. She growled that her current stats were way too trash to forge any signature magic. In a fit of raw frustration, she violently hurled her ancient grimoire across the room, screaming that taking an L against Leo was not an option. She was spiraling, convincing herself that tapping into the book's forbidden, corrupted power was the only way to secure the win. Back in the ring, Leo's skin crawled as that malicious aura spiked, and standing right in front of him, Knife. He tried to capitalize on that split-second distraction, trash-talking about how wide open he was. But Leo? He effortlessly sidestepped the incoming spear like it was nothing. Not backing down, Knight unleashed his Viper Spear thrust straight for the heart. Yet, in an insane flex, our boy just caught the deadly blade barehanded. Panic set in as Knight questioned what kind of monstrous strength this was. Before he could react, Leo yanked the shaft, completely throwing his opponent off balance, and delivered a brutal right hook straight to the jaw. Knight went soaring across the entire arena while Leo coldly asked who the careless one was now. Scraping himself off the floor, Knight spat back not to get too cocky since the real bloodbath was just starting. He smugly pointed out Leo's fatal flaw, zero aura control. Having raw physical power was cool and all, but it absolutely did not make up for lacking the most crucial combat skill. Unbothered, Leo just smirked at the weird toxic green energy radiating from Knight. Then, he ignited his own explosive fiery aura. Knight scoffed, claiming that, unless it burned, exactly like Celia's legendary flames, he wasn't sweating it. But Leo just shook his head at how clueless this dude truly was. Blink and you miss it. Leo literally teleported right into his personal space, completely cloaked in an absolutely massive, suffocating inferno of raw heat. The sheer intensity forced even the stone-cold Duran to actually watch. Chelsea was hyping him up from the stands, while a genuinely stunned Celia questioned how on earth he had managed to level up his fire manipulation to such insane heights. Reality finally hit Knight like a freight train. This heat was way more lethal than anything he had faced before. He was completely mind-blown that someone taking a full course load could still absolutely dominate in combat. Gritting his teeth, Knight revealed he had been saving his ultimate move specifically to crush Celia, hating the fact that he had to waste it on a nobody. Channeling everything, he summoned a massive phantom cobra that tightly coiled, entirely around Leo, fangs bared for the kill. Smirking at the stands, Knight arrogantly waited to see the pure terror on Celia's face. This was the exact anti-fire technique designed to ruin her life, but instead of panicking, she just told him to look back at the ring. Big mistake, taking his eyes off the enemy. Leo wasn't struggling. He was literally vaporizing the toxic beast with pure, concentrated heat. The entire construct shattered into glowing green steam. Completely desperate and losing his mind, Knight charged in blind with his weapon. That was the moment Leo finally drew his blade, parrying the strike with terrifying ease. He coldly warned the dude to respect the flames, otherwise, you get burned to a crisp. Match over. The announcer declared Leo Plav the absolute victor. Up in the stands, a totally starry-eyed Chelsea bragged that her man always delivers. Thomas chomped his snacks, claiming he called that dub from minute one. Defeated on the ground, Knight finally gave respect where it was due, realizing why this monster stood toe-to-toe with top tiers. When Celia walked up to praise his insane performance, our badass protagonist instantly turned into a blushing mess. But the hype train kept rolling, transitioning straight into the next bracket, Eliana versus Xenia from Class 10. The pressure was definitely on, as Eliana internally freaked out about facing off against a literal top 3 powerhouse. Xenia gave a super polite bow, wishing her a good fight. Hiding her nerves, Eliana matched the energy, keeping her composure and showing zero weakness. The second the buzzer went off, Xenia instantly unleashed a massive hydro spell. Reacting on pure instinct, Eliana cloaked her entire body in scorching fire. She blitzed forward trying to close the gap, prompting Leo to wince, knowing she was walking right into a trap. And man, he was spot on. She slammed face first into an absolute brick wall of pressurized water, getting blasted across the arena like a ragdoll. Just an effortless sweep. Xenia secured the flawless victory, while Eliana graciously admitted she got outplayed. Watching from the sidelines, Leo noted it was always an unwinnable matchup, though better battle IQ definitely could have made it competitive. But enough about that, because the main event was finally here. The fiery prodigy Celia, stepping up against the silent powerhouse Duran. She flashed a confident smile, claiming this was going to be a blast. Duran gave absolutely zero response, just radiating pure menace. Thomas was already stress-eating a massive bucket of popcorn, while Leo leaned in, knowing this clash was going to be legendary. The heavy spiritual pressure from both fighters literally choked the stadium air. Thrilled by his aura, she hyped the crowd up, ready to finally crown the undisputed freshman king. The silent giant didn't waste breath, lunging in for a devastating opening strike that she barely parried. The sheer shockwave from their collision blew everyone's minds. Mid-chew, Thomas frantically asked for a winner prediction. Swiping a handful of snacks, the MC analyzed the raw stats and dropped a hard truth. Based on pure specs, our girl was getting clapped. Yet, catching that absolute killer instinct in her eyes, he knew she was ready to die before taking a loss. Blurring out of sight, the swordsman rushed in, drawing first blood with a razor-sharp graze across her cheek. The stadium held its breath, as they locked into a high-speed frenzy of clashing steel and sparks. Pushed to the brink, the Fire Queen went absolute supernova. She unleashed a raging, apocalyptic firestorm that engulfed the entire arena. Breaking it down for the viewers, our protagonist explained her genius strategy. Knowing the freshman stage was super claustrophobic and hopelessly outmatched in raw agility, she completely hijacked the environment. The battleground became a literal oven, forcing her opponent to navigate through a hellscape. The blazing heat waves completely warped his vision and sapped his stamina. He had the physical edge, but that stat just got nerfed to the ground. Sweating and disoriented, the swordsman completely missed her, flanking him through the smoke. He barely dodged her sneak attack by a hair, but as he twisted for a counter slash, she pulled a wildly savage move, catching his live blade with her bare hands. Whispering checkmate, she delivered a skull-cracking headbutt that instantly sent him to the Shadow Realm. The crowd erupted as Celia claimed the crown. Flexing on her unconscious rival, she told him to hit the gym. Waking up totally salty, he still swallowed his pride and gave her a respectful handshake. Of course, the student body immediately started shipping them like crazy. Watching the wholesome moment, the MC smiled, noting that all those brutal training arcs had completely transformed her. Celia takes the win. Even Professor Harry pops out of nowhere, casually munching on popcorn, declaring that Celia absolutely crushed it. He even hyped up Leo's commentary, which totally caught Thomas off guard. Dude literally asked when the teacher even spawned in. And just like that, the chivalry practical exam wraps up. Celia Seldinger locks in 4 wins and 1 loss. Duran Moira also secures 4 wins and 1 loss. Xenia matches them with 4 wins and 1 loss. But chilling at the absolute top is Leo Plav, flexing a flawless 5-0 record. Fast forward 1 week to the language exams, where Harry gives them a sarcastic slow clap, warning everyone to actually try, unless they want to flunk out and get permanently booted from the academy. He violently slams the door shut, leaving Elena complaining that the guy is literally obsessed with expelling people. The whole squad immediately swarms Chelsea to peek at her answer sheet, while Leo just kicks back, half asleep and completely unfazed. Neela pokes him, asking how he did. Leo shrugs it off, saying he survived, but Neela roasts him, claiming he looks like a guy who is about to master everything. Leo deadpans, asking if he has a resting punchable face, and Neela jokingly offers a full medical scan just to practice her healing magic on him. Meanwhile, Thomas is whining about massive neck cramps. Chelsea fixes that instantly with a swift smack to the back of his head, telling him to stop being a baby. Then she pivots to Leo, grilling him about his summoning practice, since Tide totally snitched that Leo had been ghosting the summoning classes completely. Leo brushes it off, claiming he's been grinding off camera. Chelsea raises an eyebrow, straight up asking what rank he plans to snatch in the upcoming exam. Without missing a beat, Leo smirks. First place, obviously. Cut to the actual day of the summoning exams, where the hype man screams into the mic, welcoming the rookies to the ultimate main event, the Summoner Sprint. He introduces himself as a third-year elite, Lumbates, taking over as the official shoutcaster. Celia looks around completely lost, wondering if this circus is actually a test. Reese steps in, dropping the lore that this race is a massive, deeply rooted academy tradition. They even use this chaotic setup to flex on rival schools in friendly scrimmages. Thomas is magically back on his side hustle, hawking popcorn to the crowd, while Tide is losing his mind, begging the audience to just shut up for 1 second. The rest of the Summoner squad is literally sweating bullets under the heavy pressure. Elisa marches straight up to Leo, getting in his face, with Xenia and Alden flanking her. Elisa gives Leo a fake sweet smile, acknowledging he popped off during the chivalry exams, and sarcastically hopes he is bringing that same energy to the summoning arena. Leo flashes an arrogant smirk, answering with a massive, duh. Elisa brutally calls his bluff, pointing out he must be pure trash since nobody has caught him practicing a single day. The peanut gallery instantly backs her up. They basically tell him to pack his bags if he is just going to troll the exam. The whole crowd bursts into laughter when they notice his grand summon is literally a tiny baby chick, forcing Tide to jump in for damage control. Other students start acting utterly disgusted, telling people to stay away from Leo despite sharing a classroom, calling him a total fraud. Xenia visibly cringes at the absolutely toxic vibes in the air. Out of nowhere, Liusen slides in, telling Xenia she carried the night exam so hard she didn't even need to sweat this one. Xenia rolls her eyes, completely triggered by his condescending trash talk. Alden, also fed up with the background noise, claps back hard. He states that if he had to pick sides just because he's been grinding the summoner path longer, Liusen better wipe that smug look off his face and step back. Liusen glares, demanding to know what his problem is. Alden brutally checks him, saying if Liusen thinks he is the main character, he needs to sit down and shut up, because this room is packed with people way out of his league. Liusen sneers, mocking Alden, by asking if his feelings got hurt, or if that reality check stung too much. He then tries to expose Alden, asking if he even bothered to train before showing up. Alden doesn't even flinch, ice coldly dropping that he doesn't waste training time on absolute scrubs like him, calling him a brainless idiot who couldn't even steer a basic griffin. Liusen absolutely loses it, winding up for a brutal right hook, but Leo intercepts his arm mid-swing with a death grip. Leo drops a heavy warning. If they throw hands before the starting whistle, they're both catching an instant disqualification. Tade leans into Leo, nervously whispering that the tension in the room is ridiculously thick. Tade explains that the summoning track always creates a massive, unbalanced power gap between the elite upperclassmen and the noobs, because dual-class freaks like Leo and Xenia were casually dominating the leaderboards without even maining the summoner class, the super salty second-year students. were throwing massive shade at the entire department, directing all their toxic hate at Leo. They even started spreading a nasty rumor that he was totally dodging all the practical training sessions. And we all know how the cancel culture train ends. Leo finally connects the dots, realizing why he's public enemy number one. It turns out his sheer existence is just acting as pure rage bait for the rest of these losers. Cut to the shadows, where a mysterious figure locks eyes on Leo, thinking the real games have finally begun, as they slowly step out from a glowing portal. Back on the ground, Leosin is literally looking possessed by pure malice, plotting to absolutely wipe the floor with everyone. Lumbates grabs the mic again, cutting through the tension to drop the core rules before the chaos ensues. Rule number 1. Candidates are strictly limited to pure summoning magic, even if you are dual-classing like a tryhard. Aura and offensive magic? Instantly banned. Once the timer drops, the competitors gotta hijack the griffins lined up in front of them, blast their way straight through Summoner Island, and drift a full lap around Silence Lake. And with the stakes officially set, who is gonna snag the top spot in this trial? That was the million-dollar question hanging in the air. And just like that, it was go time. The tension was suffocating, especially for the competitors, but Professor Yura hit the rookies with some harsh reality. She told them to treat this exactly like practice, adding a brutal warning, hesitate for a second, and you eat dust. Naturally, that pep talk just made everyone sweat harder. As she called for them to line up, you could totally see Leeson and some other dudes scheming in the background. The second the whistle blew, absolute chaos erupted. The guys instantly spammed aura and magic straight at Alden and Leo, trying to wipe them off the map immediately. But Leo brushed off the attack like it was absolutely nothing. Tade was freaking out over his rep, but Leo calmly told him to chill and keep his eyes front. He ordered Tide to push forward, though Tide was still sweating bullets as the crowd started screaming about the blatant ambush. Leo internally sighed. He knew he had haters, but an entire squad teaming up just to jump him? That was wild. The announcer hyped up the trap, pointing out how the rivals were already popping their summoning spells. Meanwhile, Alden just casually strolled over to his griffin, completely unbothered. He threw Leo a glance, asking if he needed a hand, but Leo shot him down immediately. Without missing a beat, Alden just turned his back and vanished into the sky. Back on the ground, Leo was literally fighting a one versus everyone battle, and Chelsea was losing her mind watching it. She was stressing because Leo was the absolute last guy standing on their side. Up in the stands, Yura realized this mob attack was way dirtier than she originally calculated. The whole lobby was gunning for him, and considering his main spec was not spirits but raw summoning, the odds looked incredibly rough. She braced herself for his downfall, only to get completely blindsided. Leo started casually flexing some high-tier fairy summoning magic. Bro was out here speaking the ancient spirit language, and he sounded like an absolute native. Mid-chant, he locked eyes with the professor, hitting her with a glare that left her speechless. In that split second, she made up her mind she absolutely had to recruit this kid. Cut to the sky, where the Griffin drag race was in full swing. One of the riders started trash-talking, claiming Leo was permanently benched and completely out of the running. Elisa was absolutely not vibing with that. She wanted to clap Leo and Alden on her own terms, not through some sneaky back-alley sabotage. She called them out, asking how this cowardly move would make their class look, but Leeson brushed it off like whatever. He smugly called Leo an easy mark that nobody would care about, but Elisa just told him to use his brain for once, and zoomed right into first place. She rolled her eyes, thinking Leeson was just another spoiled rich kid who thought his daddy's money gave him a free pass to rule the school. Meanwhile, Lyson was high on his own ego, convinced that securing second place was practically in the bag. Honestly, outside of Elisa, his aerial summon control was top tier, but then Xenia pulled up. She was not even riding a beast, she was literally surfing through the freaking sky. Leosin completely panicked and screamed at his squad to shoot her down. A summoner girl commanded her spirit to blast Xenia, but she dodged it flawlessly. Flexing extreme acrobatics, Xenia flipped right over the attacker and delivered a brutal kick straight to her face, sending the girl crashing down to earth. As the girl fell, Xenia muttered that she should not have been in the way. She even joked that her kick barely had any sauce on it. She literally had not even activated her aura, yet she just kept cruising through the clouds and threw Liusin a sarcastic wave. Lyosin gritted his teeth, yelling that picking a fight with him was a fatal mistake. Xenia just laughed, admitting that fighting in the air was definitely a massive nerf for her. But then, she flashed a wicked smile and reminded him she was not the only raid boss on the map. Suddenly, a massive shockwave rattled the sky from way below. Xenia smirked, noting that Alden was absolutely the type of guy to return the exact same toxic energy he received. Down below, Alden was literally bombing everything in sight. He sarcastically thanked the brats for their little ambush, promised to return the favor, and nuked Lucin's entire airspace with a gigantic fireball. The blast wiped out practically everyone in the crossfire and left Liusen completely rattled and spinning out of control. Back at the starting line, the announcer was blowing up the speakers, pointing out that Leo Club, the freshman aiming to conquer every single class, was currently eating dirt at the very back of the pack. The guy on the mic literally questioned if summoning was his ultimate weakness. Leo was just death-staring his griffin, which was rocking a messed-up wing. He muttered that this was an absolute disaster. When he tugged the reins, the beast completely lost its mind and threw a massive tantrum. The announcer warned the crowd that forcing an injured beast was a terrible idea. Up in the stands, Celia was intensely questioning why Leo was pushing it so hard. Reese immediately replied that the guy definitely had a master plan. Down in the dirt, Leo muscled the reins back, telling the beast he did not care about its feelings. He needed absolute obedience right now. He hit it with a terrifying glare and commanded it to sit. The beast was so intimidated it literally pinned its ears back and froze. Having totally dominated the giant animal, he ripped the debris straight out of its injured wing, vaulted into the saddle, and launched into the race. The announcer updated the crowd, screaming that Leo's griffin was busted, but somehow he patched it up and finally took off. He was miles behind the pack, but Leo just leaned into his wounded mount and basically told it to suck it up and push through the pain. He chanted his contract binding, and out of nowhere, a literal baby phoenix spawned, wrapping the entire griffin in blazing phoenix fire. Celia was mind-blown, asking what kind of crazy fire magic that was. Reese theorized it might be the legendary Serdinger flames, but he was super confused because there was absolutely zero aura radiating from it. Meanwhile, at the front of the pack, Alden was still ruthlessly dropping players out of the sky. He was blasting everyone out of the sky until a total blur ripped through the air. It was Leo, hitting max speed. Spotting the front runners, Leo muttered that it was time to kick things into high gear, but he slammed the brakes. Looming ahead was an absolute unit. Liusen was not riding a griffin. That thing, 'twas a Fafnir, a straight-up dragon. Let us rewind a few minutes. Elisa saw her opening to dust Alden, but this guy literally spawned a summon, right in her face. The shockwave was massive. Elisa barely scraped by, pulling off a crazy dodge. She realized he was flexing high-tier summoning magic. Only top-level spirits pack that kind of heat. She knew Alden skipped magic classes, but figured brute force would not matter if she just danced around his hits. Then, Alden dropped an ice spirit onto the battlefield, daring her to dodge his next move. A hailstorm of ice spikes rained down, but Elisa instantly buffed her mount, turning her griffin into a flamethrower that melted the attack into steam. Alden was stunned, questioning how she overpowered his spell. The commentator hyped up the insane clash, but while Elisa and Alden were busy beefing, Xenia ghosted right between them. Not so fast. Elisa snatched Xenia by the throat with a magical snare, refusing to be outplayed, right before Alden lobbed an explosive hex at her. It was a literal 2-on-1 setup. Yet Xenia twisted mid-air, ripped off the magical chokehold, and surfed her griffin to regain her balance. She muttered that these two were totally unhinged until the sky went dark. A pitch-black wyvern appeared out of nowhere. Liusen barked that they were all dead meat. Xenia yelled at the officials to step in, screaming that riding a monster completely violated the rules. Liusen just told her to shut up, claiming rules were irrelevant now. He ordered everyone to scatter or get completely wiped out. The crowd was buzzing, wondering if he somehow tamed this shadow beast, but experts noticed the mutation. It was an irregular. Suddenly, the spotlight shifted. Leo rocketed onto the scene, using blazing phoenix flames as jet boosters. Liusen raged, demanding to know how he caught up so fast, then swore he would crush him anyway. Leo barely blinked at the death threat. His icy silence sent shivers through the crowd. He just glared and demanded to know where Liusen found that abomination. Liusen smirked, asking if he was jealous of his ultimate power, bragging that his raw talent locked down the beast. Internally, Leo scoffed. This clown actually thought he summoned a pet. He recognized the nightmare immediately. It was a Fafnir, a demonic weapon used by Tartarus mages. These abominations were supposedly wiped off the map, back in the era of despair. So how did this random kid get his hands on one? Zero warning. The Fafnir fired a brutal energy blast. Leo violently yanked his griffin out of the blast zone, forcing the others to scramble. Elisa nearly plummeted, and the death beam locked dead onto Xenia. Knowing she could not dodge, she threw up a shield, but the sheer force shattered her magic and blasted her out of the sky. Leo instantly dived. He snagged her midair, realizing she was completely knocked out. Securing her was priority number one. He screamed at the competitors to ground themselves immediately. They did not hesitate. Meanwhile, Liusen was high on his own supply, laughing that dominating the race felt way too easy. The announcer freaked out as the racers abandoned the track. The entire event was turning into an absolute disaster class. Professor Yura had enough, snapping that the announcer was useless. She literally kicked him out of the booth. Grabbing the mic, she declared the race officially cancelled. All staff were ordered to mobilize and neutralize the threat. Seiden was completely lost, begging for context. Yura dropped the bombshell. Liusen had not summoned a spirit. He bonded with a high-tier demonic entity. The faculty froze in sheer panic. Yura grimly warned that the dark aura of the monster was currently frying the brain of Liusen. He was nothing but a puppet being played by a demon. Harry jumped in, convinced Liusen was just a pawn in a bigger conspiracy. He mapped out the game plan. Yura was on execution duty for the beast, while the rest of the teachers formed a defensive perimeter for the students. Harry and Seiden locked in to tag-team the chaos. Cut to the ground level. Leo gently set an unconscious Xenia down. As the rest of the racers touched down, Alden warned that the target was closing in fast. Liusen descended, mocking them for acting like cowards. He taunted them to fight, whining that running away ruined his fun. Leo stared daggers at him, stating he was not running, and that pet was definitely not a wyvern. Liusen threw a tantrum, screaming that he was the summoning major here. Leo shot back that he was riding a brain-dead demonic parasite, a literal Fafnir. Flashbacks hit him hard. He had slaughtered these exact abominations before, remembering when swarms of them blacked out the sky to end the world. Channeling his past life as Kale, Leo swore to obliterate this trash mob. Right on the spot, he squared up against the beast. Liusen completely lost it, cackling like an absolute psychopath. Watching him, Elisa whispered that the guy was completely gone mentally. Spitting venom, Liusen shrieked that no one was going to take his victory away. Fafnir unleashes this absolute death beam, just wiping out everything in its path. But Alden isn't backing down. He instantly drops a massive golem onto the battlefield. The rock giant tanks the blast straight up. Alden shouts he's got Leo's back, swearing he's the only one really riding for him right now. Off to the side, a teacher is totally mind-blown, questioning if they just witnessed a legit magic golem. Elisa rolls her eyes, muttering about Leo's massive ego, but she jumps into the fray anyway. Their main goal? Yanking that absolute clown right off his demonic ride. Alden warns his summon is cracking fast. Leo smirks, hyped for the backup. Up above, Liusen is just trash-talking, mocking the golem for being straight-up pathetic, bragging about his own god-tier beast crushing the rock giant to dust. He challenges them. What exactly is their next move? Boom! Elisa flexes her spirit magic, throwing a blast that nearly takes Liusen's head off. He tries charging up Fafnir for round 2, but gets a massive face full of chain explosions instead. Now! Alden screams. The window is wide open. Before anyone can even blink, Leo teleports right beside Liusen, aiming straight between his eyes. One clean hit, and Liusen goes tumbling off his dragon. The demonic entity controlling him actually chuckles. He admits locking horns with this kid was the right call. He claims knocking him off the beast is the absolute ceiling of Leo's power. Down below, Elisa and Alden are practically paralyzed in shock. Fafnir catches air again, dragging Leo along for the ride. The possessed villain sneers, asking if the little hero candidate is finally shaking in his boots. Leo just stares him down. He calls out the villain for exactly what he is, a shady puppeteer straight out of Tartarus. Then, he drops a heavy question. Where's your real body hiding? Can't be too far from here. The demon freezes up, genuinely caught off guard that this kid knows his true identity. He praises Leo, calling him a fascinating brat with some serious main character energy. But the compliment comes with a death sentence. Liusen swings hard. Leo easily parries the strike, but the sheer force launches him right off the back of the flying dragon. Mid-air, Leo snaps his fingers and calls out Fiore. Your time to pop off, he smirks, igniting the absolute fury of the phoenix flames. Free-falling through the sky, reality hits Leo. He's a jack of all trades, but a master of literally zero. Aaron and Dwayne completely gap him when it comes to aura. Luna sweeps the floor with him in magic, and Lysinus is leagues above him in summoning. That exact flaw is why Leo chose a different path, fusing every single power type into one ultimate weapon. Aura weaving into magic, magic twisting into spirit energy crashing right back into aura, an insane trinity. Fiore transforms. The little bird explodes into this breathtaking, massive entity of fire. Leo grins, admitting it finally looks like a legit mythical beast. Fafnir physically flinches from the insane heat. The puppet master loses his mind. A freaking phoenix? Just who in the world is this kid? Leo bargains. He'll drop his lore only if the demon spills how he got his hands on Fafnir. The dark entity scoffs, claiming he goes way back with the dragon. He recognizes the beast from the ancient age of despair. By all logic, this nightmare shouldn't even exist in the modern timeline. Leo yells for Fiore to brace for impact. The next clash is going to be apocalyptic. Channeling everything, he triggers his ultimate sword art. Serdinger, Phoenix Breath, Prominence. Fafnir exhales a tidal wave of destruction, clashing violently against Leo, who holds the line with pure fire. The villain screams that it's game over. But out of nowhere, Fafnir starts spiraling out of control, violently glitching like its connection got cut. Leo connects the dots instantly. Someone just ambushed the puppet master's real body. This is his one-shot opening. He unleashes a colossal beam of pure hellfire, absolutely vaporizing everything caught in its crosshairs. The demon is caught totally lacking. A blinding explosion rocks the sky, turning the mighty Fafnir into literal floating ash. Leo praises Fiore for the absolute carry, but right at the peak of their victory, the bird's energy completely empties out mid-air. Gravity kicks in. Leo is in freefall, dropping like a rock without a parachute. Meanwhile, as the demon tries, he gets slammed by an overwhelming force. Enter Seaton and Harry, rolling up to the scene to humble this Tartarus freak. The villain spits blood, mocking them. 2 pillars of Luminia just for me? But he's suffocating under their aura, his skills completely jammed. Knowing he's outclassed, he bitterly admits this boss fight will have to wait for a sequel. With a quick flash, he warps out of existence. He completely trashed his current host's body, meaning he's bound to hijack a new one soon. Harry warns the squad that this psycho will definitely respawn. They quickly sweep the area, absorbing the leftover dark fragments. Seaton looks grim. Luminia is officially in the crosshairs. Cut back to Leo, who gently commands the exhausted Fiore to retreat to the spirit realm. Talk about perfect timing. Professor Yura swoops in for the save, her face a mix of pure panic and utter relief that she didn't show up late. Her wyvern snatches him right out of the sky, dragging him back to safety. But the drama isn't over yet. Somewhere in the shadows, a cloaked figure is just trashing the puppet master. They call him an absolute embarrassment for catching an L from a rookie hero. The Dark Summoner snaps back, defending his loss. Leo isn't some random scrub. The kid packs a literal phoenix and actually knows the dark lore behind Fafnir. The hooded woman grins beneath her cowl, whispering that things just got incredibly spicy. Flash forward to the academy. Leo sits there, assuming the summoning exams are totally scrapped after that disaster. Leosin is confirmed dead, and the whole student body is brutally slapped with reality. Surviving in Luminia isn't just a game anymore. The rumors are flying wild. Everyone is dying to know how a shady pact with a legendary beast like Fafnir even went down, but the staff goes into full cover-up mode. They push a fake narrative, desperately claiming the monster was just a random black wyvern, completely hiding the terrifying truth about Fafnir. Exam day had finally arrived. Leo rolled into Professor Len's practical magic test, but the vibe in the room was completely off. Everyone was absolutely stunned, staring at Chloe. She looked like absolute garbage, practically a walking ghost. Both Leo and the professor locked their eyes on her, knowing something was seriously wrong. Once the whole squad showed up, the professor clapped his hands to cut the chatter. He dropped the bomb, demanding that every single student showcase a totally custom, original spell dripping with their own personality. Sure, it sounded like a colossal waste of time, but he wasn't playing around. To make things sweatier, he brought in the big guns for grading. We're talking 3 elite upperclassmen who absolutely dominated this academy, exactly 3 years ago. The lineup? The legendary Rilda Fethny, the ruthless Aidman Slack, and the powerhouse Sinjus. The classroom practically erupted. Thomas hyped it up, thinking these vets were here to hand out easy passes. But Leo wasn't fooled. He knew this was an execution, not a rescue mission. Professor Len called Eliana to the firing line first. She was practically vibrating with excitement to flex for the legends, acting so insanely sweet that she actually made people cringe. Brushing it off, she sparked up a blindingly radiant aura, glowing just as brightly as her whole personality. She proudly announced her core attribute was pure light. Rilda raised an eyebrow, genuinely hyped, considering how insanely rare that affinity is. Eliana doubled down, merging it with raw fire to spark up a raging, swirling storm of flames and blinding flashes, popping off like literal fireworks. She dubbed it thermal light magic. Sinjus was totally eating it up, but Ademan instantly shut it down, roasting her by calling it nothing more than a basic laser beam. The panel scribbled their scores, and when Professor Len pulled the results, he revealed a brutal C- for Eliana. The whole room gasped, completely shook. If that insane display barely passed, everyone else was completely cooked. The next few victims caught the same awful grades. Thomas stepped up, flexing his gold and coin manipulation, scraping by with a solid B+. Chelsea locked in her score using her absolute zero ice skills, leaving both of them breathing a massive sigh of relief. The judges threw them a bone, admitting it was decent, but the energy was still completely flat. Sure, this batch of rookies had potential, but nobody was delivering that jaw-dropping wow factor. Aidman leaned forward, itching to see the remaining wildcards, since rumors claimed 3 of these kids were straight-up prodigies. Next up to the plate was the myth himself, Abad Llewellyn. Every girl in the room practically started swooning, and the entire class went dead silent. He violently chalked a massive, complex formula onto the board, boldly declaring he was about to drop a high-tier tempest that would redefine elite magic. He flashed back to his grinding sessions at the Llewellyn estate, where he literally had to trap himself inside a heavy-duty barrier just to survive practicing it. Channeling his raw mana, he unleashed a vicious, roaring cyclone right inside the sealed room, tearing the protective shield to absolute shreds. The backlash was so intense it sucked up a random little critter wandering outside. Obviously, Abad wasn't about to let the little guy get hurt. He gently scooped the animal out of the vortex, making sure it was safe, before finishing his flex. He unveiled an overdrive wind spell. It sounded basic on paper, but required such god-tier precision that only a master-level caster could pull it off without dying. Boom! Extra credit secured. Chelsea was beaming, practically bursting with pride for her brother, cementing him as Professor Len's ultimate teacher's pet. Then, the atmosphere shifted. It was Leo Plov's turn to step up. Leo stared them dead in the eyes and announced his high-tier spell, defied reality completely. Operating on a system with absolutely zero elemental attributes, the judges scoffed, whispering that this was literally impossible and unheard of. Undeterred, Leo broke it down. Every standard spell leeches off a base element, but his custom-built, absolute wildcard system would completely bypass the traditional casting delay. The panel looked at him like he had lost his damn mind. Sinju's narrowed her eyes, demanding to know if he was actually claiming to invent an entirely new, groundbreaking magical casting framework from scratch. Leo didn't even blink, just a stone-cold yes. Meanwhile, Professor Len was practically foaming at the mouth with hype. He knew right then that this kid was destined for absolute greatness. But Ademan wasn't having it, groaning in sheer disgust, and snapping that he didn't skip his duties to listen to a delusional kid's fairy tales. Cutting through the hate, Professor Len ordered Leo to keep going. He needed to witness this miracle firsthand. Rilda shrugged, giving the green light to let him cook. As Leo started rapidly scribbling formulas across the board, Rilda muttered that only one person in all of recorded history had ever successfully bypassed the elemental system. Leo smirked, casually name-dropping the legendary lunar priestess of the constellations. Hearing that god-tier title sent a shockwave through the room. Sinju snapped back, challenging him. Was this arrogant freshman genuinely trying to put himself on the same pedestal as the untouchable, mythic priestess? Leo kept it 100% real. Hell no, he could never touch Luna's level. She was a literal walking deity. But he smoothly pointed out that you don't need to be a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy just to engineer a new magic engine. Sinjus was left, completely speechless, her jaw practically hitting the floor as she read his flawless math. Rilda tried to call bluff, assuming it was all garbage data, but Ademan cut her off, his eyes wide. The ruthless judge admitted that according to these equations, a caster could spam any spell with zero penalty. Chelsea stared blankly, confessing her brain was melting just trying to decode a single line of it, while Thomas threw his hands up, admitting he tapped out. 5 minutes ago, through all this absolute chaos, Chloe just stood dead silent, her eyes locked onto Leo like a laser. Ademan, they asked him straight up why build a whole new system from scratch. Leo just dropped a massive flex, saying he wanted absolute freedom to wield literally every type of magic in existence. Ademan looked at him like he was absolutely unhinged, but suddenly, it all clicked. This was exactly why they slapped the special student label on him this year. When asked to name his spell, Leo didn't hesitate. The Bible. He declared a pure, unfiltered manifestation of white magic. Zero dark energy, zero corruption. Sinju's jaw practically hit the floor, realizing that only one legend in all of history had ever dared to use that title. The Bible was supposed to be a myth, a magical framework created by the fictional hero Kai. Now she was questioning reality. Was Leo about to prove that Kai wasn't just a fairy tale? The judges handed over the scorecards, and the professor made it official. Leo Plop had absolutely crushed the competition, taking the #1 spot. Deep down, Leo made a silent promise. As Kyle in his past life, he failed to perfect this system, but this time around, he was going to finish the job. The vibe shifted the second Chloe stood up. Rocking a completely new hair color, she stepped up to the plate. As the final presenter, Leo asked if she was feeling okay. Rilda chimed in, whispering about the insane hype surrounding Chloe. Everyone knew she was the top dog of the class, so expectations were sky high. Chloe deadpanned her reveal. She had created an inextinguishable flame. The room was stunned. Wait, wasn't her main affinity ice? Chelsea started sweating, wondering if Chloe had purposely picked a counter-element just to flex. To the untrained eye, though, a little fireball looked pretty basic, nothing to write home about. The judges brushed it off as just another high-tier spell. Rilda was ready to call it a day, assuming the show was over. But Chloe wasn't having it. She smirked, ready to show these scrubs what her magic was actually capable of. She literally dumped a roaring waterfall right on top of the fire. The crazy part? The flame didn't even flicker. Even Leo was caught off guard. The crowd started losing their minds. Did she somehow hack the system and add a permanence buff? Chloe confirmed their worst fears. Unless she manually killed the spell, that fire was going to burn until the end of time. Snapping her fingers, she snuffed out the flame and started dropping pure knowledge. Every single spell in existence follows one golden rule. Cut off the mana supply, and the magic dies. The whole room held its breath as she grabbed some chalk and started furiously writing out her formula on the board. Adamant's brain was short-circuiting. Did this girl seriously just break the laws of physics? How was that even possible? She slammed the chalk down, finishing the blueprint for the eternal flame. Leo stared in disbelief, knowing firsthand that this should be mathematically impossible. A fire that never dies? Not even Luna could pull that off. Only one entity in the universe possessed that kind of heat, the primordial beast, Erebus. Later that day, the anxiety was eating Leo alive. He told Celia to get Chloe on the line right away, but she was out cold. The exam prep had completely drained her. Feeling guilty for pushing it, Leo decided to back off and let her rest. Celia pulled him aside, asking what the deal was with Chloe lately. She had been super on edge, snapping at everyone. Apparently, she had been picking fights with kids from other classes, and even her own squad wasn't safe from her temper. Worse yet, the rumor mill was going crazy. Word on the street was, she'd been hanging out with the absolute worst delinquents in the magic program. Fast forward to the present. Leo summoned Fiore, giving the little guy belly rubs. But this was just a cover. He really needed to talk to Fiore's mom. Farina manifested, demanding to know why she was summoned so urgently. Leo didn't beat around the bush. He needed to know why she was hiding out at Lumenia. Because honestly, a majestic phoenix is the literal kryptonite to anything demonic. It didn't make sense for her to be here. Leo knew there had to be a hidden agenda. With a heavy sigh, the legendary beast finally spilled the tea. 5 years ago, Lumenia got hit hard. 2 students and 3 staff members were slaughtered, and the killers vanished like ghosts. Since that bloody day, the principal secretly put her on guard duty. She had been hunting those phantoms ever since. Leo brought up the dark rumors about the fake demonic monster tamer. He looked her dead in the eye. Was Tartarus pulling the strings? Farina shook her head. Her gut told her yes, but she didn't have a single shred of hard evidence to prove it. Leo told her to pass a grim warning to the principal. There was a high chance another student had gone rogue and made a deal with Tartarus, exactly like Liusen did. Cut to the main event. Everyone was geared up and grouped together for the ultimate combo test. Practical exams, hero studies, and live combat. Harry took the stage, but instead of explaining the rules himself, he passed the mic straight to the class rep. Stepping up, Leo dropped the bomb. This wasn't just some boring written test. They were going to squad up and literally invade a hero's timeline. Their target? The infamous Sedmer incident. Eliana looked totally lost, which had Neela looking at her like she grew a second head. Harry clapped his hands, demanding everyone shut up and listen to Leo. Leo started reading the grim mission briefing. 30 years ago, a squad of fresh-faced first-years got deployed to the central Sedmer forest. Out of nowhere, Tartarus ambushed them, turning a routine mission into an absolute bloodbath. Enter Professor Albi, the legendary magic eye sorcerer. Back then, he was just a sophomore, but he dove in with a rescue squad, fighting like an absolute demon to stop the freshmen from getting completely wiped off the map. Absolute carnage. The mission briefing was crystal clear. Pull the survivors from the wreckage and wipe out every last demonic freak breathing down their necks. They were basically Professor Albi's backup for this gig. But Harry dropped a reality bomb. This wasn't your standard pop quiz. It was a brutal wake-up call to keep their heads on a swivel. Flop this exam, show 0 spark, and boom, you're packing your bags. Expulsion guaranteed. Flashing that signature grin, Harry hyped up the squad, reminding them they were already absolute units. The crowd was seriously vibing with the pep talk. Cutting the wholesome moment short, Harry announced it was time to squad up. Professor Ariana stepped up to the plate to handle the drafting process. Forget picking your besties. Your fate rested entirely on a blind draw straight out of a literal cauldron. Talk about RNG. Leo snatched his slip. Team 11, dead last in the queue. With the rosters locked in, Ariana gave the green light for Squad 1 to hit the summoning gate. Chelsea was totally flexing her RNG luck. Super relieved she rolled the Zerdinger princess as a teammate. Celia, meanwhile, was ready to show everyone why the Rodran Empire did not play around. Stepping up to the plate, Albi activated the hero's record, plunging them into his own memory vault. Target destination? The Sedmer incident. Prologue chapter. A massive wave of energy hit them the second they crossed into Albi's domain, and just like that, they vanished into thin air. The spectators were absolutely losing their minds over their insane clear speed. I mean, what else do you expect from kids with literal hero DNA coursing through their veins? Seaton bet all his chips on Celia, bringing home an S-tier score, though Harry wasn't entirely sold on the hype yet. Chelsea was out there putting on an absolute clinic, making it painfully obvious this was secretly a massive flex-off between the rookies. Out of nowhere, the headmaster himself crashed the viewing party, completely starstruck by the blazing speed of the Vanguard squad. Seaton blinked, asking what brought the big boss down to the trenches. The headmaster just brushed it off, claiming he wanted a front-row seat to watch the freshmen level up. He did, however, shoot a heavy apology Albie's way for forcing the guy to dig up such pure, concentrated trauma for a midterm. But Albie just brushed off the sympathy. He'd made a blood oath to keep the horrors of that day burned into his brain forever. If anything, he considered the simulation a solid reality check. Moments later, Squad 1 officially blitzed their run. The headmaster was nodding, deeply impressed by the Zerdinger princess and Lillian. They lived up to every ounce of the hype. Despite having egos the size of Jupiter, their tag team combo was absolutely flawless. Sharing the same homeland probably gave them that unspoken telepathy. Before long, the other squads started wrapping up their raids too. Abad and Duran totally bulldozed the front line. Rocking raw, unadulterated power, they practically stomped their way to a sweeping W. Neela and Senia's duo wasn't trailing far behind either, showcasing insane combat rhythm. The headmaster actually dropped his jaw at Senia's footwork. It was incredibly unorthodox, dodging attacks in ways even he hadn't seen before. Squad 5 quickly followed suit, with Alden, Elisa, and Ileana locking down the objective. Looking at the roster, the headmaster knew this freshman class was ridiculously stacked. But in his eyes, the real MVPs, the undeniable peak potential of this generation, were chilling in Team 11, Leo and Chloe. Something about Leo Plav just hit the old man right in the feels. Given the cue, the duo nodded, locked in and ready to drop into the zone. Albie fired up the projection. The Sedmer incident. Prologue. But the second the gate opened, the vibe shifted violently. A deeply sinister aura flooded the arena. Red flags went off in the headmaster's brain immediately. This wasn't a standard sim, the bloodlust was suffocating. Suddenly, the system glitched, dragging only Leo and Chloe into the rift. The rest of their squad was completely locked out. Satan was losing his mind watching the screens freeze. The headmaster demanded a status report right then and there. Sweating bullets, Albie screamed to pull the plug on the exam. A demonic death mark had just materialized, hijacking his entire memory dimension. The headmaster's blood ran cold. He knew exactly what that meant. A rogue, heroic dungeon was manifesting, and his two best rookies were trapped in the belly of the beast. Inside the void, Chloe frantically pointed out the quest UI was completely busted. Cool as a cucumber, Leo casually diagnosed the problem. They just triggered a heroic manifestation. Chloe shut that theory down hard, arguing this wasn't even close to a lost chapter scenario. In all her years, she had never seen a recorded memory literally mutate and go rogue like this. Tapping his comms, Leo tried reaching out to Albie for a strat, but all he got was dead static. They were completely off the grid. Full panic mode activated, Chloe started yelling to abort the mission and bail. She was desperately clinging to the hope that the staff would force an eject. Leo hit her with the cold, hard truth. If the teachers could pull them out, they already would have. This was a legit survival dungeon now, and they were the only ones who could clear the boss room. Chloe looked at him like he had two heads. Soloing this nightmare was suicide even for a full raid party. Did he conveniently forget the literal massacre that happened here 30 years ago? With ice in his veins, Leo pointed out whining wasn't going to open an exit portal. Overwhelmed by the sheer dread, Chloe literally collapsed to her knees. The entire creepy forest felt like one massive, inescapable death trap. That's when Leo smoothly dropped a reality check. Wasn't she supposed to be the undisputed GOAT of their freshman class? If they just synced up their brain cells, breaking out of this hellhole would be a cakewalk. Chloe stared at him, absolutely baffled by his borderline psychopathic lack of fear. She'd busted her back trying to match his power level, and she wasn't about to fold now. Dusting herself off, she stood tall and demanded to know his big brain strat. Breaking it down like a true raid leader, Leo outlined the win conditions for the Sedmer run. Objective 1. Secure the trapped freshman. Objective 2. Keep those squishy targets alive. To pull off a carry this massive, they desperately needed backup. But Chloe was clueless on where they'd magically spawn a squad. The server was locked. Outside help was a massive zero. But Leo flashed a sly smirk. They weren't exactly alone in these woods. The realization hit Chloe like a freight train. The ghosts of the past. Since they were literally inside a memory drive, the victims of the original massacre were technically still breathing NPCs. Without skipping a beat, Leo marched straight into the dark tree line, leaving Chloe scrambling to figure out his next insane move. "Hop on," Leo demanded, offering his back. Chloe blinked, totally confused, but Leo wasn't playing around. If Tartarus reached the other students first, it was game over. Plus, as a mage, her movement speed was absolute trash. Meanwhile, those trapped cadets were fighting for their lives against nightmarish creatures ripped straight from Albi's past. The mastermind? A high-ranking, Tartarus demon named Subarn. He watched from the shadows as our piggybacking duo rushed toward the cornered memory. Squad, Subarn scoffed. To him, they were just rookie hero candidates. Absolute fodder, not worth his time. But then, a massive spike of energy hit him. The combined aura, radiating off Leo and Chloe, was insane. That's when it clicked. Leo was completely classless. Subarni's eyes lit up with sick fascination, recognizing the unmistakable vibe of the legendary hero, Kyle. Meanwhile, Leo noticed the forest suffocating them in pitch-black darkness the deeper they went. It was time to pull out Arlan's signature skill. Channeling his aura, he cranked his raw senses up to 11, activating a god-tier hyper-perception technique. The darkness instantly vanished from his vision as he sprinted forward. Orc, ambush ahead, he called out. Chloe couldn't see squat, but he was dead on. Clinging to his back, she instantly weaved an intricate ice spell, unleashing a brutal barrage of freezing spikes that shredded the frontline monsters into shaved ice. But Chloe's stomach dropped. One beefy orc had survived, and he was clutching a massive warning horn. One blast, and the whole forest would swarm them. Before the beast could even draw a breath, Leo flashed forward, slicing both the monster and his trumpet clean in half. Chloe just stared, painfully aware of the massive power gap between them. She honestly wondered if she'd ever catch up to his ridiculous level. They finally broke through the tree line, spotting the battered survivors. Chloe whispered, asking if the coast was clear of demons, but Leo's eyes were already burning with pure rage. "Cover me," he growled, launching himself into the fray, while she instantly layered him in thick ice armor. The cadets were desperately fighting a losing battle, completely outclassed by the demonic horde. Just when things looked incredibly bleak, a demon was suddenly cleaved in two by a blur of steel. The remaining monsters froze, just as mind-blown as the students. Leo ripped through the rest of the pack like they were wet paper. A trembling girl squeaked out, asking if they were the rescue squad, and Leo just threw a thumbs up, right as a massive fiend lunged at his blind spot. But boom, Leo vanished, leaving an afterimage as he blitzed ahead. The monster unleashed a swarm of vile blood leeches, but Leo wasn't breaking a sweat. He instantly flared up a scorching aura, vaporizing them on impact. The traumatized rookies watched him, jaws practically hitting the dirt, feeling the hype. That same girl who actually turned out to be a priestess popped a holy incense spell. The sky lit up, raining down a devastating shower of blinding, divine meteors that completely nuked the demons. Chloe narrowed her eyes, instantly recognizing the rare signature of a hardcore constellation priestess. She swore she had seen that face before. Once the dust settled, the survivors practically worshipped Leo and Chloe. The priestess admitted she had totally freaked out when the horde ambushed them, nearly crying with relief over their clutch save. But Chloe kept it strictly business, excusing herself to pull her partner aside. Safely out of earshot, she dropped a massive bombshell on Leo. That girl was Alia Yeron, Professor Albi's little sister, and according to history, she was brutally murdered in this exact forest by Subarni. Chloe locked eyes with him, knowing he probably already felt it. They had zero chance of changing the fate of Alia's crew during this twisted Sedmer scenario. In the original timeline, this place was their absolute graveyard. She emphasized their rotten luck. Of course, they had to run into him of all people. Subarn wasn't just a grunt. He held the terrifying rank of knight within Tartarus. Alia's squad had been his very first victims, getting wiped off the map without putting up a fight. The whole reason the cult orchestrated this entire Sedmer bloodbath was specifically to assassinate Alia. She wasn't just some kid. She was an ultra-talented prodigy and a prime hero candidate destined for greatness. Chloe didn't sugarcoat it with their current stats. Pulling off a rescue mission was literally impossible. If they wanted to clear this insanely rigged stage, they had to ditch these kids and find another team immediately. Leo's expression turned ice cold. So we just let Subarne butcher them? Chloe flinched, hating the reality of it, but insisted it was their only ticket to surviving this nightmare. She reminded him that back in the real world, these people had been decaying in the ground for 30 years. Leo didn't even blink. "I know they're ghosts," he snapped back, "but I'm not walking away." Frustrated, Chloe screamed at him to wake up, her voice echoing so loudly that the survivors turned their heads. She admitted he was stupidly overpowered, a total freak of nature, but this wasn't an anime. They couldn't afford to play the noble savior right now. The sheer stress finally broke her, and tears started streaming down her face. Leo just looked at her calmly and asked, "Since when is acting like a hero a crime?" He checked her right then and there, reminding her that as a hero candidate herself, she shouldn't be spitting that kind of defeatist garbage. They weren't just pretending, they were forging themselves into the real deal. Struck by that massive, brutal reality check, poor Chloe. was left completely speechless. Taking control, Leo pointed out that the timeline was already fractured anyway. The cursed forest hadn't been this suffocatingly dark during the original historical record when Alia's squad was ambushed. In any other timeline, Chubar would have wiped them out by now. Chloe was still low-key in denial, convinced that this whole gamble was completely unhinged, but she let Leo make the final call. His verdict? They were dipping and taking Alia's squad right out of that hellhole with them. Watching his back, Chloe could not help but wonder, was Leo still miles ahead of her, operating on a completely different level? She just did not have the stats to catch up to him yet. Off to the side, Tejad was whispering to the crew that the vibes were totally off. A rescue squad of literally 2 people? Dina nodded, saying she caught on to that sketchiness right away. Plus, these saviors looked like straight-up teenagers, just like them. Belak floated the idea that this was a Tartaros setup, which made Alia instantly question his logic. Why would enemy spies be actively slaughtering demons to save them? Honestly, Alia dropped a bombshell. She thought the new guy was giving off major main character energy. The whole squad blue-screened. Dina looked at her like she grew a second head. Since when did Alia ever talk about guys like that? Alia immediately got defensive, asking what the big deal was. Dina just shrugged, saying she always assumed Alia's type would be someone exactly like her older brother. The chatter got cut short when Leo stepped up, demanding absolute focus. The game plan? Sprint through the forest and put as much distance between them and the danger zone as humanly possible. Taylor instantly pushed back. Was running away really the move when they finally had backup? Why not stay and grind out a few more monster kills? Leo shot that down fast. It was a death wish, because a night-class demon was actively hunting them. That reality check dropped the temperature in the room to absolute 0. Belak swallowed hard, pointing out that a night-tier threat is literal nightmare fuel. Tejad realized they were dealing with a monster packing more firepower than an entire military platoon. Leo locked eyes with them, hammering home his point. Throwing hands directly was completely off the table. The only mission objective right now was surviving. Watching him take charge, a sudden thought hit Alia. In a weird, undeniable way, Leo throws out a quick "we good?" and the squad bolts. But amidst the chaos, Alia clocks something completely off about Chloe. Her face is practically screaming red flags. Cut back to the academy library, total panic mode. The whole staff is tearing through the archives, hunting for any shred of lore about a hero who actually survived a heroic dungeon. Finding a precedent is literally do or die for the trapped students. The headmaster drops the harsh truth. The barrier locking them out is actually a massive W. Why? Because it proves the kids haven't been wiped out yet. Albie nods grimly, confirming the lore a heroic dungeon stays sealed shut, as long as its challengers are still breathing. Bottom line, our duo is still kicking. But the clock is absolutely ticking. Harlan points out it's been 3 brutal hours since the drop-in. In that twisted pocket dimension, nightfall is definitely creeping in. The headmaster turns to Albie. 30 years ago, when exactly did you flatline Chuvarn? Right around the witching hour. Midnight, Albie replies. The headmaster exhales, realizing their only play is praying history repeats itself. Suddenly, a scout bursts into the room, dropping heavy intel they just tracked down the plug who supplied the demonic summoning catalysts to that traitor, Louisan. But before the scout can even finish, she freezes. Albie is radiating pure, unadulterated murder intent, looking ready to turn the supplier into red mist. The headmaster tells him to chill. Albie grunts, stepping out to ice down his raging blood pressure. The scout totally gets it. When you're dealing with a legendary heavyweight like him, that level of anti-demon venom is 100% justified. I mean, during the massacre 30 years ago, they never even recovered his sister's body. The headmaster shifts focus. Who pushed the goods? The scout reveals it was some shady black market dealer, operating out of the grimy back alleys near Lumeria City. Apparently, this guy was super trendy among the early adopter underworld. The headmaster's eyes narrow. Is there a Tartarus mole lurking in Lumeria? The scout clarifies they aren't directly on payroll, but the black market drops are undeniably dripping with Tartarus fingerprints. This gets the headmaster thinking. What is their endgame here? Scanning through the fresh intel, his blood runs cold. Chloe Mueller somehow snagged a grimoire loaded with dark magic. He instantly barks an order to summon Professor Len. Tracing old battle scars, his veteran instincts start blaring massive alarm bells. Meanwhile, back in the Nightmare Forest, chilling near some creepy looming tower, our squad is totally oblivious, while the headmaster realizes the ultimate threat has been crashing at their place this whole time. Flashback to the woods, and it is an absolute bloodbath. Leo is out here catching bodies, wiping the floor with every monster in sight. Dude's been spamming his hyper-perception like a cheat code, and thinks he's finally cleared the zone. Seeing the rest of the crew running on fumes, he calls for a hard tactical timeout to catch their breath. They crash under a massive tree, but Chloe is still giving off insanely weird vibes. Aaliyah slides over, which totally spikes Chloe's anxiety. But Alia is just here for the tea. She straight up asks what the deal is between her and Leo. Are you guys a thing? Chloe instantly gets defensive like, absolutely not. Alia smirks, pointing out her totally flustered reaction, screams otherwise. Chloe mentally notes that even though Alia is technically a legendary 30-year veteran, in this timeline, she's still just a gossipy college freshman. Deep down, she's literally no different from the girls back home. Flipping the script, Chloe asks why she's prying anyway. Is she crushing on Leo? Alia drops her guard, admitting her heart straight up races whenever she looks at him. Chloe is shook classic love at first sight. She starts fangirling internally. Like the Alia Yeron, a mage so undeniably cracked that people still hype her up, 3 decades later, is actually vibing with Leo? That is wild. But Alia curves the romance angle, admitting she's not sure if it's actually love. She struggles to put it into words. It's more like the feeling she gets watching her own brother, especially when he's completely lost in the sauce, yet still somehow pulls off absolute miracles. Trying to connect the dots, Chloe asks, wait, is that magic eye dude actually super clumsy? Alia tilts her head, confused. Chloe drops the name. I'll be Yeron, right? Alia nods, explaining her brother is hardwired to challenge literally impossible odds. Chloe smiles, that sounds exactly like Leo. She admits they started as just homies, but now she low-key envies him. Alia hits her with a same here. As they chill, the emotional walls come down. Alia spills her guts, confessing she used to be insanely jealous of her brother. He had this laser-focused mindset and racked up massive dubs. She started out worshipping the ground he walked on, but hid a pretty dark secret. The entire foundation of her signature magic was actually brainstormed by him. Sure, she was top tier at tweaking existing spells, but her original creation skills were straight trash. She even completely bombed the university entrance exam twice, leading to a toxic phase where she genuinely hated him. Alia was drowning in an inferiority complex, but eventually, all that toxic jealousy evolved into pure respect. Chloe whispers into the wind, someone worth looking up to, obviously thinking of Leo. But before they can get deep, Leo abruptly shoots to his feet, barking at the squad to lock in. Running is officially off the table. A suffocating wave of demonic aura rushes them, and everyone snaps into combat mode. Leo hypes up the crew, telling them to swallow their fear. He reminds them of the ultimate truth. They are actively forging themselves into the next generation of heroes. Weapons are drawn, mana flares up. And right on cue, Chuvarn stomps into the arena, literally shattering the earth beneath him. Bro literally said he tracked down the bastard, the ultimate hero candidate. Leo suddenly flashed back to Subarn's standing order from the whole Sedmore disaster. Wipe out every single hero candidate breathing. But this wasn't just business. Subarni was projecting pure, unfiltered rage right at him. And wait, he even dropped the title, Great Hero. Did this psycho actually figure out he was Kyle? Chloe immediately started charging up a massive spell, but Subarn rushed her head on. She slammed down a massive glacier wall just in time. Right then, Leo ignited his blazing aura, literally glowing like a dying star, and sliced a clean arc straight through Subarni's throat. For a split second, it looked like a clean decapitation until the flesh violently stitched itself back together. Leo barked at everyone to lock in. Letting him close the distance was a death sentence. The demon was rocking the void mark, a busted curse that instantly canceled out literally any incoming strike. The squad was panicking. How do you even fight a walking cheat code? It felt absolutely hopeless. But Leo reminded them the void mark wasn't god tier. Plus, he didn't cast it himself, meaning the clock was ticking on that buff. Subarn scoffed, asking if they seriously thought they could ever touch the absolute peak of a great hero. Leo fired back without missing a beat, asking if he was shaking in his boots over a new great hero stepping up. That struck a nerve, and Subarn basically told the whole squad to bring it on. Alia tapped back into her constellation magic. Even though she hadn't fully synced with the stars yet, Subarn was definitely feeling the pressure. That cosmic energy hit way too hard. He realized his master was spot on. Every single one of them needed to be buried right here. As the crew unleashed a coordinated barrage, Subarne countered with a massive, devastating shockwave. Leo dodged by a hair, completely shattering the ground beneath him and launching. Deadly shrapnel everywhere. Dina and Valak caught some stray hits, barely making it out alive before Leo swooped in for the save. Alia frantically checked the squad's vitals. Dina gritted her teeth, saying she could still throw down, but Valak was looking super rough. Leo scanned Valak and confirmed no major internal damage. He would live. He locked eyes with Chloe, demanding they needed to land. An absolute nuke of a hit. Chloe promised she just needed one clean opening. Hearing that, Leo flexed his fairy magic, instantly multiplying into a mob of shadow clones. Chloe knew this was her window. While Leo distracted the boss, she began charging her ultimate. She desperately needed firepower that could shred through the void mark. So, she cracked open a dangerously cursed grimoire. A twisted, sinister aura flooded her veins, literally tearing the battlefield apart. The crew was low-key freaking out, but their jaws were also dropping because Leo was practically soloing Subarn. His fairy clones were putting in insane work, effortlessly weaving through lethal strikes while carving deep gashes into the demon's thick hide. Taylor watched in absolute awe, praying he'd reach that level one day. Dina just shrugged, admitting the dude was built absolutely different. Meanwhile, Aliyah sensed something off. She recognized the starlight magic, but there was this heavy, suffocating scent of dark arts. She snapped her head toward Chloe, who was standing dead center in a pitch-black summoning circle. Right now, Chloe looked way more demonic than the actual monster. She screamed at Leo to clear the blast zone or get vaped, but a totally possessed Chloe coldly stated that collateral damage didn't matter anymore. She unleashed a blinding beam of hellfire. Leo was completely thrown off fire. Bro, she was an ice-type mage. The blast swallowed Subarn whole. Chloe smirked, whispering that this was the eternal flame that absolutely refuses to burn out, commanding the demon to rot in pure agony. Leo quickly realized she was losing her grip on sanity. He yelled at her to pull the plug on the spell, but she coldly replied that trash like him deserved zero mercy. No hesitation, Leo dashed straight through the chaos and slashed the grimoire clean in half. As the dark aura evaporated, Chloe finally snapped out of her trance. Leo demanded the truth. Was that immortal flame actually her signature move? Chloe, shaking, admitted it was a total fraud. Just some cursed hex she ripped from the dark book. Meanwhile, Subarn casually walked out of the smoke, completely unscathed, realizing those were the infamous flames of Erebus. Leo looked her dead in the eye and broke the news. She literally just weaponized dark magic. That book was a straight-up demonic artifact. Chloe spiraled, horrified by her own actions. She broke down, sobbing that she was unworthy of the hero title. But Leo grabbed her shoulders and told her to snap back to reality. He pointed out a massive detail. Nobody ever said Subarni permanently owned the void mark. It meant Aliyah's squad had completely burned through the curse's duration during the clash. He totally got why the crew from 30 years ago was paralyzed by fear, yet they still refused to fold, grinding out a completely unwinnable boss fight until their last breath. Lumania's golden rule echoed in Chloe's mind. Shatter the past and surpass your limits. Leo gave her a silent nod. The message finally clicked. She used to just idolize Leo from the sidelines. He was so insanely overpowered it made her jealous. Breaking the tension, Aliyah held out her glowing scepter, offering it to Chloe. Leo realized Chloe's dark blast actually shattered the void mark for good. It was time to end this raid once and for all. Suddenly, ancient spirit chants filled the air. Chloe hyped herself up, vowing to break her own ceiling so she'd never let down the people who bet their lives on her. Seeing her growth, Leo was low-key proud. The raw energy she was radiating was absolutely insane, channeling pure, runic sorcery, giving him hardcore deja vu from his own peak days as Kyle. Honestly, it gave him a massive sense of relief. But the breather was over. Subarn lunged like a feral beast. Leo met his blade head-on with an earth-shattering clash. The demon swung with such apocalyptic force that it completely obliterated a chunk. The ground violently shifted, throwing the swordsman completely off balance. He nearly caught a devastating right hook to the jaw, but barely managed to bring his blade up in time to parry the strike. Still, the sheer kinetic force sent him flying backwards, smashing straight into a massive tree trunk. The demon brute just laughed, totally mocking his struggle. Is that really all you've got? For a so-called top-tier hero candidate? He sneered. But right at that moment, the temperature absolutely plummeted. A bone-chilling frost swept through, instantly flash-freezing the entire battlefield. Catching his breath, the swordsman smirked. Past or present, it doesn't matter. You demons will never hold a candle to real heroes. The monster tilted his head, totally confused by the flex, but our protagonist just locked eyes with him and declared it was game over. Off to the side, the ice mage was channeling massive amounts of mana. She realized that because her teammate pushed her to the absolute limit, she could finally unlock her ultimate signature spell. A genuine, radiant smile crossed her face. Without a second of hesitation, she unleashed her spirit tier move, Glacial Domain. Every single thing caught in the blast radius was instantly encased in solid ice, swallowing the combat zone in thick, freezing fog. And the demon boss completely turned into a massive, helpless ice sculpture. The swordsman casually strolled over, tapped the frozen shell, and shattered the monster into a million tiny pieces. Threat eliminated. Searching the wreckage, he spotted the corrupted dark artifact and immediately drove his blazing weapon straight through the cursed book, burning it to crisp ash. A system prompt popped up, achievement unlocked. They had successfully rescued the original squad scored some sweet bonus loot, and utterly wiped the floor with that boss monster. Turning back, he hyped his teammate up, telling her that wide area spell was absolute fire. He admitted he never even managed to get the hang of field-type magic himself. Blushing but confident, she promised she was definitely reporting this epic win to the guild. She joked that she might catch an expulsion for causing so much chaos, but he brushed it off. "No way they kick out a powerhouse rookie like you," he assured her. "You are literally destined to be a top-tier hero." Just then, the healer rushed over, completely starstruck, praising their insane combo. The knight chimed in, calling them the real deal. He just gave them a humble nod, throwing credit right back for holding the line. Meanwhile, the mage couldn't stop thanking the cleric for lending her that overpowered staff. She honestly confessed they would have been wiped out without the massive mana boost. But the cleric just shook her head, refusing to take the weapon back and insisting it was hers to keep. "It is literally the bare minimum," the knight agreed, emphasizing how they just saved everyone's lives. Following suit, she even handed over her own rare blade as a massive thank you. Out of nowhere, a frantic voice shattered the quiet. A teenage version of the professor sprinted into the clearing, screaming for his sister. Watching him panic, the mage whispered that seeing the old man looking this fresh-faced was completely tripping her out. "Yeah, wild stuff," the swordsman agreed, soaking in the fact they were literally 3 decades in the past. The young kid crashed into his sister, desperately checking for injuries. She quickly calmed him down, swearing the rescue squad clutched up right at the last second. Smiling softly, she mentioned crossing paths with a guy who looked exactly like him. Boom, quest cleared. Stage complete. The professor's memory. Prologue. The catastrophe. Taking a deep breath, the mage felt insanely blessed to walk away from that raid alive. But as the dust settled, the original squad straight up vanished into thin air. Reality itself started glitching out. "The instance dungeon is collapsing," she yelled. Right before everything went black, the swordsman caught a final glowing system notification. A massive hidden clear bonus dropped into his inventory, their literal personal gear. Following a long cutscene of the young kid sobbing over his sister, our protagonist finally snapped his eyes open. White ceilings, the academy hospital ward, and sitting right by the bed, the modern-day professor. The old man was deeply emotional, bowing his head in intense gratitude for saving his squad's lives, reminding him to pass those thanks on to the ice mage too. Then, he just walked out, leaving a heavy silence behind. Minutes later, the heavy doors pushed open, and the headmaster stepped inside, immediately waving off the student from getting out of bed. "How are the vitals holding up?" the old mage asked. Shrugging, the kid confirmed his health points were pretty much fully restored, but the boss man cut straight to the chase, demanding to know exactly what went down inside that instance. Did it have anything to do with that cursed dark magic book? Narrowing his eyes, the swordsman asked if the headmaster had been holding out on them this whole time. Taking a heavy sigh, the old man admitted he ran a background check before visiting. Turns out, the sketchy black market shop where that rogue student bought his summoning catalyst was the exact same vendor who sold the girl her supposedly rare book. He dropped a massive lore bomb. That dark text was literally a corrupted relic from the demon lord himself. He broke it down. These cursed items were pure, crystallized fragments of abyssal energy, literal physical shards of dark magic. Processing this massive info dump, the protagonist connected the dots. If a monster equipped it, it became an overpowered buff. But if a human or elf tried to tap into that kind of raw malice, it completely shattered their mental state, driving them insane. Figuring it was time to spill the tea, he told the boss to pull up a chair. He gave a full debrief, detailing the entire crazy raid from start to finish. Processing the wild story, the headmaster rubbed his temples. "So, you are telling me you suspect this cursed dark relic has the capacity to physically corrupt an instance dungeon?" The kid nodded deadpan. He explained that the glitching zone only stopped bugging out the absolute second he scorched that abyssal page into oblivion. Honestly, it was the only theory that made sense. Right in the middle of this intense lore discussion, the mage jolted awake in the next bed, practically having a heart attack seeing the principal chilling there. He instantly told her to stay down and relax. Snapping his fingers, he signaled his assistant, who walked in carrying a massive bundle of gear. The old man demanded some hardcore answers about this legendary loot. Pointing straight at the high-tier cleric staff the girl was clutching, he stated that, historically speaking, bringing physical items out of a memory dive was straight up impossible. He needed to know the exploit they used to farm it. Catching the pure panic on her face, our guy realized she had not gotten a single completion notification from the interface. It was exactly like the glitch that happened during the brutal entrance exams and the original forest raid. By default rules, historical instance dives do not drop loot or give experience points for clearing tactics. The only possible drops are strictly tied to the host whose memory they invaded. But somehow, they just completely shattered the game's code. Stepping up, the swordsman threw out a crazy theory. What if the royal blessing he got from that ancient elven king was something you could farm on repeat? Covering their tracks, he confidently lied, claiming the gear was just a delayed drop from that exact royal encounter. The headmaster squinted, highly skeptical that this was just a standard, clear bonus. Never breaking eye contact, the kid doubled down, suggesting the whole loot table just glitched out the second the memory got corrupted into a hostile zone. Deep down, he knew the higher-ups were totally going to sweep this massive bug under the rug, keeping their insane power-up completely off the official records. The headmaster drops a bombshell. Miss Muller was completely in the dark. This special reward? Yeah, it had Leo's name exclusively written all over it. Chloe chimes in, pointing out the obvious. Leo totally carried the team and was the absolute MVP in cleaning up that mess. Payouts always scale with the hustle. Taking that into account, the headmaster decides to run a covert Black Ops investigation on the whole anomaly. Once the dust settles and the snooping wraps up, all confiscated gear and personal items will get shipped back to the families. Oh, and the whole demon god situation? Strictly classified. Chloe immediately gets this nervous energy going. She demands the real reason behind the cover-up. The headmaster goes full cryptic, warning them that the real threat might actually be an inside job. They just survived absolute hell, so right now, crashing hard is the only priority. Slowly, Chloe turns to face our guy, looking completely out of her element. A deep red flushes across her cheeks. She breaks eye contact, violently fidgeting with her fingers while hyping herself up to drop a massive confession. Leo catches the sudden vibe shift, and his eyes go wide. Homegirl literally takes a massive gulp of air. She is straight up glowing like a tomato now. Her lips part, barely squeezing out a single syllable, but before the magic can happen, bam! The door violently slams open. Chelsea, Celia, and Thomas completely crash the room with insane golden retriever energy. They are losing their minds over Leo waking up, utterly obliterating the romantic tension. The headmaster steps into the chaos, flashing a warm smile at the rowdy squad. Instantly, the hero candidates freeze up, caught between massive hype and sheer panic at seeing the big boss. Flashing a grin, he drops the ultimate good news they are throwing a massive victory bash tomorrow night. He also tosses in a quick heads up for anyone lacking insane drip. They need to hit up Lumenia City for some formal wear, gently roasting their chaotic teenage vibes. Leo and Chloe lock eyes again. She mutters the word party under her breath, totally shook by the sudden schedule drop, leaving the room drowning in heavy tension and swallowed words. Cut to an insanely lavish ballroom. Massive gold chandeliers are absolutely blinding. A booming voice echoes through the venue, hyping up the squad who just survived the brutal midterm meat grinder. The camera pans down. A crisp, blindingly white dress shoe clicks against the polished marble. Our MC for the night, Lumbates, grabs the mic and absolutely screams the introduction for the first wave of hero prodigies. He hypes the crowd up, demanding to know which jaw-dropping stunners and absolute chads are kicking off the red carpet. Enter Thomas and Tide, rocking incredibly sharp tailored suits. Thomas is living his best life, calling this blowout their ultimate loot drop. Meanwhile, Tide flexes super hard, claiming Lumenia Academy is basically easy mode. The gala officially pops off. Everyone is serving crazy looks, mingling around tables stacked with gourmet eats, completely soaking in the high-class aesthetic. Beneath the glowing chandeliers, Thomas and Tide are already devouring the buffet when Thomas suddenly pauses, wondering where the hell the rest of their squad is. Tide hits him with a smirk, joking that real heroes do not do the fashionably late thing. Suddenly, Thomas snaps his head up, completely stunned by the next walkouts. Lumbates gets back on the mic, turning up the volume for the next massive entrance. Eliana steps out, radiating main character energy in a blindingly gold gown. Right beside her, Nayla is absolutely slaying in a frosty, silver-white silhouette. The announcer loses his mind over their god-tier visuals as they glide down the hall. Thomas and Tide physically short-circuit, literally choking and practically spitting out their caviar from pure shock. Brain completely fried, Thomas stammers out the most awkward compliment imaginable, while Eliana effortlessly roasts him, and Neela struggles to hide a giggle. Not letting the hype die, Lumbates violently points toward the double doors. Time for the heavy hitters, the absolute pride of the Lord Empire. Buddy and Chelsea Llewellyn strut in, radiating pure, unfiltered arrogance. Decked out in navy and silver drip, they have the whole crowd whispering in pure awe. You can literally hear people gasping and calling Chelsea a literal princess. The royal aura is insane. But Lumbates does not miss a beat, introducing the night's main event. The doors swing wide, and Leo steps out, rocking a crispy white tuxedo jacket. On his arm, Celia Serdinger, dropping jaws in a ridiculously bold crimson gown. Internally, Celia is doing backflips, so ridiculously smug that she color-coordinated her fit with his. Watching from the sidelines, Nayla and Eliana completely freeze, totally shook by this unexpected duo. Neela instantly starts fangirling over their class prez, while Ileana just mutters his title like she is seeing a ghost. Leo casually throws up a hand, completely eating up the spotlight. The room erupts. The whole squad starts cheering like maniacs, with Neela and Thomas absolutely screaming their lungs out for their fearless leader. Back on the main stage, co-host Ariana flashes a blinding smile, hyping the crowd and asking if the vibes are immaculate. Thomas screams back, going totally overboard with the hype, while the rest of the academy cracks up and starts wilding out. But deep in the crowd, one dude is just standing there, mentally begging for an evac from Ariana's aggressively high energy. She is completely ignoring the cringe, just bathing in the crowd's crazy reaction. Framed by this insane floral backdrop, Ariana gets super sweet, gushing about how amazing it is to see the students finally cutting loose. But then, boom, the vibe snaps. She strikes a hardcore dramatic pose, deadlocking her eyes on the crowd. She grabs the mic. It is officially time to drop the midterm exam scores. Instantly, every ounce of joy at Leo's table gets completely wiped off the map. Thomas was straight up having an existential crisis, wondering how anyone could vibe after a bombshell like that. But Leo, he knew he was the absolute prodigy, sitting ice cold while everyone else was sweating bullets. Gripping the mic, Ariana let out a soft chuckle, admitting the staff totally saw this collective panic attack coming from the try-hard students. Holding up 3 fingers, she dropped the rule. Only the top 3 heavy hitters from each major were getting a shout-out tonight. The full receipts? Your professors would hand those out tomorrow. A quick cue from the stage, and 2 instructors stepped up to the plate to reveal the winners. The literal eye candy of the faculty, Professor Allen, took the spotlight. Down in the crowd, Eliana swooned hard over the legendary Knight of the Frozen Sea. Taking charge, Allen hyped up the class for surviving finals before diving right into the holy grail of the Night Division. The massive screen flashed with insane graphics, locking in the top 3. Claiming the crown at number 1 was Celia Zerdinger, with Duran, Moira, and Senia riding her coattails. Allen's voice boomed with heavy authority, making it official. Celia, Duran, and Senia completely crushed the midterm evaluations. But down at her table, Celia looked totally spaced out. She kept staring blankly at the screen, desperately waiting for Leo's name to pop up in the Elite Night rankings. Catching him out of the corner of her eye, casually sipping his drink like he was at a resort, the brutal realization hit her. He got snubbed. Shifting gears, Allen leaned back into the mic to drop the Magic Department rankings. Abad, Chelsea, and Emo absolutely dominated the leaderboards. Chelsea whipped her head around to stare at Leo, her brain short-circuiting over him, missing the cut. Unbothered as always, Leo just shot her a chill, lazy look that basically screamed, "Relax, it is not that deep." Thomas leaned in close, whispering in pure panic as he spotted another missing VIP. Chloe Mueller, the usual top-tier genius, was completely ghosted from the Magic roster. Celia stole a glance at Chloe, sitting right next to her. The absolute 2 biggest powerhouses in the academy were mysteriously wiped from the official boards, sending a wave of silent, heavy suspicion across the room. Chloe just looked down, flashing this super cryptic little smirk. Zero salt, zero devastation about getting skipped. Up on stage, Allen mentally connected the dots. Chloe was still catching heat from that whole Magic Grimoire scandal, completely overshadowing her insane talent. Suddenly, Professor Sejin violently pushed his chair back, pointing straight at Chloe and screaming that in his book, she was the undisputed queen of magic. Professor Harry let out a massive sigh, clearly totally burnt out by his co-workers' dramatic outbursts. Up at the podium, Allen cracked a tiny smile, weirdly amused by the wild flex. Back at the tables, Celia gave Chloe a gentle shoulder pat. Chloe looked back, her face totally red, but glowing from the sweet support. Right on cue, the dazzling Professor Yura marched onto the stage, bursting with hype to reveal the summoning division scores. She gassed up her students so hard the crowd erupted, with the guys in the room absolutely losing their minds. The screen lit up with the top summoners, Walden, Elisa, and Jordan. But as Yura read them off, Celia was frantically scanning the room again. Panic was setting in hard. Leo had literally 0 placements across the board. Absolutely nothing. A few tables over, Abad Llewellyn caught it too, arms tightly crossed, his brain racing to figure out why. Leo Plav had been completely scrubbed from existence. Ariana, glowing with main character energy, swaggered back to the center stage. She hyped the crowd one last time before dropping the bomb, the ultimate prize. The highest-ranking student in the entire school, who would automatically become the academic representative. You could cut the tension with a knife as the cameras zoomed in on Celia, Abad, and Walden. Ariana dragged out the absolute longest dramatic pause in history before screaming the result into the mic. The undisputed MVP of the year? Leo Plav. Leo just casually glanced up. 0 shock. Thomas and Chelsea absolutely popped off, screaming their lungs out. But as his name echoed through the massive hall, The room was completely split between polite, awkward clapping and straight-up jaw-dropping confusion. The jumbo screen flashed his name in blinding neon, dead centering the spotlight right over his head, killing the applause. Suddenly, a hand shot up from the middle section. Someone was seriously triggered. Imo Luchan, the third-place magic kid, slammed his hands on the table and stood up, fuming. He demanded a full explanation. Spitting mad, he shouted at the stage, asking how Leo could possibly be the absolute best, when he literally failed to break the top 3 in a single solitary department. Leo just flashed a subtle smirk, totally unbothered, while the crowd's whispers morphed into a loud buzz. The haters started getting vocal. Like, how does a nobody with 0 top rankings suddenly bag the MVP award? Up on stage, Ariana was absolutely losing it. She fumbled the mic, stammering out that there was a totally legit explanation. You could literally see the sweat dropping down her face. The pressure was eating her alive. Dead silence hit the room. Everyone was waiting for the tea. But then, snap, her whole vibe flipped. Her eyes rolled back, glowing white with pure rage. A massive, terrifying aura exploded around her. She screamed into the mic, her whole body warping and twisting. Boom! She literally shapeshifted into that hardcore veteran everyone knows, Granny Tenny. She threw a fist in the air, spitting straight fire. She started roasting the absolute of those disrespectful kids, ordering them to shut their mouths and listen up. She was only going to explain this once. Down in the VIP section, Professor Seaton and Harry were just chilling, eating this drama up. Harry leaned over with a smirk, joking that Granny Tenny just hijacked Ariana's body again. Seaton just cracked up, nodding along. The possessed host slammed down fact number 1. Dual-class prodigies like Leo, you can't just box them into a single department. It doesn't work like that. Their skill sets are way too chaotic for standard grading. She brought up Eliana Leiden to prove her point. Eliana, mixed magic with swordplay. Sure, she wasn't the absolute GOAT in just one category, but her crazy mastery of both made her a complete menace on the battlefield. Then came point number 2. She pointed a dead serious finger right at the crowd. Leo literally shattered the ceiling. He scored higher than every single freshman in the joint practical exam. We're talking hero studies and raw combat mixed together. But of course, Imo Luchan had to open his mouth again, trying to start something. He started whining about how other kids popped off in that test too. Ariana targeted him instantly, calling him straight up clueless. She dropped the bomb. Leo didn't just pass the test. He absolutely obliterated expectations during that lethal, high-stakes mission, deep in the hero realm. Then, she dropped the ultimate flex that paralyzed the whole room. Leo was the guy who single-handedly packed up the Demon Lord Subarni. Jaws literally hit the floor. Every single student at that ceremony was glitching out. The entire hall went graveyard quiet. But Leo, ice in his veins, his crimson eyes, glowed in the shadows, quietly soaking up the massive W. Across the room, Eliana and Thomas were staring at him, looking like they just saw a ghost. When they finally found their voices, Eliana whispered, totally shook, asking if he really clapped Subarni. Thomas was just as stunned, questioning if the dude actually soloed a boss. Right next to Chloe, Leo just leaned back, closed his eyes, and stayed completely silent. Pure main character energy. Back on the stage, Granny Tenny's soul basically logged out. Ariana snapped back to reality, looking completely drained and totally clueless. She had zero idea what just happened and tried to keep yapping, but Professor Seaton smoothly cut in to save the day. He grabbed the mic, stating that enough tea had been spilled and the kids definitely understood the hype now. Seaton officially wrapped up the award ceremony. He told everyone to hit the buffet and party on, instantly diffusing the heavy tension in the room. Meanwhile, at the staff table, Yura was casually slicing her steak. She locked eyes with Len, ready to dive into some behind-the-scenes gossip about the scores. She leaned in, asking the real question. What would the leaderboards actually look like if the dual-class kids weren't hidden? Len got dead serious, replying that it would have been an absolute bloodbath, especially for the magic majors. He broke it down. If you threw a beast like Leo into the mix, every single magic prodigy would have been knocked down a peg. Yura paused, the realization hitting her like a truck. She finally clicked who the actual #1 mage was, and Len nodded. It was Leo. Overhearing this, Professor Allen basically got whiplash, turning his head. Then the math started mathing for Yura. If Leo topped magic, he probably crushed the summoning class too. Len awkwardly broke eye contact with Allen, as Allen muttered under his breath. Was this kid literally the GOAT at everything? Yura was utterly speechless. Allen had to admit it. Maxing out every single stat wasn't just some pipe dream anymore. Fired up, Len declared he was claiming Leo to polish his magical potential, but Yura wasn't having it. She slammed her hands on the table, snapping back that Leo's summoning talent was 1,000,000 times rarer and way more valuable. Allen just stared at them, let out a massive sigh. and dropped a grenade, saying the kid looked way cooler with a sword anyway. Total chaos erupted. Meanwhile, off in the background, teaching assistants Carlos and Anna were watching this three-way turf war go down. They just shook their heads, completely drained by their bosses acting like toddlers. Fast forward to the next morning. Thomas was totally face-planted on his desk, while Chelsea stared him down with zero chill. Bro was literally the first guy in history to look hungover off a glass of orange juice, someone muttered. Professor Harry swept into the room, gripping a scroll. He marched straight to the podium, demanding absolute silence and instantly killing the morning chatter. Standing right in front of the massive world map, he dropped the details for their upcoming field trip. Destination? The deep, uncharted elven territory. Eliana and Tate were practically vibrating with hype. Eliana chimed in, saying, rumor had it they got to pick their drop spot. Tate immediately started daydreaming about that legendary fruit-filled forest. But Professor Harry? He just slammed his finger on the freezing northern edge of the map. He deadpan announced Class A was heading straight to Elfsia, that super isolated northern chunk of the Elven realm. Instantly, Thomas, Eliana, and Tate froze up, their faces completely draining of color. Quick lore drop. Elfsia is a tiny, totally cut-off country, famous for being absolute 0 degrees, 365 days a year. Eliana started groaning out loud, totally triggered over traveling to the middle of nowhere. Tate backed her up, convinced this had to be a glitch in the Matrix. Harry smoothly passed the buck straight to the class president. Yep, Leo was the mastermind behind this brutal itinerary. Eliana whipped her head around, completely shook, demanding answers. Leo just stood there, arms crossed, completely unbothered. Thomas stepped up, directly pressing him on why he would willingly pick an icebox. Keeping his chill vibe, Leo basically told the whole squad to stock up on pure survival gear in Luminia City before shipping out. It suddenly hit Eliana that her current drip wasn't going to cut it. She desperately needed heavy winter gloves. Chelsea nodded along, adding that a high-tier winter trench coat was absolutely mandatory. While they panicked, Leo was doing some hardcore mental math about Elfsia. To regular humans, it looked like a totally useless frozen wasteland, but he knew the truth. It was a literal hidden sanctuary for the fairies. A memory flashed in his mind. Silroad, the fairy king himself, smirking inside a wildly lush green paradise, just waiting for guests to drop by alongside a tiny fairy companion. Cut to later. Leo and Nayla were chilling by this massive fountain right in the heart of Luminia City Plaza, totally locked in and ready to grind for their quest items. Leo went full raid leader, splitting the tasks like a pro. He called dibs on the food and general survival gear, tasking Neela with the potion run. At the local butcher, Leo threw up 3 fingers, aggressively haggling over what looked like 3 entire slabs of premium meat. Next second, he was dipping out of another shop, tossing a casual salute to the owner after securing the bag. Strutting solo down a bright, sun-soaked alley, he took a deep breath, totally hyped to have his inventory maxed out. But then his combat instincts spiked. He slammed on the brakes. Something felt incredibly off. His eyes locked onto a suffocatingly tight alleyway, marked by a single, sketchy sign at the entrance. 13th Street. He instantly clocked it, the notoriously toxic Curaçao district. He knew this zone was massive trouble, but super important to the plot. Expression turning dead serious, he marched straight into the shadows, pulling up to a sketchy storefront, sporting a Lutex sign. Bingo! He confirmed this was the exact black market spot where Luisan and Chloe scored their cursed artifacts. He dumped his heavy backpack on the front steps, prepping for immediate aggro. Shoving the creaky door open, he scanned the pitch-black room. His crimson eyes narrowed, piercing the gloom. The entire shop was absolutely wrecked, coated in thick dust and giant cobwebs. But right in the middle of smashed furniture and hardcore debris, a single teddy bear was just sitting perfectly upright on the floor. Leo scanned the crime scene, calculating that the royal investigators had probably already swept the joint. But that pristine, spotless bear? Massive red flag. Why the hell was a literal kid's toy chilling in a cursed, high-threat zone? Gripping his blade, he locked his stance, staring down the plushie. It made zero sense for it to be left behind after a full official raid. Then, out of absolutely nowhere, the bear's button eyes flared up with this sick, demonic red glow. Leo instantly tasted dark magic in the air, his brain racing to figure out if he just stepped into a mind control hex. The toy violently twisted and snapped, detonating into a massive wave of shadow energy before mutating into a straight-up sleep paralysis demon. Leo didn't even flinch. He knew a demon when he saw one. He whipped out his sword, squaring up against the looming darkness. Dozens of glowing red eyes snapped open in the void, locked right onto him. He immediately popped a holy light shield for defense. The monster blasted a lethal laser beam, and Leo barely dodged it by a hair. He instantly knew this wasn't some low-level mob, but a high-ranking, boss-tier demonic entity. The multi-eyed abominations slithered fully out of the shadows, taunting him with this insane, nightmare fuel voice. It bragged about spamming mind decay spells and absolute top-tier curses, but that raspy voice, it sent a crazy jolt of recognition through Leo's brain. His eyes shot wide open as the ultimate plot twist hit him. Looming right in front of him was a massive, shapeless monstrosity, completely covered in blazing red eyes. The entity scoffed at him, mocking Leo's insane mana-sensing radar and his knack for sniffing out cursed energy. The demon acknowledged he had skills, but was basically calling him trash. Leo's brain went into overdrive, instantly linking that exact voice and aura straight back to his past life. He finally realized with pure dread locked him in place. He was staring down a clone of the demon queen Silatuna, an ancient commander with god-tier power. The image of Silatuna's real body flashed in his mind. He instantly clocked that this monstrosity was just a disposable knockoff. The fake picked up on Leo's hybrid aura right away. As a magic swordsman, he actually earned a twisted kind of respect from the beast, but that did not stop it from inching closer, dripping with pure malice. Out of nowhere, it lunged with insanely broken speed. It swiped at him with massive, twisted claws. Leo took the hit head-on, his boots skidding violently across the dirt. Every alarm bell in his head was screaming. He was totally outclassed and needed to dip, like yesterday. Gritting his teeth, he stabilized his stance. Blade raised, his eyes darted around for an exit while keeping the nightmare in his sights. Silatuna's monstrous silhouette towered over him, oozing this toxic black sludge. With a sickening sneer, it mockingly thanked him for being a free snack. Its jaw unhinged, totally ready to swallow him whole. Just as it snapped down, a blinding golden flash exploded from outside. Leo instantly felt an overwhelming, heavyweight aura flood the zone. Cut to the exterior. Professor Albie stood there, casually adjusting his tie while his glasses reflected a crazy intense light. He casually raised one hand and triggered a holy spell. The Spear of Light, a massive javelin forged from pure golden energy. It nuked straight down from the sky, shattering the roof and pinning the demon replica dead to the floor. The creature shrieked, its flesh burning away in the holy glow. It choked out one final, desperate gasp before crumbling. Bathed in radiance, Professor Albie reached out. In its final moments, the demon realized it had messed with a cursed eye mage. The knockoff violently spasmed, its entire physical form glitching out and dissolving from the sheer holy damage. While the abomination kept writhing, Leo stayed completely frozen, unable to look away from the absolute flex he was witnessing. Stumbling forward, the monster tried to make its last stand, looking dramatic for its audience, roaring out in pure rage. Leo was completely mind-blown. The fact that this high-level threat spawned right inside a random shop was insane. Albie stared the creature down with zero emotion, treating it like absolute trash. A surging golden aura started swirling around him, charging up another devastating attack. Two massive golden magic circles locked into the ground. Panic completely took over the demon's face. Cloaked in blinding light, the professor glared at the beast with heavy disgust, calling it straight-up demonic filth. The Silatuna copy thrashed wildly, desperately unleashing a wave of dark magic. It screeched how much it hated the professor's eyes, trashing his fairy-like magic traits. But Albie? He did not even flinch. His golden eye flared up. Cold as ice, he stated he had zero interest in the leftovers of a fake. With one ruthless command, he dropped the hammer. A beam of concentrated holy light blasted straight through the creature, wiping it off the face of the earth. Nothing but fading black smoke remained. Leo stood there, absolutely hyped by the magic, confirming this guy was the feared Cursed Eye Sorcerer. But then, another title clicked in his brain, the Tartarus Destroyer. A quick, savage flashback showed the professor walking through literal hellfire. It all made sense now. Albie totally joined the Luminia Academy just to exploit their resources and get a free pass to hunt demons. Dusting himself off, Albie demanded a quick debrief. Leo pointed straight at some shredded plushies scattered on the floor, explaining that the demon clone actually spawned from a cursed teddy bear. Holding up the ruined toy, he revealed it was loaded with a mind-scrambling hex. This was definitely Silatuna's handiwork, designed to mess with people's heads and spark pure chaos. Albie snatched the toy, his vibe turning deadly serious, and swore the Lumenia security team was about to get roasted alive for letting such toxic merch slip through. With golden sparks still fading around him, Albie told Leo he would totally slide on his illegal snooping this one time, mainly because they had a literal demon problem. He even threw out an offer for future backup, teasing a potential team-up against their shared enemies. He straight up admitted he owed Leo big time for saving his sister, Aaliyah, back during the Setmore disaster. Mind blown by the plot twist, Leo just nodded, processing the crazy connection. Slugging his backpack over his shoulder, he got ready to bounce from the secured zone. Right inside, the crest of House Yaron was shining one of the 3 heavy-hitter families that founded the academy. A spark of pure determination lit up in Leo's eyes. If Albie had this much clout, maybe he could act as a VIP pass into the restricted library. Back at Lumenia. Stepping outside, Neela waved at him super cheerfully, flexing that she had already bagged all their travel gear. But she quickly zeroed in on the dark magic burns on his arm and asked if he took damage. She instantly cast a healing buff on him. Leo brushed it off like it was nothing and thanked her, but his face stayed dead serious. His mind was still replaying the boss fight. Running into Silatuna's clone just hardcore confirmed his darkest theories. She was the puppet master pulling the strings. The exact reason Chloe got her hands on that cursed grimoire. Fast forward 1 week. A massive, crackling blue portal lit up the Lumenia campus grounds under a blindingly bright sky. Swarms of hyped students gathered for the field trip. Standing quietly near the portal's edge, that was Leo. Nearby, Neela and Eliana locked in a serious pact. Professor Harry let out a massive yawn right as Celia called out Leo's name. Catching his attention right before departure, she walked up looking totally confused, asking why on earth he picked the freezing wastelands of Elfsia for their trip. Even though she admitted she absolutely hated the cold, she wished him luck. Leo gave her a silent nod, hoping she would stay safe as she walked away. Watching her leave, Leo's expression hardened. He spun back to face his class, completely locked in. He announced to Group 5 that it was officially their turn to gear up and step through the rift. Right behind him, Chelsea was practically jumping out of her skin with excitement. Beside her, Thomas was already shivering dramatically, loudly complaining about how much he despised freezing temperatures. Zero hesitation. Leo took a firm step into the swirling blue energy, dead set on facing whatever Elfsia threw at them. Lining up at the gateway, Leo stood tall with Neela, Eliana, Thomas, and Chelsea. His voice cut through the noise, calling out their drop zone, Elfsia, straight into the heart of elf territory. The second they crossed the threshold, a blinding white snowscape swallowed them whole. Towering over them was an insanely majestic building, Serum Academy. But just a few steps away, the vibe was incredibly tense. 2 stuck-up elves had a younger kid backed into a corner, relentlessly trashing him for being a half-blood and wearing worn-out clothes. The young guy just dropped his gaze, completely crushed by the brutal insults raining down on him in the freezing, hostile air. Suddenly, heavy footsteps shattered the bullying session. A striking red-haired figure stepped into view, looking absolutely lethal. Enter Runia Rundoa, the freshman rep from an insanely powerful bloodline. Her voice cracked like a whip, immediately putting the bullies on blast. She demanded they actually start acting like true descendants of the Serum legacy. But the ringleader of the bullies pushed back. He fired back, asking if she seriously accepted a half-blood in their ranks, before taking another cheap shot at the kid's ragged fit. Runia shot him a death glare, straight up calling their behavior disgusting. The bullies froze, totally stunned by the sheer weight of her presence. Her legendary temper officially flared up. She snapped that if the kid's outfit bothered them so much, they should just strip and give him theirs. Shaken to their core, the bullies backed off immediately, scurrying away while muttering that she was completely out of her mind. Cooling down instantly, Runia pivoted back to the young elf, a kid named Luke. Wrapping her own scarf around his neck, she asked why he was out here in such thin layers. Super grateful, Luke admitted someone had stolen his winter gear. He took the scarf with a bright smile. Now freezing without it, Runia let out a sudden sneeze, jokingly blaming the toxic vibes of those bullies. Panicking slightly, Luke tried to give it back, but she just flashed him a super confident smirk to chill him out. Curious about her ridiculously good mood, Luke asked what had her smiling so hard. Runia beamed, looking practically radiant. Her familiar had finally hatched. Luke clapped excitedly, hyping her up and giving her the biggest congratulations. She soaked in the warm vibes but told him she had to run. It was finally time to meet her magical beast in person. She practically burst into an office searching for her dad. Sitting inside was Elon Rundoa, a literal academy professor, greeting her with a proud smile. He quickly reminded her to keep things professional and call him professor on campus. Then, Elon dropped the confirmation she was waiting for. Farina's offspring had successfully hatched. Runia completely lit up, her eyes sparkling with absolute hype. She frantically asked when she could finally see it, but Elon's expression suddenly went dead serious. Keeping his tone heavy, he broke the brutal news. The familiar had already formed a pact with someone else. Runia just froze, totally blindsided. All that hype instantly evaporated into pure shock, her elf ears drooping in heartbreak. Elon scrambled to explain, bringing up a direct message from Farina. But before he could even finish, Runia slammed her fists onto the desk, completely losing it, and demanding to know exactly who stole her magical beast. Meanwhile, back with the main squad, they had just touched down at the now-dead portal site, and yep, Thomas was still whining about the freezing weather. Ty was shivering uncontrollably right next to him, but Leo, he just stayed dead silent, shrugging off the biting cold like an absolute boss. Then Professor Harry rolled up, literally bundled in a giant pink blanket. He told everyone to just chill out and not let Elfsia's brutal weather get to them. Harry dropped the location check. They were standing in the capital, Belcha, and tested them on the lore. Chelsea's hand shot up instantly. Right over Thomas, blowing his nose loudly, she went off about how Belchea was named after the legendary knight Ada Belchersar, the direct student of the founder Luna. As Chelsea hyped up her heroic legacy, Leo was just standing there in silence, mentally fact-checking the mainstream history. He had a massive flashback to the ancient days, remembering exactly how he, Luna, and Aaron were the ones who literally trained Belcha from the ground up. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. It was crazy thinking about how that arrogant girl he used to know was now worshipped as some god-tier knight. Harry validated Chelsea's trivia, matching it with the official text, and added that the Ursar bloodline, Belchersar's direct descendants, were still running the local council today. Far out in the frozen wasteland, blurry silhouettes start cutting through the blinding snowstorm. They're creeping closer to our clueless transfer students. Professor Harry and Thomas lock eyes on the incoming squad. Every crunchy footstep brings them into sharper focus. Thomas is practically shaking in his boots, whispering, "Bro, are there seriously raiders out here too?" Harry doesn't even flinch. Shady characters are literally everywhere, kid. Get used to it. Suddenly, this super smooth voice cuts through the chill, calling out to Harry, asking how he's been holding up since they last crossed paths. The mystery crew steps into the clearing. Their dark, striking outfits pop against the endless white canvas of the snowfield. And leading this squad of elves? An absolute unit of a guy radiating pure, majestic energy. We're talking shimmering silver hair and piercing ice blue eyes. He flashes this ultra-confident smirk, flanked by an entourage wearing absolute high-fashion drip. Eliana and two other girls literally stop breathing. They're blushing hard, totally starstruck by the overwhelming aura of the Alpha himself, Rune Ursar. The guy isn't just anybody, he's the head of the council and the top dog of the Ursar family. He gives Harry a warm welcome, claiming he's been hyping up their arrival all day. Harry shoots back, a knowing grin, at the seemingly ageless elf lord. He's thinking how the guy hasn't aged a single second. Meanwhile, Eliana is practically swooning, clutching her heart like she's in a romance anime. She is fully convinced she just locked eyes with her soulmate. Right next to her, Neela is fighting for her life, trying not to burst out laughing at Eliana's dramatic freakout. Leo watches this whole circus go down, face totally deadpan, zero chill. He's honestly wondering if she even cares that this dude is basically ancient. Flustered and defensive, she claps back, teasing that Leo might just be a little jealous. He instantly shuts that down with a savage reality check. Elves live for centuries and age like fine wine, he reminds her. Then he drops a brutal truth bomb about elven lifespans. How old do you actually think that guy is? Meanwhile, a few feet away, Harry and Rune are side-eyeing the kids, clearly entertained. They're watching the chaotic energy unfold. Rune chuckles, noting that this current batch of newbies has some serious main character syndrome. His right-hand man mutters that the last few classes were way more low-key and behaved. Harry defends them, shrugging. They're just freshmen, still cooking. Even though her face is completely red, Eliana shoots her shot. She steps right up to Rune and boldly asks for his name and age. Rune flashes a charming smile at the sheer audacity, admitting he totally skipped the introductions. Smooth as butter, he drops his name, Rune Ursar, the big boss of one of the most powerful bloodlines in the entire realm. And then, casually, like he's ordering coffee, he drops the stat. He is 97 years old. Eliana's brain short-circuits. She is stunned. Harry cracks up, joking that Rune hasn't even hit his peak yet. Thomas nervously inches forward, stammering out a question about whether Rune is going to be their tour guide in Elfsia. Rune nods. He flexes his title one more time, head of the Ursar clan and boss of the regional council. All the color drains from Thomas's face. He shakes the guy's hand, eyes watering, fully convinced he's about to get packed up. Harry's vibe turns instantly dark. You and me, private chat. Later, he growls at Thomas. Cut to sunset. We pan over to this super traditional looking building. A cozy golden glow bleeds out from the windows of their field trip dorms. But the second they step inside, massive reality check. Thick spiderwebs choke the dusty staircase, and a literal rat just casually strolls across the floorboards. Thomas and Chelsea look absolutely disgusted. Thomas is ready to bolt. Chelsea instantly drops a massive nope, refusing to sleep in this garbage dump. But Eliana just smirks, shooting Leo a knowing look. Let me guess, you totally saw this dumpster fire coming, didn't you? Got a backup plan? Leo just nods. He knew this place would be a trap and already rigged up an outdoor camping setup. Before the squad can start throwing a tantrum, Thomas suddenly flips a switch. Acting mad, cheerful, he hypes everybody up to unpack, gassing up this haunted house like it's a 5-star hotel. Fast forward, the crew is chilling in the main lobby. You got people gossiping upstairs, while the ground floor crew is freezing their butts off, joking about turning into literal ice sculptures. If they step outside, suddenly, floorboards creak, sneaky footsteps echo in the dark. It's Thomas and Tide. The boys are plotting, creeping up the stairs, on a stealth mission to raid the girls' dorms. But the second they hit the top floor landing, dead stop. Standing right there in her PJs and hair rollers is Chelsea. She is gripping a toothbrush like a lethal weapon, glowing with this insane, menacing aura. Zero hesitation. She blasts them with a hurricane-level wind spell. Bam! The boys and a bunch of random bystanders get absolutely yeeted down the hallway. Leo watches the entire circus unfold from a cracked doorway. Unfazed, he realizes the squad is actually living for this chaotic field trip energy. But he's not about that life. He decides to ditch the crowd and do some solo recon. Pushing open the heavy back doors, the freezing elven wind hits his face. But the second his boots hit the snow, a sharp, ultra-formal voice cuts through the dark. Mr. Leo Plop. Caught totally off guard, Leo freezes in his tracks. A blonde elf rocking a crisp, white and gold uniform was waiting for him outside. She practically radiated heavy military authority. Her message? The head of the Ursar family, Runa Ursar, demanded an immediate audience. Leo took a second to process this random flex of an invite while staring out at the freezing weather. Cut to Rune Ursar's study. Buried under a mountain of paperwork, the elf glanced up and warmly waved him inside. He quickly apologized for dragging him over out of nowhere, asking for just a few minutes to wrap up his work. Leo played it cool, telling him to take his time. While waiting, he started scoping out the office strip. Ancient swords, a battle-scarred shield, a massive globe, straight-up historical relics. But then, something completely hijacked his attention. An insanely detailed dagger mounted on the wall. His crimson eye flashed as recognition hit him. He muttered a single name under his breath. Urkin, a relic deeply tied to his past life. Rune nearly jumped out of his skin, demanding to know how Leo dropped that name, since that lore was strictly locked inside the family. Realizing he slipped up, Leo quickly spitballed a lie, claiming he read about it in Lumenia's massive library. Rune bought the excuse, figuring that legendary library basically held the universe's entire search history. Leo stepped closer to the blade. He caught a faint whisper of solar energy, but instantly knew it was totally powerless. His mind violently ripped back to the past, diving into a memory of the original Urkin. Back then, Leo, known as Kale, was just chilling by a campfire. Aaron was proudly showing off a custom dagger he forged for Luna. Hyped, she called Kale over to check out her new gift. He lowered his book, hitting her with a deadpan stare, and roasted it, saying it looked like a rusty shiv stolen from a goblin. Luna absolutely lost it. Then, Leo remembered the aftermath. Luna actually gifted that dagger to her star pupil, Belche Ursar, right before her final, brutal campaign against Tartarus. Belche ended up losing the weapon, absolutely breaking Luna's heart. Snapping back to reality, Rune revealed that this version of Urkin was just a highly detailed replica, a massive loot drop his ancestor scored, inside a heroic world simulation. He also dropped some lore. These weapons soul-bind to the winner, meaning nobody else can equip them. That explained everything. Leo finally understood why the blade felt completely hollow, like a shell stripped of its soul. Rune motioned for him to take a seat across the desk. Once settled, Leo confirmed that the intel Professor Harry gave him was spot on. Leo was officially holding down the spot as the general first-year rep over at Lumenia Academy. Looking pretty embarrassed to be begging for a favor on day one, Rune admitted he had a super weird request. Curious, Leo just sat back and listened. The council leader explained he needed Leo to meet his granddaughter, low-key hoping his presence would somehow spark her motivation or snap her out of a slump. He broke it down, explaining she was also a first-year, enrolled at the elite Serum Academy out in the capital. She had totally crushed the entrance exams, but then randomly lost every ounce of drive to study. The whole family was stressing over it. Rune slid a small, heavily decorated key across the desk. Leo hesitated, wondering if it was actually chill to just walk straight into a girl's private room. Still, he respected the request and headed for the door. Pushing it open, he walked into an absolute disaster zone. The floor was swallowed alive by clothes, books, and random papers, leaving zero room to even step. He coughed as dust hit his lungs, but his eyes were instantly glued to the chaotic collage of posters, slapped all over the furniture. Taking a closer look, Leo realized every single picture was of a legendary hero. It clicked instantly. The owner of this trash-filled sanctuary wasn't just messy. She was a hardcore, obsessed fangirl. A smirk crept onto his face. Sure, hero. Otakus were pretty common, but her level of dedication was straight up unhinged. Hanging inside the closet, perfectly pressed and completely spotless, was a Serum Academy uniform, a massive contrast to the literal dump she lived in. Right then, a groggy voice mumbled from the bed, assuming her grandpa had just walked in. The young elf, Irin Ursar, the second best first-year student at Serum, sat up looking completely wrecked, whining about her beauty sleep getting ruined. Leo just stood frozen in the doorway as she dragged herself out from under a mountain of junk, totally clueless about who was watching her. The second her eyes focused and locked onto him, the vibe shifted. Irin let out a blood-curdling screech at the sight of a random human dude in her room and instantly ducked for cover under her blanket. Leo just calmly tapped a history book about Kale, silently hinting that her grandpa was the one who sent him. Peeking out nervously from the covers, Irin looked exactly like a traumatized caterpillar trapped in a cocoon. Completely unfazed, Leo picked up one of the books about his past life as Kale. Super curious to see how the elves twisted his actual history, he read a passage about the Northern Mountains raid out loud, nodding in approval. He complimented how perfectly the lore was organized, respecting the hardcore research despite the room looking like a literal war zone. Irin, still buried under her blankets, she shyly peeked out to ask if he was a massive hero nerd too. The second he nodded, her eyes completely lit up like fireworks. She started hyping up the Darnos battle, testing him to see if he knew about that epic clash where a squad of legends teamed up to absolutely wreck a demon. Playing it cool, Leo dropped a massive lore bomb. He casually mentioned that was the exact moment Luna unleashed her stellar magic for the very first time, totally proving his elite knowledge. Irin instantly lost her mind with excitement. In her head, Leo was basically a real-life protagonist stepping straight out of her favorite fantasy comic books. Suddenly realizing she was rambling, her cheeks flushed bright red. She quickly introduced herself, frantically apologizing for completely fangirling over a total stranger. Flashing a warm smile, Leo brushed it off. He pointed out that those ancient legends would probably be hyped to have such a hardcore stan keeping their legacy alive. That gave her the ultimate confidence boost to drop her wildest theory. She was absolutely convinced the history books had totally erased a fifth grand champion. She argued the official records were completely rigged. Her ultimate endgame? Joining a research club to expose the actual truth. She wanted to track down this forgotten legend all by herself. A crazily ambitious plan that Leo thought was an absolute masterclass in dedication. But the second the word school slipped out, her entire vibe crashed. A dark shadow crossed her face as her harsh reality hit her like a literal truck. Catching that heavy mood shift, Leo did not hold back. He straight up asked why someone with that much burning passion was skipping out on her own academy classes. Shrinking back into her shell, she mumbled that Seirun Academy just did not feel like her scene at all. She kept comparing her nerdy obsession to her elite classmates, completely convinced her dreams were way too childish for a hardcore magical school. But Leo caught a glimpse of her flawlessly ironed uniform hanging nearby. It was a dead giveaway that she had not actually given up on her ultimate goals. He casually dropped that his own class was doing a campus tour, adding that his friends would absolutely vibe with her energy. They would definitely eat up all her epic lore. Irin was completely stunned, her jaw basically hitting the floor at the thought of actually hanging out with other students. Pushing himself up, Leo brushed off his clothes and threw out a cool fun fact. He told her that humans actually had their own elite hero boot camps too, academies that were basically carbon copies of Seirun. Tossing her a friendly grin, he challenged her to come check out the Luminia squad in person. That is, if she was actually brave enough to peek outside. But the second he yanked the door open, he nearly crashed face first into Rune. Iron's grandfather was standing right there in the hallway, looking like he had just witnessed a glitch in the Matrix. Eyes wide with pure shock, the old man stammered out, demanding to know if this random kid had seriously just spent all that time chatting up his